那他就等着被垃圾打败吧。我觉得他们可能在我对面连8分钟都撑不过去，就被平推了，没有丝毫还手之力。
FUT 在我眼里可能连只蚂蚁都不如。
Nasıl desem öyle hafif hafif böyle tatlı tatlı.
Everybody knows that loops are easier to beat.
Eu acho que o sonho de todo mundo que tá na Loops é ser o melhor. E se a gente tiver que mandar vocês pra casa pra isso, é isso que a gente vai fazer.
Loops don't talk too much.
遇强则强，实力不强。
Inshallah, ربنا يوفقنا في الماتش.
我们小组其实是很强的，有一个 LGD、Impunity 都是2个非常强劲的对手。
Yang sangat-sangat ingin saya lawan adalah LGD karena mereka adalah salah satu tim terkuat di Asia.
RRQ 你们应该比 Impunity 更简单。
我估计比较困难吧，但是我们会尽我们全力的。
RRQ 等下的比赛能撑过10分钟就好了，也逞强。
Kalau mereka terlalu meremehkan, kami dari RRQ bisa mengalahkan.
RRQ 加，我不会让你活着吃水晶的。
We are RRQ, King of Kings. We are coming for you.
If you know the enemy, you can plan what you can do in the game before you start the game.
Buat tim-tim lain, siap aja kita kalahin.
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this?
Fight are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the lead.
Well, confidence by Fang. Fang doing the hope. Time damage from Danny as well. Taking up the win sheet as well. Diab is looking.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings tournament. Today you have myself, Blam, and with me has Zero transformed. No, this is King Dofu joining me for day 2. How's it going, kid?
Oh, it's great. Yes, it's your favorite kind of tofu, King Dofu. I have touched down into the land of the gorge itself. So very excited to be able to, kickstart this journey down here as well. I think taking a look at it, there's a lot of fantastic matches. We have the teams we haven't seen yesterday as well playing today. So I'm really curious to see how the battle is going to be like.
Yes, I think if it's anything like day 1, it's definitely going to be a fast and furious gameplay because, again, we're getting some new teams on the board that haven't played yet. You've got the likes, obviously, Kagendra, who we saw in the show match against RRQ. So, again, this may not be a matchup that we see going forward, but we saw that RRQ already beat them 4-2. So that's already a foreshadowing that if both of these teams get into the knockout stages, that maybe RRQ will repeat that beating that they did in the show match. But then you've also got the EU represent, stand up. They are going to be coming through as well, which is Team Vitality, which I'm very much looking forward to. And obviously, a team that we haven't seen since Season 1 Invitational. We've got Foot Esports joining us today.
Yeah, so a lot of new players on the scene, and of course, they are going to be able to bring out a lot of new strats as well. I think we are in agreement that a lot of people are keeping their cards under the wraps for now. So I'm curious to see when they're going to show out some of the things that they have in store for us.
Absolutely, but this wouldn't be possible with one of our sponsors, which is Infinix. So Infinix GT20 Pro is an experienced esports level gaming on this device. All the professional players here at Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational are playing on these devices. If you'd like to find out more, please go and check it out on the Infinix official website.
Yep, exactly. So, last night I was having ranked games. I lost 10 stars in a row. I think maybe the phone will help me. It's not the player, it's the phone, right? My phone is a bit old, so maybe I should change it to the Infinix GT20. And then we'll see whether it works for me.
That's it. A good craftsman never blames his toolkin, but there we go. In your case yesterday, you clearly blamed your phone, but there we go. Our other sponsor today is obviously Esports World Cup. We are thrilled to be partnershiped with the Esports World Cup for this season of Honor of Kings Invitational. This collaboration brings our teams one step closer to the most anticipated esports events of the year. The top 8 teams from the season 2 Invitational will qualify through to the EWC in July. So keep your eyes on the action, and because the road to the Esports World Cup starts now.
Yep, it's going to heat up all together. Let's take a look at the groups that we have. Group A and Group B. For Group A itself, today we'll be looking at Foot Esports going up against Team Vitality. It's going to be a banger for sure. In Group B, today we're going to see Loops take up the challenge against R8 Esports. And taking a look at the games we have yesterday, for R8 Esports, I have very, very high hopes for them, because I think if you give them the right tools, execution is not going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I know some of the players personally. I really like this team as well, and to see them make the Giants All Gamers Global bleed made me super excited for today, and see how they bring the flavor towards Loops. But here is the Group C and Group D standing as well. So Team Secret currently peeping at the top there. Will they get dethroned by Kagendra today? Who knows? And then over to the side of Group D, we have LGD Gaming playing against RRQ. I believe that is our final match of the day. Once again, see that same kind of tale. Will we see the non-starters dethrone the first places today in the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational?
Yeah, so a lot of questions to be answered today. I think yesterday's gameplay really seen a lot of high-level play itself. So if you're looking for more, right, first game we're gonna have Kagendra going up against Secret. That's what we're doing, and I'm really excited to see how our Indonesian brothers and friends will be pinning up against the likes of the Team Secret Da Xiao Fu, which I presume is going to be 100% banned at this rate.
I mean, absolutely. It had a 100% appearance yesterday, but banned 7 times and only picked 3 times. So it'd be interesting if we see that go through today. But obviously, we also have Foot Esports going against Team Vitality, Loops against R8, and then RRQ against LGD to finish the day. Here is the team lined up for Kagendra.
It's going to be Hans, Wyraw, as well as Senko and 00 and Muffers. So they will be fielding this roster to try and take up one of the games against Team Secret. And I think I have huge expectations for them. I've already seen their show match against RRQ earlier this month as well. So I think there's a lot of things for them to do. And of course, with that being said, their competitors, we'll take a look at them in a very short while as well.
Yep, so Team Secret is comprised of Shuyan, Xian X, Lung, Sun, and Huan as well. So again, we already saw this team play yesterday. A few mistakes, but I'm pretty sure they'll correct them today. And if they can make a mistake like that and still crush a 2-0, I mean, what is a perfect scenario for Team Secret going to look like, Kin? Is it going to be even faster than yesterday? I mean, we did get to the late game between Osiris and Team Secret, but it was definitely shown that that was one of Osiris's weak sides.
Well, the only thing I can say is, you want to strike fear into the hearts of your opponent, right? So I think we have to take a look at maybe another game of Intimidate once again. It's not necessary for the Smite as well, since TNX has shown that he can do it without. But of course, these are jokes. We will have these two teams pit against each other shortly. Now, I want to put some expectations here. Maybe shall we let the audience know what our expectations of this game is going to be?
Oh, I mean, it's going to be hard to kind of say because the last time we saw Kagindra play, they did lose a 4-2 against RRQ. So, again, it is a show match. They aren't going to, I mean, ironically, they're not going to show all their picks that they are going to be going into these group stages. So, again, I feel like we have still yet to see the true spirit of the team Kagindra. And, I mean, if you just look at their respective qualifier, they won with no blemish on their record.
Yeah, and this time we're gonna have a little change from yesterday. So yes, we still have the Dolia ban as well as the Arlie ban, but this time Byron makes it out into the ban pool along with the Ainur as well. So for Team Secret, Xuan is gonna pick up the Shiranui, and I think this is the start of a huge burst composition coming out from Team Secret.
Yeah, again, we saw Mai come through only a few times yesterday. One of the great performances was on R8's esports Zenon. So, again, this seems to be one of those mid lane heroes that come through and can do a lot of pressure onto the side of your opposing team. But if you look over to the side of Kagindra, they do go for the Dolia ban as well as the Arlie. Arlie, once again, being another hero that had 100% appearance yesterday. Dune actually getting banned, so picked 6 times yesterday, not a single ban. Day 2 comes through. Dune gets the ban hammer, it seems, today, Kin.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty smart ban at this point, right? Because they don't want to make it a even playing field because they already have Zhang Fei, right? Zhang Fei is a pretty big mid shield, is able to deal a lot of damage as well. But having to face up against a Dune or Dun, kind of evens out the odds for the team. So Team Secret, now they don't have their ideal tank for them, that front line. So now it's really about who's going to be next in line to try and match up against the meat shields that, Kage at this point.
I'd like to think it would be something like the Kaiser, because again, they've already locked in the Sun Bin, and we know that these two heroes have a fantastic synergy, not just down, obviously, in the farm lane with the DRNG, which will more likely be left alone for the first 4 minutes to go against whoever is going to be Kagendra's marksman within this match. But if it's anything like yesterday, we could see the Lady Sun come through, but actually, they do ban out the Kaiser themselves, so Masashi is gone, Kaiser's gone, Dune's gone, the jungle pick here is going to be really interesting. Are we finally going to see that Lamb come through that we were just holding on to every little bit of hope yesterday? Just like, when's Lamb going to come through? He's not been banned, but if we look over to the side of Kagendra, it is a same traditional thing as day 2 where that Lady Sun comes through in the farm lane once again.
Yeah, so this is kind of risky for the side of Team Secret, right? Because we've already seen the buffs coming in from Lady Sun. And, Lady Sun with the rolling raid, especially if you get hit by the frag grenade, is going to be quite detrimental to the lineup.
Yes, a cheeky little hero has reared his head onto the gorge today. That is Neza. We have not seen his hero even in the qualifiers, day 1, at all. I mean, he's quite a recently released hero, so to see him now in day 2 for Team Secret is really interesting. Obviously, they're locking the Charlotte in the Clash lane as well, so again, quite a heavy front line. A lot of damage, not a lot of tankiness. That's probably where the Nazar comes in, but the Charlotte and the Mai are going to be the ones that are going to be dealing a lot of damage until Durenji is being able to activate in that game.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of potential coming out from the Team Secret lineup. But of course, on the counter side, on the flip side, I think it's going to be really clean from the side of Kage as well. They have their own specific win conditions, which the both of us will run through at this stage. I think one of the things we need to take a look at is the fact that Nerza actually offers true damage, and he's quite tanky as well. So he should be able to deal with the Zhang Fei, and more importantly, he can get into the backlines. Easy access, which means Lady Sun, Mr. 00, might be at risk of getting ganked over and over again.
Yeah, we do know that that hero can traverse the gorge map pretty effortlessly as well, being able to just like go where he may roam. But again, we are seeing the Hu Huan come through in the jungle for Weira on the side of Kagendra. So we haven't seen this pick actually come through since, I think, if I remember correctly, the Open Series split, because this hero, this Lady of the Jungle, who wasn't necessarily meant to be a jungle pick, she's got very much support capability, she has a mid lane capability, but a lot of these players, especially the competitive players, like to see her in that jungle.
Let's see how Kage can pull off the other more the later
I think mid lane, I think it's a pretty strong wave clear coming out from Lung as well as Yuhan. And looks like the first move, right, is to try and assert dominance on that clash lane. Get that reverse fight. We're looking at them trying to increase the farm they have, which means they will be able to chip the skills towards their advantage in the early game.
Yes, and here it is, obviously gracing the gorge for the first time. Hu Huan is coming through here, so her basic combo is skill 1, skill 2, basic attack, skill 1, basic attack ultimate, skill 1, basic attack 2. If you can remember that whilst you're in the heat of a battle, good luck to you, but her skill 1 enhances her basic attacks for a long period of time, so she can use it before entering combat to prepare an extra enhanced basic attack in advance. So good luck remembering that combo. You gotta have that photographic memory, because if not, good luck to you, fellas.
Yeah. Well, in any case, if you can't remember that combination, don't worry. Her ultimate Melody of Peace does have many iframes itself, so you can kind of abuse that fact as well. But you can see Weira already helping to pressure that clash lane 2v1 situation.
Yes. Yes, a lot of focus up into the clash lane here. Obviously, the Charlotte going against the Mayin is a tricky first match lineup, but here we go. The Mai Shiranui is not messing around. We are getting that aggressive gameplay here from Team Secret that we know and love from day one, but it's all seems to be popping up now. 2 minutes in, Kin. There seems to be a little bit of
the side of Kage,
something going on with this 2 minute mark. There is a lot of aggression currently going on in the gorge here. A lot of blows being traded here from Team Secret onto Kagendra. We already saw that Lady Sun was pretty low, but thanks to the heal and the shield from the Zhang Fei, is that going to be enough? No! Mai comes through and takes down the Zhang Fei, but it actually goes over to Sun Bin.
Well, regardless, I think that was a huge play by the Mai, right? So Lung actually doing well for himself. So this will allow him to actually have that very early scepter of reverberation, which will give that extra burst as well. And you can see how TNX is going to operate. At this point, going for the ball camp as well, it's really about tipping the skills. They want to steal as many camps as possible. And Kage don't seem to be able to handle the pressure and the pace of Team Secret just yet.
Yeah, the tempo is definitely being pumped up here by the side of Team Secret. They have what seems like a phenomenal kind of rotation going on here. They are just rotating with a purpose. They're picking up all kinds of resources, not only just the gold, but picking up kills here. They're getting some wave priority as well, just like in the mid lane. It's as if, like, Lung is not in that mid lane at all, because he's always just flying about, but that minion wave is just constantly being pushed by either Nazar, or we see that Mai returns back to the lane every so often to pick up a bit of gold, give it a little bit of attention. But now it seems like there is just a lot of pressure here on the side of Kagendra. Team Secret really like to play aggressively.
Yep, exactly. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, right? At this point, because of the rotations of Lung itself, he is slightly under level in the mid lane itself, but they have made it up in terms of the gold accumulation. So they're looking to hopefully get the items a little bit faster, which means they can take better fights against Kage. It looks like the first neutral objective is going to be the Tyrant. The Chain Lightning is going to come into full effect, as we might be looking at first full-fledged team fight come into play.
Yeah, there seems to be a calm before the storm going on here, Kin, but this is not the kind of place you want to be when you are Kagendra in this just about to peep that 5 minute mark. They lose the Tyrant, they're already behind in gold, they have no kills on the board. They kind of feel like they're pushed back towards their turret, unfortunately for themselves. They just need to go and step on the right foot into somewhat of a decent tango within their team. They need to try and do something, but again, getting caught out in that jungle is Wiro as well. We just see a little bit of hesitation there from Senko. Doesn't know whether to go in, whether to just come together with Mayin up into the top lane. There's just a lot of hesitation, it seems, on the side of Kagendra. But here, mid lane again, we have Nazaire and Mai coming through with the help of Sunbin. There is a silence there. DOT over time. Zhang Fei being caught behind in the back there, but he can take the damage. Is he be able to take any more? No, he does fall. Team Secret picking up their third and fourth kill in the Clash lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you think Team Secret's performance yesterday was good, today's is even better. It's 5-0, and we're 5 minutes in. At this point, it's a 5,000 goal lead already. And you know, I don't think it's gonna look any better for Kage.
They just need to drag. Kage side just need to continue a fight until maybe like the 8-minute mark. Maybe some of their players comes online.
No. Actually goes for the insatiable tone first. So he's gonna have lifesteal. Here comes the next one. Time lapse as well. Gets the charge, that ultimate down, and forcing the iframes out. I don't think they can get the kill though.
No, that was a nice use of untargetable, but it's unfortunate that Nazaire was able to get into the back of that tier 2 turret, but still, we saw that Hu Huan was not able to be taken down, so that was a great navigation by Wiro on the side of Kagendra. But that's all well and good when you start to see your tier 2 turret looking to fall here in that mid lane, and if any lane is very important, we know that that mid lane is crucial. Lady Chen trying to get some frozen onto enemies on the side of Team Secret, but nothing is getting procced there. Not enough hits to land that frozen on the side of Kagendra.
Yep, it's actually great that you say that, right? So the moment they have the mid lane open, which means that, you know, the vision is going to be obscured for the side of Kage, right? Which opens up the doors for pretty much big ganks coming in from the side of Team Secret. And we already have seen the burst coming in, so we have to be very careful about Luke's positioning. He still comes in, 10x. Actually gets it done.
Yeah, I think that the enemy team, I think Kagendra have probably spent more time up in the air than they have their feet planted on the gorge right now, kid. It seems like they like to be flying around on the gorge, and to be honest, we see that Team Secret have picked the right team comp here, because with the likes of the Sunbin aiding the movement speed on the side of Team Secret, being able to get them to rotate around the gorge a lot faster is just playing into Team Secret's MO. They are so aggressive, and having this Sunbin is just enhancing that aggression to tenfold.
Yep, and you know what? The scary thing is, at this point, there's just the Doomsday along with the Sparkforge Dagger onto the Tyrion here, right? So Sun, he hasn't even hit his max cap damage yet.
Yeah, DRNG is still waiting to be activated, to be deadly, to be a force to be reckoned with all on his own. I mean, we saw it time and time again yesterday. He was able to melt down so many of the enemy heroes whenever DRNG was picked onto the gorge. No matter the team, that marksman just seemed to have flawless amounts of damage. And obviously with his second skill, being able to cleanse, if your enemy team has a high CC, this guy can get out of the slipperiest situations, and then also be able to use a stun of himself. Not many times do you see a hero having a stun, but then also having cleanse.
I just want to mention something about Doom. If you take a look at his animation, instead of completing the Scepter Reverberation, it looks like he's going for the Savant's Wrath, which is kind of greedy, but at this point you can't blame him, right? 6-0 up there, about 8,000 gold ahead, and it's at the 8.5 minute mark, right? So Kage, obviously they're struggling quite a lot, but Team Secret, it looks like they're playing their foot a little bit at this point.
Yeah, they're not. Well, to be honest, I can't really even say they're overstepping, because they aren't losing much in terms of this overstepping, this over-aggressive playstyle that they're going for here. Because if they were, they would have a few deaths on the board, but they're still on the no death run right now. Team Secret show no signs of falling anytime soon, and the fact that they are behind almost 9k gold towards Kagendra that's a lot of items. That's a lot of utility towards your team. Damage, defense, whatever it may be, it's on the side of Team Secret right now.
Yep, I mean, what a way to start the day, right, for Team Secret. And at this point, you know, maybe let's give a little bit of a breakdown of why it's so difficult for Kage to recover. Because if you take a look at the rotations, Lung is always in the front lines alone, and as a Lady Chen, right, even if you throw your destructive deluge, it's not going to work out that much because you're going to be wasting it on just one singular person. So at this point, Kage, they're kind of like nullified because there's no open options to initiate any fights at all.
The extended.
Yeah, and you can kind of feel that the reason why Team Secret, even though we know them to be aggressive as well, the fact that they have Lady Sun on the side of Kagendra, that's not a hero you want to be waiting to activate, because if she starts to ball and get that damage, get that gold, you could just be writing your own demise if you were Team Secret. But they know that the fact that Lady Sun was being picked up, they had to do things quick, they had to do things aggressively, and just like that, they take the Shadow Tyrant. So not messing around, they have 4 jungle objectives to an absolute nil point on the side of Kagendra right now, and they're looking not to stop there. They're looking to pick up their 5th jungle objective, which would be the Shadow Overlord, which would absolutely improve this already hasty gameplay from Team Secret.
Bear in mind, they do have the Primal Bond, so the fact that they're taking it so fast is kind of crazy at this point. With a goal lead of 10,000 gold at this point, yeah, I think it makes sense, right? So right now, I think Hokage is really about damage limitation. How long can they buy? Can they buy another 11 minutes of gameplay time so that the Tempest Dragon comes out? And at that point, they should have enough farm to be able to go up against TNX.
Yes, so Nazaire gets caught there, but it was a lot of the ultimates being used. We obviously saw Lady Shen's come through. We see a big engage here from Nazaire, but then we have Mai into the back lane as well. Dorenji is now activated, getting those kills on the board. We see that Mai goes down, down goes Lady Chen as well as that higher ground turret. We see that Zhongfei has gone down. There is a Shadow Vanguard at your Crystal, at your high ground turret in the mid lane. I think this is game 1 written, baby. It is over. Team Secret taken. I believe it was a sub 11-minute mark in game 1.
Yeah, a very clinical finish by Team Secret, you know, just pulling the trigger at the right time, and you can see the Kage boys, they're feeling it. It is really a hard match to fight against, and at this point, I mean, I have to congratulate Team Secret. If you thought they were shaky yesterday, you know, I'm very sure those fears are gone today. Representing Malaysia so far in the Invitational Season 2, what a performance by the boys here.
Yes, absolutely. There was definitely no hesitation. There was no tremors on this team today. This is a different beast. They were clearly holding back the secret sauce, whatever it is on Team Secret there. But like we saw a new pick come out onto the Gorge and played effortlessly. They didn't drop a single death as well. No turrets lost, and they were way ahead with that gold lead. I mean, Kin, at that point, Kagendra have some really hard thinking to do going into the draft of game 2.
Yep, not just hard thinking, they have many things to think about, because if you take a look at the growth of the game itself, it started with the jungle invasion, right? So the top buffs were taken away, top camps. After that, slowly Nursa came back to try and steal the board camps, and at that point, when TNX was a level ahead of his competitor, it was a really hard fight to have at that point. And more importantly, I want to mention, I think it's pretty clear who the MVP of this game is, at least for me, and that is going to be Lung itself. Lung with the Mai Shiranui, very good job on getting the burst in the mid lane. You know, not only clearing the lanes, we know that Mai's wave clear ability is not as high in the early stages of the game, but the first few rotations that he made, my goodness, what a good play, getting on the farm lane and then following up to go to the clash lane. I mean, he was all over.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Mai doesn't have the most perfect wave clear within that mid lane, but I feel like it was kind of like a fake it till you make it part, because the amount that she was being able to just be traversing the map, roaming up into the clash lane, helping out Charlotte, they just seemed to be such aggression. The fact that she was able to sort of like tap into the gold into the clash lane, but then obviously rotate back around, help her mid lane, get their first blood in game 1 as well, is obviously all just going to accumulate. So even though she doesn't have the fastest wave clear, there's many factors that enabled that mid lane to still stay strong even in her absence.
Yeah, it's really just you know, focusing on your strengths rather than your weakness itself. Let's take a look at the stats of the game itself. First game, of course, going over to Team Secret. At this point, I want to take a look at Lung's items. So he did Smartcraft with the reverberation as well. And looking at it, it would have been either the Twilight Stream or the Void Star for the additional magic penetration as well. Now, I want to point you towards the side of Lady Sun on the side of Kage 0-0. Actually did pretty well with your Master Sword as well as the Eternity Blade. But at this point, there wasn't enough resources to defend, you know, these farm lane, because if you take a look at Muffus itself, he couldn't even complete the full version of Dawnlight, and that was a bit unfortunate. He did get the redemption, so there was a little bit of armor provided for the team, but at this point, when you're going up against Lung, who is so far ahead, 8,000 gold, close to double the net worth of Muffers, it's really hard to protect the important people in your team.
Yeah, I feel like with Kagendra as well, the fact that they had the Zhongfei was a little bit like, normally that is the hero that's like is able to sort of like get you back back on the saddle, because again with the Unbridled Rage, the amount of health, the so much shield that you could have is normally something that's hard to cut through. But again, with the true damage onto the side of Team Secret, it was very difficult for them to actually even try and get that shield procced. But here you can see the damage coming through from the Mai. So again, 83k, you had Charlotte on the 26k, Derenji having an easy game there, pairing that with some Bin, so very, very neck and neck in that farm lane. So again, Sun was having a backseat gaming moment. He's just like, you know what, guys? Mai is our focal point, and it was definitely made clear in that game one that Mai was that was where all the focus was being attended to. She had a lot of gold, the 8.2k, almost neck and neck with the jungle as well. So you don't normally see that. It normally goes clash lane, jungle, and then maybe even the farm lane, and never the mid lane there.
Yep, it's interesting that you say that, right? Because Sun actually had a lot of freedom as well. If you take a look at the stats itself, Kage did get one Shadow Overlord, according to this. No, I think it should be the reverse, right? Oh, no, it is, yeah, Team Secret that got the Shadow Tyrant as well as the Shadow Overlord. So at this point, it's really hard for Kage to kind of recover, because you can see it really is a rise in the graph, and that speaks volumes about how Team Secret was playing. With the lead that Lung addressed and got for himself, it trickled down into the rest of the teammates as well as TNX. And more importantly, the Tirenjie, like you mentioned, had a lot of freedom around the map. And this is the really small decisions in the team fights that made the world's difference. Because I like the fact that you mentioned about the Zhang Fei, right? Because at this point, whenever Nerta TNX used that bind, he always went to the back line. So even with the Iron Vital outburst, which was the ultimate for Zhang Fei, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yep, and there you go. You called it right from the word, the way the match ended, Kin. You were saying that Lung is going to definitely get that MVP, and you were correct there. Getting that 83k damage dealt, the damage taken didn't seem anywhere near compared to the damage dealt. And obviously gold was the third highest gold within his team, and then ending the game on 306. Again, this is a hero that you don't need all those kills on, but the most important thing is the fact that the less you die, the more effort you are able to have in these games. But look at these replays, just from the word first blood on that board. It was just pretty much written in the stars, it seemed, for TS Lung, just to be able to be such a force to be reckoned with in that game one against Kagendra.
Yeah, and you can see, right, there's always pressure on towards the backline. 0-0 is always out of it because of the bind from TNX, which allowed Lung to really have the freedom and time to aim. And I want to mention the support Ihan did so well for himself. We noticed the last part of the game later on. I'm pretty sure it was short, but his time lapse was so on point. It caused so much disruption. There was no other way for Kage to come in and get the fight to start. And you can see once TNX gets a hold of 0-0, the game's over. And here he comes. That is the time lapse that made things horrendous on the side of Kage. And at this point, is just having the time of his life, slowly but surely to game. Even the shot, that last skill shot itself, was so beautiful. So Lung, of course, very deserving of the MVP performance.
Absolutely, Lung there, just absolutely shining on that Mai. It makes me think that Mai is going to be one of those highly banned heroes of today after seeing that performance in game one, because the similar kind of thing happened yesterday where Ali was such a huge performance in one of the games. I think it was very early on in the day, pretty sure it was game one on JR of LGD, and then again, it was banned very much throughout the rest of the day. But Speaking of heroes, obviously Yao will be released on the 2nd of July. This is the new hero, the Shining Star, a new jungler for those jungle mains out there watching today. Yao will be joining Honor of Kings on the 2nd of July. So not too long for you to wait. 2 days. Hold your horses. Don't main anybody yet. You may be looking at your new main hero.
Yeah, I'm not a jungler main, so I will give this hero a try. I do like to try out new heroes and see what the features are and see if I can incorporate that into my gameplay as well. Now, if you're like me, right, I think the best way to go about it is to get the strongest friends and say, hey, can you carry me in the games? And then we'll see how to figure out how to work this hero the best way possible. Yeah, but of course, with that being said, I think just learning about the game as fast as possible is going to be vital to your growth. And this speaks volumes about the professional players because they have a very short timeline to learn about their opponents. So now the question here is, can Kage learn fast enough to come up with an emergency strategy going up against Team Secret? Because based on what's happening in Game 1, it's not just an out-draft, it's also an out-execution in terms of mechanical skills itself. Showing the difference between, number one, the mid lane, and then, of course, the map control is much stronger for Team Secret. We have seen shades of that yesterday with the Chao and Fu gameplay. So it's going to look like a very hard game for Kage.
Yeah, I think this is like one of the pro things of having those pocket picks like the Nazar there in Game 1 is that it's not something that's typically going to be banned because you know the priority of the ban is definitely going to be on that Mai. If they allow that Mai Shiranui to come through again, they're kind of just writing their own 2-0 loss unless Kagendra know what to do against that Mai early game and just halt everything that needs to stop. But again, I suppose the only way to counter a Mai so aggressive on the side of Team Secret is to not be going for any late game heroes. You kind of want to be making sure that you are going for a draft that can have a strong early game and probably finish around about that 10-minute mark because again, something like the Mai Shiranui just completely counters all these late game heroes, especially how aggressive was played on the side of Team Secret. It's not banned, but Kagendra are taking the Mai mantle in Game 2.
This time it's their turn to show up what they have in the pocket for Mai Shiranui. It's going to be similar bans as well. Haino are going to be banned out for Team Secret along with the Dolia. On the flip side, it's going to be a Luna as well as an RE ban. So I like what I see so far.
Yeah, a lot of flashy heroes being taken off the cards here for Team Secret, it seems. Team Secret do ban out the Haino, the Dolia, and the Marco Polo, but they do lock in that devastating duo from day one, the Dachao and the Futsu coming through. And then obviously they have Lady Chen as well. So much CC, so much area of effect that can really be coming through here because what we could see already painting a picture here, that Futsu could go in with his ultimate, lock down one of the most deadlier of the heroes on the side of Kagendra, like the Mai Shiranui, so she can't bounce around. You can really leash this hero down to ground zero. Then obviously Lady Shen can come through with that ultimate, just drop it and leave. But over to the side of Kagendra, that is not the only slippery snake you've got to worry about. They do have the Elaine, and we know how this hero is played. That Death on Sunset really got some of these competitive players yesterday out of sticky situations.
Yep, exactly. I mean, I like the way that Team Secret has drafted so far, right? Testament to the strength of how they played the map yesterday. The big question now is, okay, we know for Kage fans, we're expecting them to pull up their socks, right? It's time to tie the game up. What can they do, right? Because at this point, the draft, I like the fact that they have pretty good burst and they have very good damage over time, right? Elaine, one of the strongest damage over time heroes available in the game. And now we're going to see as well, going to come back into the game. He's going to be the meat shield, this time complemented by the Zhang Fei. And that's a lot of health points you have to kind of weed through before you're able to touch 0-0 on that farm lane.
Yeah, again, I think it was just a matter of time for the Dune to come through as well as the Zhongfei. So this is really something that is a team comp of all about just trying to stop that aggression,
yes,
being able to soak that damage from the likes of the Futsu and the Lady Chen, and then obviously we got Mayin as well. But Mayin is more likely going to be used to try and counter and pick out those more flashier heroes, being able to kick them away, be able to do whatever she can do, whatever Mai can do, Mayin can do too. So it's going to be really interesting this game too. But then again, Kagendra have to make it interesting, because if they don't get a win here, they have to wait a few days until they can try and prove themselves once again in their respective group. But I feel like we saw this team comp here for Team Secret we saw yesterday, or something very similar, like with the likes of the Yukio Tachibana as well. But it just plays into Team Secret's MO. They love the fast rotation. They love their macro plays. They don't like to be sitting in lanes, Kin. They like to be just roaming. They want to be free as a bird. And that is exactly how Team Spirit is going to try and play this game too against Kagendra.
If Mine can bring some tempo,
so right off the bat, welcome to the Gorge as we take a look
at
the
same time, the wave clear for her will be hard if there's no support from you.
And right off the bat, going inside a very good first skill to use in lane as well.
Let's see. Yeah, Dachao, you see, Dachao is already helping Lady Zhen in the wave clear and rotating already. So you see the tempo drop coming out from...
You know for a fact that Mai is going to be trying to be the function to kick people out of the Chao's teleporting abilities, because again, that would be a great way to counter the Chao. It's like, oh, you're trying to go back and get some health, buddy? Too bad, I've just kicked you out of your teleport. And now you're stuck with us. You're stuck with the boys. Kagendra, you've just been met by Zhongfei. You've just been met by Dune. And now Lane's going through to chop you up like wasabi. But we'll see how Kagendra really do play in this game too. Again, I don't think we'll start to see that early game aggression from Team Secret this time around. I feel like it'll be a little bit more of a based level up to 4-minute mark, but then we'll probably start to see the likes of the Chao and the Futsu to go through and try and knock these turrets down very quickly. As soon as those shields go off those turrets, I feel like that's when Kagendra has to worry.
They're going to start it here. Weeraw going to try and get a little bit of damage now. Not really going to work out for them at this point. So at this point, you know, TNX is not that huge burst monster that we're expecting out of Yukio, right? But as the game goes on, you know, Kage needs to slow the tempo down for teams. The Dachao and Futsu combination, and to make things a little bit harder or worse for Kage at this point is if they allow the game to run past more than 15 minutes and they don't kill off TNX or even Futsu in the early stages of the game, they're gonna regret that decision, because the burst potential coming out from these two heroes is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's definitely not a duo you want to be trifling with, or at least underestimating. But this is day 2 of the Season 2 Invitationals of Honor of Kings, and I don't think underestimating is anything that these teams can really afford. We see a bit of an engage there from Mai, trying to start it onto the Lady Chen, but nothing really coming through there. There's that frozen ultimate onto Weeraw, but that goes really nicely connected onto the Dun. We see Yukio Tajiyaban, but he's not able to re-engage. Is that knockup going to be enough? Oh, first blood! Once again, for the side of Team Secret, going on to TNX this time.
Team Secret?
Yeah, of all people to give the kill to, they actually let it over to TNX, and that's one of the best starts you can ask for from Team Secret. And we might see
he's gonna snowball even earlier, because
well in the mid lane.
That is a very
members
early
of Team Secret, they're waiting, fishing for the target as well. Quite a ridiculous wave clear, to be honest, because you have Loong as well as Yuhan. One of the things that I think a lot of people underestimate about the Dachao is the wave clear ability, right? And that's something that I think you will be very sorry if you're gonna underestimate the support role Dachao.
In that game 1 against Kagendra.
Yeah, and you can see, right, there's always pressure on towards the backline. 0-0 is always out of
takes him down. There is kills already on the board for Kagendra in game 2. This could be worrisome for Team Secret because
as what I mentioned,
you don't want to be losing those kills early game. There is a lane going into the back of the line.
Kage is a very team-fight focused kind of
as
team.
well. That is some nice
They are just grouping up for the
side.
fight. They are not caring about their
but
side
it's
lane.
nothing
Because
to say.
Seafoods having a
Derenji
Seafood
fell.
side lane.
They are not unbleedable. We saw that Kagendra was able to take down the Derenji, and we already seen a cop chase here onto the Mayeen. Is she going to be able to get out? Is TS Yuan going to be able to survive? No,
strength,
he
which is the
falls
team
to
fight.
Senko once again.
Yeah, this is the Kage we've been waiting for. Sure, 10x gets a Tyrant, but at this point, Kage showing they have signs of life. They're recovering pretty well at this point. You still trade a little bit, but as it stands now, I think it's still okay, right, for the side of Kage. At least they're showing signs that, hey, they know what they're doing, and they're ready to take this game back into control in their hands.
Yeah, I think they realized that game 1 was played a little bit too coy for the side of Kagendra, but we can already see that the gold, no matter how aggressive Kagendra are playing, Team Secret still have the lead in that gold. They have the secret source in that gold lead, but we have some confliction going on here up into the clash lane. Down goes the Elaine, down goes the Dune as well. So much for soaking up damage. You've just lost another life, buddy. Mufaz is almost getting caught out here by the Mayeen, whilst we see the Darenji trying to get some macro plays onto that turret to try and answer that first tier turret takedown from Futsu. Whilst we saw all that popping off earlier on, like 2 minutes ago, with TS and Kagendra in that mid lane, Futsu trying to push this clash lane all the way to that second tier turret. It's not going to be enough. He cannot attack fast enough without those items.
See, in terms of objective,
but, you know,
Kage
it's
is
all
not
in a
taking
day's
down.
work, right, son? Right now, he's just looking
He
for
just
a
only
couple of
managed to
things.
take down one
Yeah, he's gonna
tower.
head back
Whereas
first.
you can see TS taking out
that's
2
gonna be
towers,
wasted
and
effort because the
Manyanni
Sea of Fate
is
gonna
going
be,
for the
there
third one.
For the Futsu. So Sun having the time of his life, right? Checking into the office, doing
With
his
the match
data
slowly
entry,
opening,
gets it done and gets back
it's
home.
gonna be
Now let's take a look
very-
at the growth of the items so far.
it will
Acts of
limit
Torment
Kage's
already
potential a
completed
lot.
for Tian
Now
so he's gonna have
he
quite
has
a bit of
focus
as
is
well.
gonna
And
try their best to
depending
take
on
down this mid
how he
tower.
wants to build it, he could go for
Zone
the
is a very key
Force
factor
Guard
for
Embrace
this
as well for that
because
extra damage
given
from
the skill,
Frost burst.
he can zone
In the
out
meantime,
opponent
Futsu
from
already
grouping
has
up.
a Spark Forge dagger, so his attack speed is already there. Offers a little bit of magic damage as well. Here we go,
Oh,
Sage's
Sun
might on it.
showed himself too early. Now the whole team has
Yes, we
teleport
see that
over
the teleport does come
for
through
the
for
fight.
Team
Now it's a
Spirit.
fight
A
on
little bit of
5
time
fight
will coming
on the
through
top
to the side of
side.
Lady Chen, able to pick out the Elaine as well, but Senko responds with a kill onto Yukio Tachibana, and Futsu goes down also.
It's
That is
a
a
2-for-2
2-2 trade for
where
both
the jungler-
Kagendra and Team Secret.
Whoa, that's a
What
very bad
even
jungler
trades
and
we are
farm
having in this game
against the
2?
Slayer.
We honestly didn't think this would be possible. What we just saw
No,
from Team
this
Secret
is a very bad
in
trade
game
coming
1.
out from
Did we
TS.
think we were going to be seeing some
TS
equal
is
trades in
gonna
game
have a
2,
good
Ken?
time because they still have a Deranger that can
Yep, you know
push
what?
up.
Actually, I wouldn't call it even an equal trade. They actually got the jungler and the so-called farm lane, right? They got Sun and TNX, so actually it's a big win for the Sarakage. That's good recovery.
Yep.
But you know, right now they have
What-
Ivan not gonna be
whatever
able to catch her because
Kin
of her
just said
whatever
is
and
correct.
her series as well. Right now, it's really about buying time for the team because if you take a look at the itemization by the Sarakage, they are pretty close to some of the core items that are necessary for them to stand up face to face against the likes of Secret. So there is quite a huge potential as well. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yes, look at that
Look at the
lockdown onto
focus.
the lane from the Futsu, and then obviously Lady Chen's ultimate coming
all of
through
them
to just
just
finish
coming
off
in,
the
focusing
lane
on
later
the-
on in that engage, but there we go. Mai Shiranui was right at the back of that
Yukio
whole
being
team fight, just
focused is
making work on that
very
Yukio
good.
Tachiaban as well. But there we go, Elaine and Derenji
What's
here,
Yukio? Although
almost
he has
getting
very
caught
high
onto
damage
the red
output.
side of the jungle.
Well, unless he's
well,
throwing
red
his
buff side of the
ulti, he
jungle.
doesn't have the sustainability.
I mean,
and
10x
he's
is
quite
a menace
paper.
at this point. Going in with the Snowfall Slash and, you know, getting the Crimson Golem up there as well. And right now, Sun and Yuhan doing what they like to do yesterday. Here we go, Sea of Fate gonna be pushed out. Oh yes! They actually pushed him out!
Yep, that's exactly what I did say in that draft pick there, that Mai is going to be the function of kicking people out of that teleport. You are not safe when Mai Shiranui is around. And Senko actually doing really well on this hero, but Elaine doing a lot of damage onto the Lady Chen. Untargetable comes through, nullifies the death on Sunset, but she's still not done. Yukio Tajiaban managed to get the kill onto the Elaine as well. That's 2 kills for TNX on the side of Team Secret, and they are not done. They take down Zero as well. The only two last alive. One now is Wiro, and he is trying to retreat back to base.
Oh, they just want the base. You have a Futsu that knows how to do his smack. They are definitely going to tank the core and take it down.
Oh, very clean gameplay, clinical. Once again, welcome to the doctors, right? This is no longer Team Secret, this is Team Doctors. You are now at the hospital. They are going to do some surgery on you at this point. And Team Secret, of course, very happy with that win. This puts them at the top of the table. They secured their position. So more or less, they are kind of guaranteed to be one of the top 8, if not having the highest chance so far.
Yes, they are definitely creme de la creme currently in their own group. They've beaten Cyrus yesterday quite. I'd say Cyrus put more of a fight up than we saw that Kagendra did, or this clearly may just be that Team Secret had a little bit more sleep in day 2 for them to just come so aggressive against Kagendra. Unless they underestimated Osiris and then thought, you know what, for the rest of this tournament, we are not going to underestimate our teammates, and this is the product we get.
Now they are able to play even faster and better.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Don't be shy. Yeah, there you go. Congratulations to Team Secret, the first Malaysia team to advance to the knockout stage and the first Malaysia team to qualify in the Esports World Cup later on, which is going to be in Riyadh. Give up to the side of Team Secret. Congratulations.
Yep, they just secured.
Thank you. I think I need the mic. Pass the mic. I give it to your big boss. Yeah, jauh mic tu boleh. Okay. With me, we start with Malay hari ni.
Yes, boleh.
Okay. Joining me here today is going to be Calvin Pang, the manager for Team Secret, country manager for Team Secret. Now, you are the first team today confirmed to the knockout stage and will advance to Esports World Cup later on, and even the first Malaysian team to advance there. How do you feel as a country manager of Team Secret? Awak ni tim pertama daripada Malaysia untuk pergi ke Riyadh kemudian untuk Esports World Cup, dan juga tim Malaysia yang pertama untuk masuk ke knockout stage untuk season 2 kali ini. Sebagai country manager, apa perasaan awak?
First of all, kami nak ucapkan thank you to everyone, kepada sesiapa yang datang ke sini untuk menyaksikan pertarungan hebat ini. Thank you all for coming, and bagi pihak tim dan Team Secret dan also as a Malaysian, I think we are kita sangat berbangga untuk jadi tim pertama untuk untuk Esports World Cup ni. Kami sangat I think a lot of preparation has been done, dan selain daripada itu bagi satu tim yang amat baru, cuma 3 months together, I think this is such a big achievement for us, and kami harap kami dapat keep you all, make you all proud in Riyadh. So for now, Riyadh kita dah tempah tiket kita. Now kita fokus untuk S2. Thank you semua. Yeah.
Wow, within just short amount of time, 3 months, you guys form into a team, and now you're the first to book into Riyadh slot, which is going to be Esports World Cup. And man, you're a proud daddy, I promise you that. Okay, for our next question, coming up from the side of, I think it's going to be Lung. I will ask in Chinese, don't worry Lung, okay? Now, Lung, 如果我记不错，你今年16岁，对吗？今年你16岁，对吗？
我听不清。
你是16岁今年，对吗？
对。
成为最年轻的职业选手，在你的段路里面，你怎么调整那压力？
我真的听不清。
听得到？他听得到了。
关着眼睛冥想，就关着眼这样子，什么都不要想。 冥想。
Don't think anything. Meditation. He's on different level. He don't think. So he don't know how his age. 你也不知道你几岁是吗？
我知道我几岁啊？
你知道 you know. He just meditate. I asked him if he knows, then he keep on meditating. Does he know how old is he? At least he knows. That's a good sign. That's a good sign, brother. Okay, last but not least, can somebody from the audience give me the message that we have, the paper? Can we have that paper? 10x. 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 10x 来了。给这个。还没在讲什么？你拿这个上来，拿着。你读了吗？你读了吗？
读了。
你的感受是什么？
刚差一点忘记带，看到这个提醒我。
你要跟他们讲谢谢对吗？
啊？
你要一定要
谢谢，我刚差一点带3线酒精。
Okay, so basically, I asked him what does he know what this is? 这个是给你的，这是给你的，所以sorry, I forgot which language already. But yeah, I asked him, do you know what this means? He knows, and he is very thankful for the audience that actually have the message. Can you guys leave it up? There you go. That's all. They all reminding him, don't forget your smite. He almost picked a different spell just now, but thank God they actually show this. Don't forget the smite. And he almost forgot it today. But really, thank you so much, Team Secret. And congratulations for being the first team to advance to the knockout stage and also the Esports World Cup. Team Secret Malaysia.
Right, Kin, there we have our first team already qualifying through to not only the knockout stage, but also EWC next month. So again, what we've learned from that winner's interview from their manager as well is that they've only spent 3 months together as a team. So to achieve this into Season 2, to have such a potentially the shakiest thing in the Safe East Asian scene, because obviously they didn't win their qualifiers. They had to go all the way through to the last chance qualifiers to then prove themselves to get to the Season 2 Invitational. So not the easiest route, but they are making Season 2 Invitational look easy.
Well, I mean, that's why they call it Team Secret, right? They have the secret formula. They know what it takes. And, at this point, there is very little doubt about how well the team can perform. They have only shown a couple of things, some of the cards, some of the flavors that Team Secret has in store for us. And that makes me even more excited because I want to know what else are they going to show on the big stage as well. But let's take a look at the other post-game stats in the match as well. I think we covered a couple of the items as well, right? So this time, let's take a look at the farm lane coming in from Sun. This time, we've already seen this combination come out, and he was not even halfway there. Maybe half. He had the Glacial Buckler along with the Sparkforge Dagger, so we know that there was enough tank, there was enough magic damage coming through as well. And just for that security measure, actually got the Clandestine Cape, just to make sure that the Mai doesn't disturb them too much, even when they got knocked out of the Sea of Fate as well.
Yeah, so it wasn't as obviously clean in terms of lack of deaths onto the side of Team Secret. This was definitely a more of a, like I said in the draft, much more macro, much more lockdown on the heroes like the Mai Shiranui and the Elaine as well, as we saw that Lady Chen was able to pick up quite a few kills onto these heroes thanks to the Fuzu as well. But again, the Dune and the Zhang Fei not paying any dividends in that game. It seemed like there was quite underwhelming picks, even though we've known them historically within either the qualifiers or Season 2 Day 1 to be a force to be trifled with. But it's clear that Team Secret know how to navigate these heroes.
Yeah, I think it was difficult for Kage, right? Because they had to pick and choose the people specifically on Team Secret that they wanted to get rid of. And there was one person, similar to yesterday, they could not ignore, and that was Sun. Right, and when you're busy with Sun, that gives TNX as well as Xuan so much room to kind of figure out, hey, who do I want to disrupt in this fight as well? And when you let TNX drop that ultimate, that snowfall slash, I mean, what can you do against that, right? There is a ton of damage, there's a ton of life steal as well, and in the meantime, Xuan is just doing whatever, literally, right? The skill is called whatever. So it's really Kage at this point. And I think if you take a look at the damage percentage and the damage taken as well across the team, you can really see the difference maker here, which is amongst that confusion, that chaos. Lung was doing so much work. The flowing side with the Ocean of Tears put and placed perfectly in multiple instances of the team fight, allowing both Sun as well as TNX the freedom to really just go crazy with the skills and make sure they're able to get a lot of the hits off required to kill off the side of Kage.
Yeah, I think that graph shows individually that it doesn't matter what hero Lung picks in that mid lane, he can make damage, baby. I mean, 73.5k compared to Kagendra, who had Lung's hero from game 1, and they only ended up sitting on 41.3k, which compared to last game is definitely an improvement for them anyway. So I do have to give hats off to Kagendra for taking the beating in game 1, but then sustaining the beating in game 2, making it a little bit more of a clearer fight against a Team Secret. So again, TS Long is just showing that he is one of the better mid lanes in the Season 2 Invitational right there. And just like the graph of Game 1, not as clear and curvy. We do see quite a few straight lines coming through on that one, because it did seem a little bit like, oh, what's going on here? We saw a very early sort of slow burning start to the game, and then as you can see, that literal straight diagonal line going up there. So it was kind of like yep, we're going up, and then a little flat line, and then right at the end, when we started to see all those the higher ground turrets being taken, that's where we saw those golds coming through. And I think it's probably none more deserving than that. Not only did he remember his smite, take a roasting from the audience, TNX getting them MVP in game 2 on the Yukio Tachibana pick.
Yeah, beautiful gameplay by TNX there. I mean, he, like I said, he was a menace. Not only was he dealing a lot of damage, he was consistently in the faces of the jungler on the side of Kage, stealing away the Crimson Golems, stealing away the buffs as well. If you take a look at his gameplay, this first movement, giving the first blood over to him, the combination Ocean of Tears to allow that first blood, that was the start of TNX's dominance across the map. I think at this point he got taken down, but it is, it's just a small little slowdown, a leash that they attempted on Kage. But once he hit his timing on TNX, there was a lot of damage that he was able to offer, right? And we were talking about, hey, there was a little bit of straight lines on the graph itself, and this is where Kage actually managed to put a cap on the growth for a little bit. But the moment they allowed him to come in, take a look at this. In this particular fight, they went in with the Eye of the Whirlpool, TNX, perfect positioning to get the heals, get the kills as well. And from that point on, there was very little doubt that Team Secret was in the driver's seat for the entire game, right? And I like this highlight here. We actually showed the push from the Mai to kind of get them away from the Sea of Fate. Didn't really work out that well, because end of the day, it just bought them a little bit more time. And here, Lung, with the outplay of his life, making sure he got the passive of the Icicle from the Ocean of Tears, gets in the damage as well. And in the meantime, they're tunneling vision, right? On the side of Kage, they're so tunneled in that, hey, we need to get the kills here. And look at Sun. Sun is just working on that tower. Gets the Sage's Might onto reroll, and, game over. The moment TNX comes in, he gets the kill on the Crystal as well. And we will take a look at the standings. This is the final result for the first game, after the first game of the day.
Yep, so the only match left to play in Group C will be where the two losers, Osiris and Kagendra, go against each other to try and find their way into that second place, which I think is going to be really interesting for Osiris to be either underestimated by Team Secret, or they have just shown their true potential as the only Argentinian team there. And obviously with players like Muster from Season 1, an amazing Clash laner, I think it's going to be a hard challenge for Kagendra. Or if Kagendra adapt that kind of gameplay that they've just sustained from Team Secret, we could be seeing a punishable match or a redemption for Kagendra in their next match against Osiris. But there we go. First team into the knockouts, into EWC, where the prize pool is just going to be even more. Team Secret win it. And obviously, we do have our own Honor of Kings.
Yep, we want to
go ahead, Kin. You go ahead. I've done it before. I've done it before. I've done it before. You go.
We are looking at being the top mobile esports game of the year. This is for Esports of King. We hope that you can support us. Vote for us now at the esportsawards.com. This is going to mean a whole lot to us, not just us as casters, but the entire community, right? If you love this game itself, please vote for us. Make us know that. Let us know that you love us as well. And of course, as always, we love you guys. Now, that's all for the Esports Awards. You know, there's a lot of things that you can expect later on today as well. I think, Blam, one of the things I'm more excited is the introduction of gameplay for the first team, for these two teams we have not seen yet, which is going to be Team Vitality and Foot Esports. They're going to be coming up on the next match itself, so very excited to see what's going to happen there.
Absolutely, but before then, a little bit of a giveaway for those guys to obviously not to incentivize you to go and vote for Honor of Kings Esports in the Esports Award, but this is just a little bit of a friendly giveaway for you guys. So the community event for subscribing, you during the Invitational Season 2, follow Honor of Kings Global Esports on social channels across all of them and participate in the community event. So you will get a chance to win some great rewards, a gaming phone that Kin wants, watches, and permanent skins are waiting for you to pick them up. So you have your own chance of winning that GT20 Pro that you see all these players playing on in Season 2 Invitational. So make sure you don't miss out on that community event.
Yeah, so,
but
you know, if you don't
echoing what you were saying about earlier, Kin. Yeah.
Okay, so I hope you give it a try. You know, maybe you'll get some things that you will quite enjoy in life as well, be it in-game or IRL in real life, right? So let's take a look at what's going to happen next for today. Blam, which match are you most excited by so far?
I mean, you know me, I've been hyping this matchup since day one. I can't wait to see what Team Vitality have in store for us because, again, like you said, out of all these teams that have played or playing in and participating in Season 2 Invitational, Team Vitality, we only know, obviously, a few of the players that have been on other organizations in KIC 23, but as a team, as Team Vitality, we have no recollection, we have no proof how well Team Vitality are going to do. But I feel like going against Foot Esports is going to be the litmus test for Team Vitality in this next game. But again, we've still got the bangers between Loops and R8, and then obviously RRQ to defend against LGD, their top spot in Group D. So a lot still more to play for in day 2.
Yeah, and you know, just to focus on that as well, because this is Group A for Team Vitality and Foot Esports. There are 4 teams in this particular group itself. So, you know, the stakes are much higher because, let's be honest, it's a little brutal for them, right? If they lose more than one game, they are at risk of not being top 2 in the group. And that's something that, you know, maybe for Team Vitality, first time coming into this group itself, it could be something that is very scary for them because you want to come out not only showing that you have the substance to make it out into the world stage as well, but also that you are comfortable adapting on the fly against strong opponents such as Foot Esports or even the likes of the rest of the members within the group itself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We see that obviously Foot Esports were in Season 1 Invitational and they were definitely the best Turkish team there. So again, for Team Vitality, for them to go against them is what we're going to be seeing next in the Game 2 of Day 2. Make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. We are going to take a short break.
Juga teammate yang sangat kompak kan.
加油吧，毕竟都是老朋友。
我们会给每个对手 respect 全力以赴。
在
S213个队伍里面，我敢说，除了马来西亚和菲律宾队伍以外，我都有一战之力。
Talk about the vitality. One is Shanks, and the other one is City Boy. That I prefer to call him 垃圾。
那他就等着被垃圾打败吧。我觉得他们可能在我对面连8分钟都撑不过去，就被平推了，没有丝毫还手之力。
FUT 在我眼里可能连只蚂蚁都不如。
Muhteşem. Öyle hafif hafif böyle tatlı tatlı.
Everybody knows that loops are easier to beat.
Eu acho que o sonho de todo mundo que tá na Loops é ser o melhor. E se a gente tiver que mandar vocês pra casa pra isso, é isso que a gente vai fazer.
Loops, don't talk too much.
遇强则强，实力不详。
我们小组其实是很强的，有一个 LGD、Impunity 都是两个非常强劲的对手。
Yang sangat-sangat ingin saya lawan adalah LGD karena mereka adalah salah satu tim terkuat di Asia.
RQ 你们应该比 Impunity 更简单。
我估计比较困难吧，但是我们会尽我们全力的。
RQ 等下的比赛能撑过10分钟就好了，别逞强。
Kalau mereka terlalu meremehkan, kami dari RRQ bisa mengalahkan.
RQ 加，我不会让你活着出水晶的。
We are RRQ, King of Kings. We are coming for you.
If you know the enemy, you can plan what you can do in the game before you start the game.
Buat tim-tim lain, siap aja kita kalahin.
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Woo! This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me!
I'm born to stay, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Raised to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, please, I'm arrested. I'm the one that you hate. Patient to eat all day. Doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I build a game. Blow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. It's go time. Knock me down, so I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who go buzz them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our pace, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, it's why I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another win. You got the
be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Lane stealers only bring frustration to a team. The team will be at a disadvantage and players will not enjoy the match. We are also players, and we know the problem doesn't lie with the good players. Therefore, based on feedback, we created the lane pre-pick system. Players will choose the lanes they want to play before looking for a match. The system will take these preferences into account and find suitable matches so that everyone can enjoy the game. To combat lane stealers, everyone has a chance to create a better gaming environment by reporting them and making the Gorge a better place. With this system, finding a balanced team is no longer a problem, but a practice in innovation.
Fight right now. Danny going in the mid.
Well, confident by Bang. Bang doing the time damage from Danny as well. Taking up the Wenchi as well. Niap is looking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings tournament. Today, you have myself, Blam, and with me, who has been here since the past best of 3, those new joining in at home, I have Kin with me. How's it going, Kin? How are we feeling going into Game 2 of Day 2 already?
Oh, good. And of course, at this point, I think it's a beautiful day, right? The first game was such a nice introduction of today. And I think that's kind of set the tone for the game. Because there's going to be expectations. And like we mentioned before, Team Vitality kind of new to us on the stage itself. So, when we step into the Gorge later on, I'm going to have to kind of mentally prep myself for... I don't know, maybe we're going to get a surprise from Team Vitality, because that's one of the perks, right? When you don't know anything about a team that's coming in, they can bring you to a world of surprises where maybe they have the best jungler in the entire world, they have the best farm lane or even a clash lane. So it's interesting. And of course, they're going up against Foot Esports, who have shown they have the substance to bring it all the way as well. So I'm really curious to see how it's going to play out later.
Absolutely, but none of this would have been possible without our first sponsor, once again, Infinix. So do you know that the Infinix GT20 Pro is among the first smartphones to support Honor of Kings in 120 frames per second? If you think losing at 60 frames per second is bad, try losing 120 frames per second. Experience playing like the pros today on the Infinix GT20 Pro. But yeah, like you were saying, Kid, with Team Vitality, we only really know of 2 of the players that have played within Honor of Kings at any given time, and that was in KIC 2023 when Shanks and City Boy was on Stalwart Esports' org. So again, these 2 players have a lot of history. So since then till now, It's going to be really interesting to see if there's a massive improvement between these players or give any sort of knowledge for these players. But again, all the knowledge that those two players can try and pass on to Team Vitality is going to try and get them into the Esports World Cup, which is our second sponsor of the Season 2 Invitational. So all of these top 8 teams have the chance to get into not only knockout stages, but also qualify for the Esports World Cup, which will be taking place in July. And obviously, that's one of the biggest events of the year yet for Honor of Kings being part of the Esports World Cup and even the event as a whole. So again, really looking forward to seeing that. Really looking to see forward these teams play against that KPL Dream Team. That's going to be really interesting at the EWC MSI. But yeah, I think this is going to be a great litmus test for Team Vitality to go against Foot Esports, who were known as the top Turkey team in Season 1 Invitational.
Yeah, I think actually it's really apt, right? We're talking about Honor of Kings, and you know, EWC is going to be at Riyadh. It's actually called the Kingdom. So let's take a look at Foot Esports. In the meantime, we have Void, Artix, Snake, Lost, and Ryuga. These are the roster for the side of Foot Esports. They will be fielding these players, and hopefully will be taking this series against Team Vitality to put themselves a bit higher in the table of the team of 4 for Group A.
Yes, and here is their opponents, Team Vitality. We have Nighty, Shanks in the jungle, Highland in the mid lane, City Boy in the farm lane, and then Benji in the roam. We are going to be seeing, obviously, 2 of the big returning names from, obviously, the KIC, which is both Shanks and City Boy on this team. So, again, super excited. Obviously, EU representative, so I'm even more excited to see how our boys do on this stage. But a little bit for information for you there, Ken. On Foot Esports, they actually changed their jungler, Atix, who was their substitute, and he was previously on Besiktas Esports in Season 1 Invitational. So Lost, who is now playing on their farm lane, was Foot Esports' old jungler. So really interesting to see those two be, well, one, for Atix to take over the jungle rather than Lost, because he was a considerably really good jungler, to be honest, and then for Lost to go down into the farm lane.
Yeah, you know what? As a shoutcaster, I've seen a couple of role changes across professional players as well. And most of the time, when you see a roster change and a role change, it really makes the world's difference for a lot of the teams. And so this is going to be a testament to how strong the team is going to be on the side of Foot Esports, right? And now, I think if we put ourselves in the shoes of Lost and Artix, it's going to be quite business for them, right? Because now they're on the world stage, they're playing live in front of the audiences. For those of you that don't know, we are live at Sunway Velocity Mall in KL. So I think there's going to be a bit of a pressure coming in for the side of Foot Esports. Whether they can kind of overcome this pressure, I think that will be the challenge for Foot Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at that draft, it's a little bit of a different picture there that we normally see. Obviously, no Dolia to be seen on those first 2 bans. So whether the mermaid herself is actually going to grace herself onto the gorge is going to be really interesting in this game 1 between Foot Esports and Team Vitality. They do ban out the Pei and the Shangguan as well. So again, mid lane and jungle ban. There she is. Dolia comes through for the side of Foot Esports. And then over to the side of Team Vitality, we see that Mai Shiranui again hit by that ban hammer, and the Chow is a roam support hero that Team Vitality do not want to play against.
Yep, I mean, this is a pretty clean draft so far coming out from the side of Foot Esports, right? The moment you see a Dolia, you're expecting quite a lot of things because she has the Celestial Melody. That's going to be her ultimate, which refreshes the cooldown of the longest skill cooldown for the team. So, I'm kind of expecting like maybe a Lady Chen coming out from the side of Foot Esports, because with the Dolia ultimate, it is a really painful reset. But you can see here, it looks like they're gonna go Hainoa here, and Hainoa is one of the people that hate to play against in ranked games, and moreover, this is a professional game, right? With the Fate Rewind, it is almost unkillable for this mid laner, or maybe even jungler, right? So Hainoa is one of the people that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on for the side of Foot Esports.
Oh, we get that Dharma pick again, a pick that was coming through yesterday in day one, but wasn't actually the greatest coming through. So in terms of performance, it was 17% chosen, and the appearance rate and win rate for the Dharma pick so far into day one is 0%. So this Clash Lane hero has not been getting the love that he deserves, but we do get the Haino, who seems to be one of those resounding picks through a Season 2 Invitational, not only on the Southeast Asian teams, we get it on the Brazilian teams as well, normally played in the jungle or mid lane, or if you're taking the Chinese approach, it is up in that Clash Lane. But we are getting onto the second phase of the banning. Yari are getting banned out because they don't have their support on the side of Team Vitality just yet. We could still see something like the Sunbin, obviously synergy with the Kaiser could come through here for Benji on the side of Team Vitality, but Princess Frost and Zhou Yu are both being banned in the mid lane. So again, my Princess Frost, Zhou Yu all getting banned in that mid lane. Will we see a Ganamo come through on the side of Foot Esports, or are they going to go for flex the Haino into the mid lane?
I'm not sure, right? At this point, Team Vitality's strength, as you can see from the bans itself, they've taken out the Zhou Yu and as well as the Princess Frost, right? And the strength of these two heroes is actually damage over time. And one of the things that you will observe for the fight for Team Vitality is they take a while to get the kills because Kaiser doesn't offer that much damage. Most of the time, they will actually go with the tank build. So they're hoping that, you know, they mitigate the risk of having being outbursted or outdamaged by the likes of Zhou Yu as well as the Princess Frost. So they're pretty smart ban, and I like the fact that they actually pick up the Mortar, right? Mortar with the Cannon Blast as well as the Thing Inside the Box. Very good buying of time. Thing Inside the Box, obviously with the lockdown for the ultimate, will be able to catch majority of the cast on the side of Foot Esports. At the same time, it offers a lot of poke potential coming out. So that pairs and synergizes really well with the Arlie, right? Because she's able to weave in and weave out with umbrellas as well. So I like the thought process behind Vitality's draft so far. But the question is, are they accurate enough, right? Mortar isn't the most difficult hero to play, but when you're playing against a Haino and you're playing against a Dharma, they have skills that allow them to kind of reposition themselves. So it isn't
like
that
when the
easy
towers
to land your skill shot
goes
as
down
well.
and Haino goes throw in the ulti in time.
Yeah, I mean the Motsu we saw very
tower will
heavily
come back
yesterday
alive
being picked on all the
with a
teams.
combo of
We
Dolia
are
that
seeing
resets the
Lady Sun
ulti.
and
He can just
Musashi are
invisible.
fleshing out.
Like
Foot
they have
Esports,
unlimited
his
towers.
team come there towards the end, and correctly so, the Haino is down in the mid lane now for ourselves on the side of Foot Esports. So those later part bans have really kind of put them
and on the side of Vitality, it's very obvious they do not have enough burst.
Forcing the Musashi to come out, which
Even so,
has been a hero
Haino
that
is
we haven't
technically
seen
invincible
much in the
here.
jungle since for a while. I mean, day one, I don't feel like the Musashi came through that often. And then obviously Lady Sun has been that tried and tested farm lane hero that we've been seeing very heavily in the Season 2 Invitational.
Yep, you know, I actually have huge expectations for the Musashi. For those of you that are new to this game, Musashi has a first skill called Illuminating Slash, which when activated will be able to cancel out projectiles as well. This is also similar to the skill that Arlie offers. Right, so in this case, I think it really is the time
So the
of
high
the skills.
the
We'll
lineup,
see how it's going to be.
Dhamma,
Now we're going to go
Musashi,
into the game
Haino,
really
Sun,
soon.
Dolia.
Foot Esports against Vitality.
Against Mortar,
Both have their
Kaiser,
respective win
Billington,
conditions.
Adi,
And at this point, I really think it
Miami.
still comes down to
Hey, you can
they
see Shanks and City Boy, they didn't swap the
with the
heroes.
scaling
Not
of
sure is it a
enemy jungle
graphic
camp.
error or they have a role swap.
Yes, we'd like to think so, but again, nice to see that Atix has made his way onto the official roster of Foot Esports there. Again, probably one of my favorite junglers from Season 1 Invitational, so seeing him take the place of Lost is going to be really interesting to see how Lost forms and goes down into that farm lane as he plays that Lady Sun. Again, we all know, but those at home may not know, Lady Sun is more of a late game hero, so when it comes to Honor of Kings competitive, you really want to just get her fed up enough to the point where she has all her items, and that's where she starts to peel. But if it's anything like the teams we saw yesterday, we saw quite a lot of macro gameplay coming from the hero as well, where we saw likes of JR pushing the second tier turrets in either the farm lanes or the clash lanes pretty early on within that 6 to 7 minute mark as well. So again, this hero being used in different variety of ways.
Yeah, and as it stands now, I think both teams are pretty much even in terms of farm. And if we take a look at the map control, it is extremely clean from both sides, right? No invasions are allowed from either end of the jungle, but I think you can feel the pressure building a little bit towards the farm lane for Team Vitality, right? They're being able to pressure Snape a little bit out of the lane for the moment, which means that the rotations can be faster and can be, sooner than what they have.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at this
here we
point,
go. We get that rotation down to the bot lane from Rugar and Lost right now, helping out Hino. So again, we saw a little bit of a switch up in those lanes. So from the mid lane down to the farm lane, we saw the Hino going against the Ali, because again, when it comes to that long-range Ali hero, the Lady Sun falls pretty short against that. So we saw something very similar like this yesterday with one of the teams switching the Hino with their farm lane hero in those two lanes. So seeing them switch from mid down to farm is probably something that's more of a strategy, being able to keep Lady Sun from farming up as well, and making sure that she gets as much gold as she can in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, she does a little bit better against the Lady Sun as well. Because of the rolling rate, she's able to reposition herself, which kind of, lessens the damage that's offered by the flowing side from Highland itself.
Yes, indeed. Oh, okay. We're seeing those Emotsu potentials coming through on that skill one, that obnoxious stun that we all know and love within the competitive scene. Again, it's going to be something that's really great when it comes to going against the likes of the Musashi trying to get in onto your backline, and also stopping the Dharma coming through as well. Obviously, Hino has the CC immunity from his ultimate that's going to stop that coming through and trying to get potential. But, oh, Mayin was very stuck into the thick of it there, but not getting any kills onto the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, but showing you glimpses, right? The Mayin 90 actually able to make quite a bit of impact against that mid lane push itself. So I think that puts into perspective how scared Lost is going to be. He's going to be really concerned about his positioning, because at any point of time when 90 comes in with the whatever, it's going to be a huge risk. And when it's combined and put into combination with Highland's ultimates, with the Disruptive Deluge, or even the flowing side into Ocean of Tears, you get locked down. And when you have additional support in Benji with the Cannon Blast, it's a very, very precarious situation for Vitality. Understand the lead they have at this point. They have the superior poke, so they're able to kind of zone and kite out to esports at this moment.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a fight here for the Tyrant, and Vitality are definitely securing it. City Boy able to claim the first Tyrant of the game between Foot Esports in game one. But here is Dharma coming through. Void was able to get the Mayin locked down, as well as the Lady Chen. Oh my days, Foot Esports. So again, Team Vitality able to pick up that Tyrant, but they do lose 2 lives in that mid lane. 1 kill going up to Rugar, which again was probably just a mistake of basic attack onto from the Dolio, which obviously didn't really need to get it. But then we saw the Dharma getting the kill as well. So nicely played there by Foot Esports, really putting the pressure onto Team Vitality right now.
Yeah, what a pace though. If you take a look at that, they have taken the with ease at this point. I mean, yes, they don't have the
well, it's even more sick.
So
You all see the better stuff coming out from MVP. They just make no chances.
But they're leading slightly in the
both Hino and Dolia are
might
also
be in for
on
a nasty surprise here.
What you call it? Purify.
Yeah, no, Snape is definitely, there is a delay of an inevitable engage here from the Ali and the Motsu, it seems, down into the farm lane. But again, they have the Vanguard there to aid Snape, but now to aid Snape is Ryuga and Lost on the rotation, as well as Atix. But they've got to be careful, because they've City Boy and Highland have both noticed that their mid lane and their jungler is missing. The enemy jungler doesn't know where they are because they have no intel on it. But again, it seems to be all bubbling around this mid lane. It's definitely a contrast to what we were seeing between Kagendra and Team Secret. There seems to be a lot more tit for tat in these brawls. A less aggression, more of a slow burn-in. But speaking of slow burn-in, that CC immune comes through for the high note ult there to escape that 2v1 between Shanks, Benji, and Snape.
Yeah, so they actually force out the fate rewind onto Snake, which means that he's gonna be out of his ultimate for a little bit. And at this point, this opens the doors up for Vitality, right? They can choose to be a little bit more aggressive as well. And this is why you see them, you know, and position to make a play on the bot lane as well. With that.
Oh, okay. There's the Musashi going in, knocking up the Motsu. He's only able to escape with such little health, but then Ali manages to pick up the Dolia as well. So that was a 1-1-1-0 trade so far, but they do pick up the turret as well. They are still not done. Team Vitality have definitely been given the vitals into the game again. Thanks for taking that farm lane turret. However, Dharma was able to capitalize on the absence of the Mayin in the Clash lane, able to take the first tier turret in that Clash lane, and they are still not done. There is still a storm brewing, but it all seems to clear as of now.
Yeah, you can start to see the cracks in terms of Foot's draft, right? So the moment Musashi dies, they don't actually have a lot of tankiness within their lineup, and this forces them to disengage from fights pretty much as soon as the Musashi dies, right? And if you take a look at what's happening here, CT Boy just doing a lot of work at this point. He is everywhere around the jungle camps on the side of Foot Esports, and he has successfully stolen so many camps, especially the buffs as well. And here we go. Shanks actually just gets out, doesn't even need to commit any of these battle spells at this point.
Literally just using himself as a human ward, it seems there. He's just like, yeah, I'll pop my parasol in a nearby brush, but then I will go and see what is going on in that Clash lane, see if there is a way in for both Benji and Shanks. But definitely a tactical retreat there on the side of Team Vitality. They don't want to lose any more kills or any more gold to Foot Chaos because it is very, very tight, and they only have a very small lead on the side of Team Vitality in terms of that gold. It is a couple of hundred, which is not where you want to be going into this 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you know, even at this point, 8.5 minutes, we haven't actually seen a full-fledged team fight just yet. And here we go, that's a knockup as Snake gets caught out.
Okay, so Tyrant gets picked up by Atix on the side of Foot Chaos there. So again, they are able to pick up their own jungle objective this time around because the first one did go over to Team Vitality, which is going to aid them going into this next Overlord or team fight that may be brewing here between Foot Esports and Team Vitality. But again, this just really shows the difference between the regions and how they play, because this is not something we saw between Team Secret or Kagendra. They were two different forces, and right now Team Vitality taking the other Overlord for themselves, hopefully to try and get some of these lanes pushed, because I feel like that's where they are doing their weakest. Currently, almost 10 minutes in, both teams only have one turret, but now we're seeing a barrage of attacks onto Void. Shanks takes down Void as well with the help of City Boy. They may not be done because they have taken the Clash lane turret. They are looking with their eyes on the prize, which seems to be the mid lane first tier turret as well. But there's no stopping them. They are looking to help themselves to that Sage buff onto the side of Foot Esports right now. There is a lot of damage, a lot of team fights going on. Mayin takes down Foot Snape. So we see the Hino falls. That is a 1-2-0 trade overall, because if we include the Dharma, even though it's a little bit later on within that whole interaction, it was still 2 kills picked up by Team Vitality overall.
Given the team composition.
They almost
yes, Mayani has very huge damage, but it shouldn't be sufficient to kill
right? So
off
Vitality,
Kino.
they're winning really small engages across the map, and you know, this translates into the itemization as well. I'm very focused onto Arlie at this point, Daybreaker along with the Eastern Blade and Crimson Reaper. That is insane attack speed and crit chance as well as critical damage as well, and he's going to be a force to take care of at this point. At the same time, Dawn Light onto the mortar. He's going for more defensiveness along with the Radiance as well. He wants to give vision to the team. And as of now, I think Vitality playing that poke position a little bit better than what we have on with esports.
Yeah, that was a nice little tactic there from 90, just checking those phase bushes around the Tyrant, because again, if it was any other sort of unsuspecting team, a little bit team of less experience, they would have had the Dharma just sitting in that brush as they potentially would have gone for the Tyrant, and then Dharma would have come through and cleaned up, but Mayim was there to stop that, thankfully. But again, it seems like this may be where we get a team fight. Snape goes down. Shanks is absolutely killing it on the Ali right now. Kaiser into the back of the line there, trying to soak up a lot of damage. We see Dharma doing quite a bit of damage onto Modsu as well, but there's a lot popping off here for Team Vitality. Taking a double kill is 90, and they take the first tier turret as well. They are taking all the prizes going into that 12-minute mark of the match.
Yeah, Vitality, they're just better at this point because, what can I say? 99,
so
right? At this point, Mayim is making such good plays, pincering in from the backlines as well, and they reward themselves with the tier 3 in the middle. Now, the map is for the kids. Everything is, you know, up for your choice, right? It's grocery shopping for the side of Vitality.
Absolutely, just putting one in the bag. There we go. So there goes Rugar. There goes another kill. It was a buy one, get one free, clearly, in that mid lane. There was a special, there was a promotion, and Vitality took full use of that promotion there, running it all the way down to the high ground turret as well. This is definitely was a slow burning start for the first part of the match. Obviously, we saw that FUT Esports was able to get 2 kills on the board, but now we see that answer for Team Vitality. They're not here for the KDA, they're here for the objectives, they're here for taking the opportunity at the right moment, and definitely that engage in mid lane was too good to be missed out by Team Vitality.
Yep, and it's hard, right, for the fans of FUT Esports. If you take a look at the itemization by the Musashi itself, he's actually doing quite good work. He has the Blood Rage with the 4-stars Embrace as well as the Blazing Cape, so he is tanky. But at this point, there's so much damage coming out from the RD that it's hard to ignore. Right, at the same point of time, Mayim with the X of Torment and Pure Sky, he gets the damage reduction, he gets the armor pierce as well, has the Cuirass of Savagery, so every time he gets damage, he gets increased movement speed, and here we go, City Boy just going to town!
Yeah, this is the problem with the pick like Kaiser. He can soak so much damage, and they don't even have a Dolier on their side, on the side of Team Vitality. So imagine only if they did, that would be a lot more fatal, a lot more spongy than he normally is. But City Boy is definitely playing that Kaiser in a very effective manner right now. Great push there in the Clash lane. It's already pretty low, halfway for that second tier turret in the Clash lane right now, as those Shadow Vanguards are spawning as well. So we can only see more aggression being pumped up here in these lanes for Team Vitality. Kaiser getting stuck in onto the Dolier, but nobody here to respond. We see Mayim and Lady Chen already coming from the left side, and we have Mayim in the back taking FUT Esports' red buff. So not only is Ali going to have more damage now, Atix is going to be losing out on that red buff also. So down goes the second tier turret in the Clash lane. They are looking for that higher ground turret now in the Clash lane for the side of Team Vitality. There is that stun from Modsu as well. Mayim got a little bit too stuck in, but down goes that higher ground turret. No, they keep onto it ever so slightly. Team Vitality just not quite getting that grand prize to enable those stronger minions within that Clash lane. But again, that second come through now with the engage of that Shadow Vanguard down into the farm lane. Mayim is getting stuck in down there as well. Kaiser all getting laid onto Atix. Down goes Musashi, so no more focus onto the backline for Team FUT Esports, as they are pretty much being whittled down to 2 members right now. Dharma trying to do much of effective with those billions of fists, trying to keep them off that crystal of game 1, but Team Vitality taking a clean late game victory from FUT Esports.
Yeah, brutal. I mean, that is the word that I have to describe Team Vitality with. What a brutal performance. They really held them on by the throat and just crushed them at this point. So, for Team Vitality, if we were, unsure about what their standards are, welcome, because Team Vitality, one of the teams we have to keep our eyes on. What a tremendous performance for the first game as well,
such a
and
bad
definitely going to put
performance.
themselves on the world stage, on the map for us to take notice of.
Absolutely. We saw that Foot Esports kind of had their foot, to lack their better words, slammed in the door after that early game start, as we saw in game one. But Team Vitality definitely answered back very quickly there. I think it's all definitely down to the draft. We were seeing a little bit of a draft difference there. Kaiser has obviously always been one of those tried and tested heroes, especially when you need that tanky hero on your team. He is there to sponge all that damage, especially once he starts getting all those defensive items coming for him. And then not to only mention that, his ultimate just allows him to take even more damage. So if you use that hero super effectively like Team Vitality did, you can really set up the best of plays. Like we saw, mid lane was looking completely fresh on the side of Foot Esports, and then all of a sudden, just one engage from Team Vitality. That mid lane was see ya, bye, gone, sayonara.
Yeah, and to pair it up, yeah, he actually gets the Dragon Rage and the Eye of the Phoenix as well. So his sustain is really insane. When he procs his ultimate, right, he essentially is unkillable. And what happens when you have a man standing in front for the team? He gives you the reassurance, he gives you the stability, and you know, the ladies here are gonna just capitalize on it. The RD Shanks doing, you know, tremendous work with the space that they bought. And there was just a huge shield given by CT Boy as well as Benji, allowing Highland and Shanks to really just go all in with regards to the skills, with regards to the auto attacks, and more importantly, I think my personal MVP of the game, 90, doing so much work with the whatever, jumping in at the perfect times. Like, sure, you have the Fate Rewind from Snape, you know, they rewind the tower health, they get the tankiness from him as well, but what happens when you all get caught in one instance by 90, you know, and when you get caught, you give Shanks about, what, 1.5 seconds? He is more than delighted to, oblige to this request that, hey, can you hit me more? And Shanks obliged to that request, right team.
Yep, he definitely supplied the demand there for those basic attacks on the early. But like you were saying, 90 had a fantastic performance on the Maiyin. We have those two different kind of Maiyin players where they will very much stick in the lane for quite some times. And then you have the version that 90 played where very much roaming, being used as a human ward just to give vision to his team, like we saw him spot out the Dharma towards that Tyrant fight, which was probably for the better, because if you walked into that Tyrant fight unsuspected, that would have gone completely south for the side of Team Vitality. But if you're looking at the damage here, so 95k and 90k by the mid and the farm lane on the side of Team Vitality, and the only person to get close to that on Foot Esports was Snape with that 73.9k damage, and then obviously a Lady Sun with the 65.5k, because when it comes down to it, into the nitty-gritty, the whole thing that functioned on the team of Foot Esports was the fact that Void and Atix was meant to be used as the front line, and then Snape and Lost was able to, should have been just dealing the damage. But again, there just was no late game. Lady Sun just didn't have the time to activate.
Yeah, so if you take a look at it, right before we change to this screen, you take a look at Foot Esports, their team fight rate, right, was about 100%. And if you take a look at what's happening towards the later stages of the game, around the 10-minute mark, that is where Team Vitality kind of snowballed their potential, right? And simply because they didn't allow Foot Esports to farm at all. It was just, hey, we're ready to fight, let's just keep fighting. So the entirety of Foot Esports had to fight for their lives literally the whole game. There was no time to farm, there was no time to recover any of the differences, differentiation. And you know, the MVP, as we all know, it's gonna be Shanks here, just doing a lot of work for the team, the hardest worker, but his job was made so much easier with the help of his teammates as well. Very brilliant performance, like you mentioned, 95,000 damage. I'll be proud of that any day as a farm lane, but I don't really play farm lane. But nonetheless, Shanks, really give him a good shanking there, you know, taking the daggers into their hearts at this point. So let's take a look at the highlights of Shanks' gameplay and overall for Team Vitality as well.
Yeah, as you said, it gave him a good shanking. For those of the UK or dwelling of the UK would know exactly what that means. But here we are, just what we thought was going to be a little bit of a stomp here for Foot Esports in the early game, where they got those two kills on the board. Seemed to have a little bit of a stronger rotation. in the early game, we definitely saw a huge response from Team Vitality all the way through to it, because here, that's when the City Boy was able to be activated on that Kaiser, just giving such clear obstruction to the enemy team, trying to get onto the back line of that Ali of the Lady Chen as well. But it was just so unfortunate. They were just not able to get there. The Dharma just was always body blocked by the Kaiser going into the entire of that whole game. And just like we saw in that mid lane fight there, just absolutely decimating it. It was a bit of a slow burning start for Team Vitality, but here is that game-winning replay there, taking the crystal with the help of the Vanguard, wiping out everybody but Dolia. I think that is a fantastic staple game one to have in the entire tournament, because again, we haven't seen Team Vitality play. This is the first time we've seen them play, and it is a fantastic way to finish that first game.
Yeah, normally when we see a Dolia, we're very worried about the draft itself, but Team Vitality, they had a very good plan, right? And now, if you're looking for a good plan to have, let me share with you how you can make your life a little bit better. We have the Season 2 Creation Party. You can actually go to HOK Creation. We're looking for content creators in the Gorge as well. You'll do your best to make your life a little bit more colorful. Both in-game and in real life as well. There are rewards for you for taking part in this particular exercise as well. I hope to see you guys give us some beautiful contents that we can share across the world as well. So if you're interested, you are a creative, you want to get your art and artistry out into the world itself, do take a look at the creation program we have for creators all over the world.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm part of that as well. So it is a fantastic little tool. That Hawk Studio is great. It gives you all the assets for you creating content. Again, you have clear access to win rates for the servers as well. So plenty of information to make the best, most informed, but fun content for Honor of Kings. And that's the best way we learn, is with all this great content coming through for such a great game. But again, speaking of great games, game one between Team Vitality and Foot Esports was nothing short than a great game. It's going to be really interesting to see what Foot Esports can do in a draft of game 2. Yes, so going into the draft of game 2 here. So again, we're just waiting to see what Foot Esports are able to do here to try and reclaim a best of 3, because so far we have not had a best of 3 in day 2. I mean, if I remember correctly, game 2 yesterday was our first best of 3 between All Gamers Global and RA Esports. So is it going to be the same fashion today, where match 2 is going to be a full best of 3 between Foot Esports and Team Vitality? I think here is where that's all going to start to come into fruition here. But Team Vitality banning out Hino and the Chow straight away, and then Foot Esports are taking out the Dolia themselves, maybe missing out on that second ban, or is that just a bit of an error we're seeing right here on the broadcast? Hopefully they don't miss out on a second ban, because we know how important bans can be in these games.
Yeah, they will not. It will actually get the pay into the ban as well. So at this point, I think we might be open to a couple of interesting picks.
Seems like for FUT side, they are playing very slow. That's why they are afraid of those faster tempos.
Out of this hero itself. Now, Mai, as we all know, offers very huge burst. So I think Team Foot Esports has to be really careful about the initial stages of the game. And they're going to try and counter this with the Angela as well. Angela, of course, offers huge bursts, huge stuns as well. And they are going to pick up their own mining at this point from the side of Foot Esports. So we're looking at good mobility, good stuns, and good bursts as well coming out from Foot Esports. But now you have Kaiser coming into the playground for the side of Team Vitality. Similar to game 1, he's going to be one of the beats that you have to deal with,
felt like the coach is very anxious
on
the side of FUT.
And once again, Shanks back onto the RD. Is this a mistake by Foot Esports allowing RD into the hands of Shanks again?
I mean, I would like to say it is, but there we go. We actually have a new hero gracing us in the farm lane. This was a particular big pickup within the open series, it was Hu Yi coming through onto the side of Foot Esports. Again, this is a hero that has aggressive attack speed. His whole passive is about getting extra basic attacks onto his basic attacks. So we pimped you out with more basic attacks with Ho Yi. But not only that, he has that stun from downtown, and the further his arrow travels, the longer the duration of your stun is. So again, if you can land this onto the Mai, if you can land it onto the Ali, or even you can do a non-starter CC onto the Kaiser. So if Kaiser is looking for that huge engage for his team to start, and then Hu Yi just pops that arrow from a far distance, it just stops Kaiser in his tracks, which could then really show for Foot Esports to then and basically take the helm onto this game 2 advantages with the Hu Yi, and obviously the Angela being a direct counter to the Mai in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they ban out the Byron as well as the Elaine, because these two heroes are the ones that will have the easiest access into the backlines to catch out this Ho Yi, right? So I think it's pretty clever that they have taken out these two heroes, you know, just lessen the risk that Lost will be caught when he plays his Ho Yi. On the flip side is going to be the Tun ban as well as the Zhuangzi ban as well, right? So they want to get rid of the NPCC properties because they want to be able to catch this Ho Yi and even this Angela at times if they're able to get the snap surprise knockup, especially coming in from the Mai Shiranui, right? And we've already seen Highland very proficient in the mid lane. We have seen the performance of his Lady Chen in game 1. Now let's see how he's going to perform with the Mai Shiranui in game 2.
Yeah, like you say, Lady Chen had a huge 100% appearance yesterday, and so far I believe she's been made the 100% appearance so far today, because again, just like Luang on Team Secret, he played Mai in the first game and then took it over to Lady Chen in the second game. So kind of a bit of a reversal here on the side of Team's Vitality, showing you a little bit of a utility mage, and now he's going to show you all the flash, all the glitz and glam. But speaking of glitz and glam, the Team Comp has been fleshed out with a Yaria actually gracing the Gorge for the first time on Team Vitality, and they take the Dharma themselves. So again, we're going to see 90 playing the Dharma, which we played against in game 1. But over to the side of Foot Esports, they do have the Zhang Fei, which is also going to be their own foot into the door when it comes to claiming these great engages with such a beast of a hero.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried, right? Because when you see a Yaria, it literally means you have 1.5 lives on a person that he chooses to use his ultimate on, right? So it's called a Verdant Protector, and at this point, any person that Benji jumps on is going to make the world's difference, right? Because if you take a look at Dharma, take a look at Kaiser, you take a look at Arlie, or even Mai for that matter, that's a lot of hit points, a lot of shield you have to work past, and in the meantime, any one of these members can actually deal a ton of damage when you're fighting straight into their face.
Yeah, the Yaria is going to be an interesting one to see how Team Vitality play this little hero lady, the one that latches onto the other heroes on your team, obviously offering shield, offering little 1 second knockups, but in Honor of Kings, 1 second is just basically the equivalent of a 2.5 second stun, a 5 second stun in any other games. But again, one we didn't actually notify and make a huge deal about, which is probably one of my favorite jungle picks when we do see in competitive, especially on the likes of Atix, is that Jing. So again, pre-broadcast we was on about why I was a little bit frustrated on the Doom pick yesterday, is because obviously it's not the flashiest, it gets the job done, it soaks the damage, kind of like the Kaiser does, but Blam loves his flashy heroes in that jungle, and I'm glad we get to see Jing come through for Foot Esports, and especially on Atix, because in Season 1 he played Lamb very well and played these nimble heroes in the jungle to extreme playstyles.
I like this aggression from Foot Esports right now. Right off the bat, 90 already pushed out of the lane, and all Void has to do at this point is just to freeze the wave and he will have the level advantage going up against 90. They're gonna try and make a little bit of a difference by seeing the ball cams on the top side of the map. I think they have done it, so there is a slight level and EXP advantage going to the Mindfreer move.
Yeah, seeing Rugar all the way up into the clash lane rather than in the farm lane helping out the Angela is very interesting. But again, Angela has the distance. She can clear those minion waves without any Zhongfei there. So giving it over to the Mayin is probably the best bet, especially going against Dharma in that early game. We saw that 90 almost got caught out in that 2v1 though, so he has to be careful. He cannot underestimate Foot Esports after even getting a clean win towards that mid to late game in game 1. I think a level of underestimation cannot be put here against the top 1 Turkish team in Honor of Kings.
Yeah, you know what? I'm waiting for one thing only, and I'm waiting for Artix to just come in with the mirror domain, right? That's the one that I'm so curious, because when you see a godlike team player, you know, the iframe usage is especially insane. It's very flashy as well. So I'm hoping we have a superstar performance coming from Artix.
Yes, I hope so too. I hope so too. To be picking up these flashy hero picks in the jungle, but again, we are seeing a little bit more of an engage here on the clash lane. Kaiser is probably in the right place at the right time to give backup to 90 up in this clash lane. But still, nothing comes of it. This is very reminiscent of game 1, where we had such a slow burning start. We had to wait till the Tyrant came up before we got any kills in the game 1. So again, I think we're going to see a little bit of copy pasta this time around between these two teams, because again, if Vitality are able to take a 2-0, it's very troublesome for Foot Esports, so they have to play careful, they have to play very considerate, and there goes Hui's ultimate just completely passing us by, unfortunately not landing onto anybody, because if that did land onto either Shanks or Benji, that could have been crucial for a great engage for Foot Esports to take up the first blood.
Yep, exactly. And at this point, I think I just want to mention something about Highland. Highland has been consistently pressuring the ball camp coming in to Foot Esports' jungle on the top side, and he has taken it, I think, 2 or 3 times already in the space of this 3-minute game time. And it's working out because he's delaying the experience as well.
Yes, absolutely. He's definitely trying to cut it off from the Jing, because again, this is a hero that definitely needs those items to deal more damage, and when it comes to a hero like Kaiser, damage is all you can really count on to try and just delete that health bar that he has. That's just so so chunky when he goes in with his ultimate form as well. So definitely the reason why we're seeing that chokehold on that gold resource is because we don't want to give it over to Jing, and we don't want to be giving it over to Ho Yi, so we can get all those items to make the basic attacks hit even harder.
That's right. So for Lost itself, I think the win condition for Foot Esports is, can we get the gold funnel into this farm lane? Right? And at this point, once he's strong enough, they just need to provide the shield, and that's where Ryoga comes in, right? As long as he gets the Unbridled Outburst at the correct time, he buys them time to really get the stuns in and get the damage in as well. And I think that was a little bit of a preemptive blazing brilliance coming in from the Angela, so, you know, they might have to delay this Tyrant take in the meantime.
Yeah, we could kind of see what Zhongfei and Foot Esports was up to in that little engage. They were really hoping that the strangled team Vitality would go into that wall, because again, that's a big real estate for Zhongfei to use that Unbridled Rage. He would have got plenty of crucial crowd control there. But here we go. Speaking of crowd control, First Blood is beautifully finessed with the combo of Ho Yi and Angela. So Snake picking up First Blood in game 2 for Foot Esports. So again, back-to-back First Blood really shows that this team still has the capability to take a win off Team Vitality. It's just all about that crucial mid and late game. They do take the first Tyrant again. Blazing Brilliance doing a lot of damage onto the side of Team Vitality as well, so they've got to be careful. They've got to get that health back somehow.
Yeah, I think it's so cool, right? That the fact that, you know, the name of Hoi's ultimate is called Burning Sun Arrow, and they literally burn the life points out of Shanks in that particular engagement itself. So Shanks now has to be really careful, because now there are 3 members going down. In the meantime, they're trying to have a Mexican standoff between Void and 90, right? But the main objective here is buying time. Can they get the kills on the farm lane on the bot? Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at all that damage down in the farm lane, but nobody's still yet to be picked off. Shanks has to be careful. The Paracel is in safe distance under the turret, but was just seeing if he could bait anybody to come back to him. That is the high-risk, high-reward playstyle of that Arlie. However, Team Vitality are going to get that first tier turret in the Clash lane, it seems. They just need those minions to rock around. Go on, hit it with your hammer, homeboy. Get that Clash lane turret for Team Vitality. There we go. So first turret, they didn't get first blood, but got first turret. So again, a first for Team Vitality is probably something good to be held onto here in terms of losing all those first things like the lost first Tyrant, the lost first blood. They don't want to be losing first turret and the Overlord as well. So we may see a play for the Overlord be played here because we see a lot of presence here in the mid lane. Mai sitting in the bush just waiting for the unsuspected victim, waiting for Angela to use the Blazing Brilliance probably, but it seems like they're going to reset and hopefully take that farm lane turret. But no, Dharma is definitely saying, teleportation mechanics, homeboy. I will be down there to help you not take that farm lane turret first.
Yeah, let's take a look at the growth so far. Crimson Reaper into the hands of the Holy already. Probably looking at Eternity Blade being the second item. In the meantime, Angela already has the Stone of Sorcery and the Savant's Wrath as well. So there is good damage and DOT for them. At this point, I think it looks a little bit better for Vitality though, because if you take a look at what they have the lifesteal coming out from the Maya, so Insatiable Tome, as well as the Stone of Sorcery. So there is a little bit of burst coming up from Highland, and at the same point of time, we do have the support items fully completed. So it's going to be the Crimson Shadow going into Redemption. So this Yaria is also able to provide so many shields going in for massive team fights as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely having the right items being itemized against Foot Esports, but now we are seeing a little bit of a struggle. It could have been a lot worse for Team Vitality if they were able to get caught out by that Unbridled Rage, but speaking of getting caught out, 90 gets taken down by Atix on the side of Foot Esports, so another kill being taken over to the side of Foot, but now we see a callback. Highland is taken down. Atix, they have no jungle. Kaiser is into the thick of it, taking a lot of damage. It falls as well, thanks to Lost dealing so much damage onto the Kaiser there, but is that going to be a worthy trade, taking that mid lane turret for 2 lives? I would argue that that is a good trade for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, and it's really something, I think, for esports fans, it is getting kind of irritating, right? Every time the team makes a good play, Vitality just manages to one-up them every single time. Right, and at this point, Foot Esports, they're not doing anything wrong or doing anything bad. It's just Vitality is always one step ahead of them. And I think at this point, Foot Esports needs to get into the minds of Team Vitality, kind of figure out, hey, what are they actually trying to, get at with their plays? Are they actually trying to get the kills, or are they just, buying and boarding time so that they're able to take the objectives like the turrets or the neutral objectives like the Tyrant or the Overlord as well, right? Because as it stands now, Vitality, they're just having much better map control compared to what Foot Esports is offering at this point.
Yeah, I think you surmised that pretty accurately, to be honest, because we're seeing that Team Vitality from Game 1 into Game 2 are not caring about the KDA. Yes, they finished with more kills in Game 1, but they are more so all over those objectives. Not quite so much in Game 2 in terms of the jungle objectives, but turret-wise, they've hammered the side lanes, whereas Foot Esports have not had an opportunity to try and take any turrets yet. So again, having those turrets taken down just means that you have less of a safe space to go back to if you are Foot Esports, and it gives you, if you are on the side of Team Vitality, a great pressure to be had there. So when it comes to these jungle objectives, you've got to consider when you're on the side of Foot Esports, whether you're being pushed, whether you're having a macro play going against you right now. But there we go, Hu Yi's ultimate just got nullified by Ali there, the completely just shutting down Hu Yi's blazing sun arrow there. So unfortunately for them, they're not going to set up any sort of playmaking, but Mai is just trying to bait them into the team fight a little bit further. We see the Kaiser is stuck into it, taking loads of damage. Yaria is on top of Shanks as well. takes him down. Down goes Void. Void and Ryuga looking pretty low, and Atix as well. Double kill going over to Shanks. So what looked like one farm lane starting off a fantastic engage was definitely turned around, spun around by a Parasol, completely negated by the Ali. So well played to Vitality Shanks for picking up that double kill there.
Yep, exactly. And this is why you take control of the map, right? This is why you take more turrets. It's better to focus on the map control because it allows you so much space. And if you take a look at it, Shanks is already at level 13, right? So he's 3 levels ahead of Ryuga, which is why he's able to do so much damage at the same time. And to make matters worse, no, Shanks has Frenzy. So with the additional damage, the additional life steal, additional defense as well, it's very hard to come up against Shanks. And with the main pulldowns, he's able to kind of like mitigate every single range projectile coming in.
Yeah, I feel like even though Ali was selected a little bit earlier in the draft, the Hu Yi kind of countered the Kaiser in terms of the damage. We're seeing that City Boy is taking a lot more damage thanks to the Hu Yi, but regardless, Ali is the direct counter, especially like you say with the Maple Dance being able to just cancel projectiles. So again, it's trying to save face on the side of Foot Esports. And speaking of saving face, they do lose their second tier turret in that mid lane. This seems to be a Team Vitality MO. They're all about focusing that mid lane, and we know how crucial it is, Ken.
Yeah, it is. So once again, look at what they're doing. They're buying time, right? So now the entire jungle on the side of Foot Esports is open for the taking. They have time to traverse the map. Look at what kind of objectives they can achieve, be it taking the buffs or just managing the waves so that it's always synced up, right? So 3 lanes are pushing at the exact same time. So there's no way you can ignore protecting your turret as well, which is also very difficult to deal with because when there's a major objective like the Overlord, and for now it's already past the 10-minute mark, Shadow Overlord as well, it's a huge objective to give up. And Foot Esports, they have to choose, right? What do I want to give? It's not even about can I fight this, it's what do I want to give? Do I want to give a tier 3 turret, or do I want to give away the Shadow Overlord? And at this point, it's a very clear option that they don't have any options. They have to give it away.
Yeah, I feel like Vitality have just kind of like strangled Hold'em into the only place that they were kind of sort of stabilizing him, which was that gold difference, which is now completely just evaporated from the side of Foot Esports. Okay, Mai managing to finesse that, but is she going to be able to finesse the inevitable? She takes down Highland, but that is going to be called back by 90, taking out Void, and we are going to be seeing a huge clash here. I don't even think if Angela's positioning is going to do her any justice. It hasn't. She's just been able to escape, but not do anything else. That is a 3-1 trade for Team Vitality, looking at getting these minions to these higher ground turrets. Unfortunately, there is no minion wave there in the mid or the clash lane, but we do have that Vanguard rocking around now to just greet all these higher ground turrets in this game too. So this could potentially be the curtain call here for Foot Esports, as we see that City Boy is just no stranger to being stuck into the thick of it right now, as he's still there, still committed to it. We see Angela go down. We see that
because of
there's so much going on here. Double kill for City Boy as the Crystal has been harassed by Team Vitality, taking a 2-0 victory from Foot Esports in day 2.
Oh my goodness, our French counterparts here, Team Vitality showing up. It's a clean 2-0 for them, and I think there was very little doubt from the start of the game, right? The moment Shanks hit his item timings, it was pretty hard to fight against him. At the same time, with the Verdun Protector coming in from the Yarya, I don't think there was any options for the side of Foot Esports. They had a very valiant effort. I think they did the best they could. They were trying to get as many kills as possible, but you know what happens is when you're too focused on achieving one particular outcome, you kind of lose the sense of the other things you need to achieve as well. And you know, they were just out macro this entire match. So very strong performance by Team Vitality. Once again, as I've said in game 1, if you don't know who they are, well, welcome to Team Vitality. They are a name you cannot miss.
Absolutely, and I'm very happy for the EU representatives to take a clear 2-0 victory there from Foot Esports.
Thank you so much, casters. Now we're back with the winning team here. It's coming
They're all
out from Team Vitality. Give it up to Team Vitality. Just won a landslide just now, guys. Woo! Now I need the mic towards Island. Can we pass the mic? 你要中文，你不讲中文啊你？Okay, Highland, I know you can speak Chinese. I know you can speak English. What other language can you actually speak? What like the languages you actually do speak?
I speak Chinese.
And English.
English.
Don't say you don't know English now. Okay, now since you guys, I think is the most varied team from different backgrounds. You yourself can speak English and Chinese. There's also France players. There's also some Germany players. So there's so many background variety from your end. How do you guys keep it together? How are the comms going for the team? 随便。
就是我们这边4个人说中文，然后有一个只能说英文，所以我们我们2个人能说英文，我们要2个人试着跟他沟通。可是如果他能说中文的话，我相信我们能平推任何一个队伍。
哪一位可以讲英文？你跟你讲有2位可以讲英文。
我和旁边这位能说英文。
So basically what happened was if they need the communication going, usually you use English, right? So they were probably going to use English and there's only 2 of them to use English. And speaking of which, if anything, a miscommunication, you have to sort it out. Now back to it, the team captain yourself. So it comes to strategy. How do you sort the strategy without misunderstanding?
And is it because
比如来
his
说，你
team
们要试试你们的
doesn't
战略
have
的话，
a jersey
可
that
能
can
你
fit
们的
his
沟
size?
通有一点误会或者听不
So
懂
he's，wearing
那
an
你
official
怎么
T-shirt.
解决那个问题？
就是我们会教他一些中文，对，因为我们没办法让全部人说英语。
没办法，因为你们的 coach， 你们的教练员也是讲中文的，是吧？
也是中文。
So basically, they have to teach them Chinese if they want to test out some new strategies and have to sort things out. Even though the other party or the other teammate cannot understand English, they will have to teach Chinese. How long does it take for you to implement some strategy just to make sure everybody is on the same page? 对，需要多久？
其实很久，我们刚组的时候就有这种问题，然后到现在还有中文，没办法。
最久是那么多久？大概要多久 ？How long？
我觉得我们这次打完就可以了。
As long as they're done, they did it. It's okay. 虽然不是完美，你还是可以，对吗？就是现在你们对观众们有什么要说吗？
请大家支持我们。
That's it. Support them, guys, because Team Vitality is the most varied teams out there. I have so many respect for you guys. Good luck, all the best, and thank you so much, Team Vitality. That's going to be Highland for the captain, but we're going to toss it back to the casters to have next series and the post-stat of the match.
And there we have it. We hear from Highland, their team coach, well, not team coach, but at least their the shot seems as they seem to have trouble with communication because obviously everyone bar one of their teammates doesn't speak Chinese, so they're trying to teach him Chinese. So that is probably a task in its own. So to perform that well on stage, but then also trying to teach your teammates a different language is definitely something that I don't envy being in the situation of, because that would be immense pressure. But they did not crack, they did not falter. They took a 2-0 victory from the top Turkish team of FUT Esports.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? If they don't speak the same verbal language, I think there's a universal language that everyone understands, no matter where you're coming from, and that is the language of winning. So Team Vitality, they have the winning strategy so far. They have the winning formula, and I expect big things from them going into the following days for the group stages, the knockout stages as well. Now, that concludes the game between Foot Esports and Team Vitality. What a performance, of course, by Team Vitality. We are going to move ahead. I think I'm very curious to talk about Shanks this entire game, right? If you take a look at what Shanks did, he has been absolutely phenomenal with the Doomsday, with the Eternity Blade, and the Crimson Reaper as well. Just these 3 items, even without the other 2 marksman items itself, he was already dealing a ton of damage, right? And of course, we take a look at Highland. I think Highland did a very good job of maintaining, number one, composure, but also give information to the team for Team Vitality when he was invading into the jungle camps on the side of Foot Esports. So stealing those boar camps, it might seem like a very small thing to newer players, but every instance of a stolen camp reduces the growth of Arctics on that thing, right? So the Mirror Blade didn't have a lot of farm available, and if you take a look at the gold growth, right, 9,000, that was the cap. He was the highest farm in the team in comparison to Shanks, who was at 12,000 gold. So that was a bit unfortunate, but that was the game plan, right? They wanted to gain full control of the map, and once you stifle the growth of the jungler, you start to be able to control the map a little bit more. And this would then trickle down, you increase the power for your team, and suddenly you are like overpowering the entirety of your opponent team on the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that Shanks, as you were saying in true Shanks fashion, shanking the enemy team with that 68.7k damage. But just like to basically reiterate what you were saying there, Ken, about Highland playing a little bit more of just a informative role on the Mai Shiranui, rather than the sort of like all-out brawly sort of roaming to the point where you're just looking to pick off and kick up some enemy heroes to pick up those kills for yourself, like we saw on the side of Team Secret. This was just being used as a nimble hero that could get and traverse to places that they needed to be to make sure they was able to give the right intel to their teammates when they needed it. But again, City Boy having a fantastic game, just soaking so much damage, that 58.2k damage. Not quite much as the Zhongfei, but again, Zhongfei has a lot more health, a lot more shield, but still that 100% team fight anticipation for the City Boy on the Kaiser is just showing you what Team Vitality is all about. You've got your mid laner, who is your captain, giving you intel, and then you've just got your jungle, who's able just to basically formulate the plan that you want to go to. And as you can see from the gold graph, it wasn't as sort of a stomp. We see that those early games are a bit of a rocky up and down sort of gold going towards Foot, as we saw that Foot was able to pick up a few kills early on. But then, as you can see, towards that late game, that 9-minute mark, is that it goes up, 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 and up on the side of Team Vitality. And again, back-to-back, Mr. Back-to-back, Shanks taking MVP second time around, Ken.
Yep, 68.7 thousand damage dealt. I mean, maybe it's because of the phone, right? I think if they give me the phone, I will be able to have the MVP performance as well. But not to take anything away from Vitality Shanks, he really has been giving us a spectacular show of skills and farm as well. So let's take a look at how this game went for Shanks, because I think we really need to dive into how he did it. This was the one, the Burning Sun arrow, just burning everyone to bits here. And you know, this was a good play by Foot Esports. And at this point, they had pretty good control onto Shanks. And I was honestly worried for Shanks because it didn't look like he was having a good game at all. And Foot Esports was having quite a bit of dominance in the early stages of the game. But later on, once Shanks gets that farm in, and you know, City Boy played his role perfectly because he was meant to be the tank. He was soaking so much damage that 58,000 didn't come from nowhere. Shanks was always safe with the parasol, coming in, weaving out, getting the damage done as well, and nobody could find Shanks. And Shanks was just ready to throw all of the hits down. And you can see that the double kill for Shanks, that was a huge one, especially when you can get rid of the tank almost instantaneously. You know you're not in for a tough game at all. Shanks, all he had to do was to go for the kills.
Yeah, you can kind of see on the side of Foot Esports that those blazing, burning arrows, a burning sun arrow from Hou-Yi, who just wasn't hitting the way that they needed them to. And again, the counter of the Maple Dance just been able to just negate those projectiles as well. Is just sort of a non-starting pick, unfortunately, for the side of Foot. We saw that the intention was to counter the Kaiser, but here we have it. Team Vitality are now on top there with Vivo Keystars as well. So again, it's very neck and neck between those two teams. Boom Esports did take a L from Vivo Keystars, and obviously because Team Vitality won a solid 2-0, that means that they are ahead. They are top of Group A. Who would have thought that they would be there as of day 2 on their first game? I'm very proud of the EU representatives of Team Vitality. It's nice to see us actually above in the groups, but they're just going to be careful they don't get ahead of themselves or underestimate their group, because I mean, look at those two other teams they have to face against. They have to go against Boom Esports, and they have to go against Vivo Keystars, who made the giants bleed that are Boom Esports.
Yeah, not a journey that I'll be very into if I'm Team Vitality. It's a bit of a scary situation to be in. But Group B is what we're heading to next. It's going to be Loops going up against R8 Esports, our Saudi Arabian counterparts going up against our Brazilian Kings so far. Now, I've been told, personally, right, I've been told that Loops is a very strong Brazilian team, and I don't doubt that. So at this time, we've already seen gameplay coming out from R8 Esports, our Saudi Arabian brothers, already showing that they do have the secret sauce that kind of make it work for the team as well. The question now is it seasoned enough? Is it flavorful enough to take a series against Loops?
Potentially, but again, we have to show that, again, we had a successful Open Series Season 1. You can now, starting from the 8th of July, you can apply for the Open Series Split 2, which will be between July the 8th to the 19th. You just have to log into the Honor of Kings client, sign up during this period, form your Honor of Kings team with your comrades now, and embark on the path to becoming a professional player. There is abundance of prizes and in-game rewards awaits you. So again, make sure you get all signed up for the Season 2 of the Open Series. So again, we've just saw the conclusion of Season 1. That's where All Gamers Global came from. So if you think that you have what it takes to form a team together to battle these great titans, go ahead and start applying on July the 8th.
Yep, and just to quote our LGD coach for his interview, right? Everyone is a player. We all have 10 fingers. It doesn't matter. They are human as well. Give it a shot. You never know. This could be the start of your stardom, right? You could be the next Shanks. You could have your face and hero showcase on the world stage as well. Maybe this time you will be the one doing the shanking as well.
Absolutely. Plenty of shanking on the gorge, but thanks to Shanks in particular. But again, like you were saying, the next matchup is Loop Esports against R8 Esports. We've already had a bit of a flavor from R8, but we've not seen the Brazilian flavor coming from Loops. As we know, they did lose to Vivo Keystars in the Chalk BR 24, but obviously because Vivo Keystars were the champions of Season 1 Invitational, meant that they already had a place here cemented. So giving over to second place would be Loop Esports taking it, but they did lose to Vivo Keystars in that Chalk BR 24. But it's going to be really interesting to see how R8 navigate Loop Esports. They are a very effective team. R8 was able to beat All Gamers Global. So are they going to be able to take the Brazilian counterpart today in their final match of their group? You won't be having long to find out. We're going for a short break. See you soon.
我们会给每个对手 respect 全力以赴。
在 S213个队伍里面，我敢说，除了马来西亚和菲律宾队伍以外，我都有一战之力。
Talk about the vitality. One is Shanks, and the other one is CT Boy. That I prefer to call him 垃圾。
那他就等着被垃圾打败吧。我觉得他们可能在我对面连8分钟都撑不过去，就被平推了，没有丝毫还手之力。
FUT 在我眼里可能连只蚂蚁都不如。
Desem öyle hafif tatlı.
Everybody knows that loops are easier to beat.
Eu acho que O sonho de todo mundo que tá na Loops é ser o melhor. E se a gente tiver que mandar vocês pra casa pra isso, é isso que a gente vai fazer.
Noobs, don't talk too much.
遇强则强，实力不详。
Inshallah ربنا يوفقنا too much.
我们小组其实是很强的，有一个 LGD、Impunity 都是两个非常强劲的对手。
Yang sangat-sangat ingin saya lawan adalah LGD karena mereka adalah salah satu tim terkuat di Asia.
RRQ 你们应该比 Impunity 更简单。
我估计比较困难吧，但是我们会尽我们全力的。
RRQ 等下的比赛能撑过10分钟就好了，别逞强。
Kalau mereka terlalu meremehkan, kami dari RRQ bisa mengalahkan.
RRQ 家，我不会让你活着出水晶的。
We are RRQ, King of Kings. We are coming for you.
If you know the enemy, you can plan what you can do in the game before you start the game.
Buat tim-tim lain, siap aja kita kalahin.
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? This is too much. It needs more fun. How about this? Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me.
I'm born to stay, ay. My chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them to please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. Patient to eat all the doing it for real. I found my goal. From the ashes, I'll go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. It's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who go fill them up. Nobody gon' do it. Facing our face, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, it's why I'm gonna lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. The truth is, another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. You got it
strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. When you enthusiastically pick a high-burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Are they looking for a fight right now? Danny going in the mid.
Well, confidence by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings tournament. You have me, Blam, and joining me today is Kin, those new joining at home. Obviously, if you've just missed the last two matches, make sure you go back and rewatch them because they have absolutely been bangers. But how are you feeling going into this Game 3 today, Kin?
Well, I'm kind of nervous because at this point, I want to see continual bangers for the rest of the day. But at the same time, right, I think there is a potential for a wipeout coming in from Loops as well. Like I said, right, I've been told that Loops is a very strong team. So I actually have very high expectations of Loops going into this series today. At the same time, I think it's also balanced out by the gameplay I've seen from R8 coming out from the Saudi Arabian boys yesterday. So I think if the R8 boys are able to get the kind of into the groove of the game, I think they will be able to put up a stellar performance. And then it really comes down to, hey, does Loops have what I've been told they have, right? Is there enough flavor for them to overtake the Saudi Arabian Kings coming out from R8?
I mean, they may do, but the one thing that will definitely be the piece of equipment that's going to enable them to get that victory would be the Infinix GT20 Pro. So want to show off your gaming skills in style? The Infinix GT20 Pro as the mecha loop LED design on the back that lights up every time you destroy an enemy in-game. Experience a gaming performance like no other with the Infinix GT20 Pro. As if Kin needs any more distraction in his ranked games to lose on his losing streaks, that flashy back definitely isn't the one for it. Maybe turn that feature off if you get it, Kin.
Well, I like how you're projecting the losses onto me. I mean, yes, I did lose quite a bit of stars, but I'm doing well in my ranked games as well. Now, this is not the only thing that we want to do well as well. We also want to mention about our partner of today, that is going to be the Esports World Cup. I hope that you guys can join us in bringing this experience over when we head to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, because there's going to be a lot of excitement. There's going to be a lot of action, and most of all, there's going to be a lot of heat. Yes, it is a pretty hot day on the land of the Saudi Arabian kingdom, but of course that is going to be complemented by the heat of the battlefield here. So when we go into the gorge later on, I think you will see snippets of what you can expect at the Esports World Cup.
Absolutely. I mean, you say heat. I mean, we've heard about it. The Saudi heat is nothing to joke about, but also is Loop Esports team lineup nothing to joke about. They have Tempest, they have Abe, they have Kenka, they have Azir, and then they have Mithy. So again, this is the faces of your second place Chuck BR team. So beating all the other Brazilian teams like Alpha 7, Influencers Rage, Candid Reds, Cyrus, it was even part of Chuck BR this time, and then this is their opponents.
Yep, R8 Esports, we have already seen them yesterday. It's Illidan, she have Xenon, Ryoichi, and Miho here. Familiar names for those of you that have seen Season 1 of the Invitationals, and like I said, I have very high expectations for both these teams. R8, they are no joke. You don't know what they can come up with, and I'm very curious what their coach is going to build for them as we head into the first game of this best of 3 series.
Yes, if I remember correctly, R8 Esports' coach is the youngest coach on the stage and in the tournament, to be honest. I think he's 19 years of age, which is absolutely incredible when you think about it, to be coaching a team at 19. I can't even remember what I was doing when I was 19 because it seems so long ago. Let's get into an existential crisis whilst we're casting Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. But this team did and was able to take a round off of All Gamers Global, which, for those that tuned in to the Open Series Split 1, none of the teams within that one was able to make them bleed, but R8 Esports, with their roster, with their coach, did exactly that. But here we are into the bans and drafts.
Right, let's take a look at what they have on the side of R8. First few bans, we're going to have the Hainor as well as the Luna being taken out of the picture, so these two heroes will not be available in the game. Now, Loopers, they will be continuing the trend we have seen today. It's going to be a Da Qiao as well as a Dolia ban Dolia ban. So they will start off the first pick on the side of R8, going with the Arlie. We've already seen the stellar performance by Shanks. This time, we'll see if Ryoichi is able to pick up the pace as well with the Arlie in his hands.
If I remember correctly, I think we actually got R8 on the Arlie pick yesterday. I believe it was actually one of their picks for yesterday. Obviously, their Byron pick was another big pickup for them. Obviously, Illidan on the Byron, especially paired with Zenon getting that Mai Shiranui as well. This makes me even more hyped for R8 this time around. But they just got to make sure that they don't underestimate Loop Esports, because again, for those new joining in, this team was second place within the Chuck BR tournament that's just literally taken place. They were beaten by VKS, but VKS was managed to just beat Boom Esports, who were the favorites for their respective group. But Loop Esports looking to draft in the Mayin, the Zhongfei, and the Jing. Oh my days, back-to-back Jing games? Come on, baby. Bring Jing to 50% win rate, yo.
Yup, and there's going to be a lot of control coming out from Lupus as well, with the whatever coming in from the Mayin, as well as the Unbridled Outburst from Zhang Fei. That's quite a lot of CC into the lineup on the side of R8. Now they're going to complement this by taking away the Zhuangzi, which means there is no anti-CC properties, and as well as there's no Tune available for them. So they will not have to deal with the Unruly Blade. They don't have to care too much about the backline access coming in from R8. Now R8 is looking at a different kind of tempo. They are taking away the Ho E as well as the Lady Sun. They don't want to deal with the insane amount of damage and DOT, damage over time, that they're going to be able to offer against the Byron. Right? Byron with the force field suppression, when he's able to get the extra shield, and as well as the passive, the Fearless Chariot, you know, you want to be able to get the lifesteal, and you don't want people to nullify that effect. So that's why they've taken out these two farm laners as well, and I think it's a pretty clever ban. Now the question is, who are they going to pick? Right now we've already seen a couple of Errantiers in the Gorge itself, and I think we are kind of moving in that direction for the side of Lupus.
Yes, and I was just about to literally say for the side of R8 Esports, I believe that Kaiser is going to come through with the Sunbin. As soon as we saw that Ho Yi ban, I kind of started to see that the picture was getting painted there, that Kaiser was going to grace the gorge onto the side of R8. They haven't gone for their Liempo that they did yesterday, but again, as we just saw from Team Vitality, Kaiser is a fantastic hero, being able to get into the nitty-gritty, being able to support your backline all the way from the front and just allow them to do damage. But it's going to be really interesting to see who Loops is going to lock in for their ADC. Like you said, Direnji is available. They could go for something completely different. And Marco Polo here, but again, we're not too sure what they are going to lock in. And this is it. Direnji is going to go in for that one. Obviously having the cleanse, which is going to be very helpful, especially when you try and get caught out by Moi Shiranui. But you don't want to be cleansing Sunbin's ability, because that will just wipe your health off you before you even get to anywhere safe. So do not cleanse when Sunbin has her abilities on you.
Yeah, and right now, I think in terms of the farm lane, it's going to be a competition of who's going to get their core item first, right? We've already seen the standard build coming out from both farm laners. So for the RD, she's going to be looking to rush the Doomsday, right? For the side of demons, most of the time they will be rushing for that Spark Forge Dagger. This is what the pros have been doing so far. So it really comes down to who's able to provide
R8
space
looks
for their
like
farm lane
they
to
have a
get
more
as many
stable
last hits as
composition.
possible. And in the meantime, we've
But
seen
knowing how
progression
Loops
in the
perform
mid
in
laners as well. So
Chok
I'm looking
BR,
at Xenon to try and steal as many of
I
the
think
ball
the higher
as
chances to win
available.
is Loops.
Likewise for Kank, if he's able to make the room for them to get the steal into their respective jungles on the side of R8 Esports, it could prove to be the deal breaker for Loopers to get that advantage in their hands.
Yeah, like you were saying, Ken, they both have a means of getting in there and sort of setting up a fantastic team fight for both either Loop Esports, having obviously Zhong Fei, but then onto the side of R8 Esports, they have that Kaiser pick. So again, two brutal frontline heroes. There is no Doom to be surfaced onto the Gorge today, but there is these two Titans coming through here. But once again, Kaiser helping up into the Clash lane just to get a bit of a faster clear for the Byron to try and free him up, just to try and aid him in that 1v1 matchup against the Mayim, because we do know that Byron can win the lane against most of these Clash laners, but again, if the ganks do come through from the likes of the Jing going 2v1 early game between Mayim and Jing and the Byron, it's probably not going to look too happy for you. You're more than likely going to get run down in that early game, which is, you don't want a hero like Byron to be punished. You want him to shine and be able to have the confidence to be able to go to the back line of the enemy team just to lap them up and do a lot of damage.
Yeah, when he has access into your backline, it's going to be really dangerous. I think Mithy may be a little bit out of position. I don't think they can get the kill. Support is coming in from Kank. He's going to use his leaping savior, sorry. And that is going to save his life for the moment. But this means they're buying a little bit more time for Yoichi to kind of outlane our farm lane for Xia in the bottom side of the map.
Yep, a little bit of an on-brand skill there to save himself. He used that skill, Zhong Fei, getting over the wall. But like you said, Mithy was definitely stepped in that whole interaction. He could have been the victim of the first blood. But speaking of first blood, we do have Mayim and Jing down into the mid lane here, hoping to what could potentially be a leech onto the Mai Shiranui, because again, Zenin on this Mai we saw yesterday was a fantastic performance, was able to get a round or a game off of All Gamers Global as well, thanks to this pick. But it was also paired with the likes of the Liempo, which again is another fantastic hero for those team fight engages.
Yep, and as it stands now, I think a pretty good start for the side of R8. They have managed to get themselves a very, very slight lead. It's just about a few hundred gold, right, at this point. Loopers, they haven't really kicked into gear yet. You can see they're both transitioning into the farming state, so they just want to make sure that they're ready for the fights. They want the first 3-4 items to pop up in their inventory before they really start to commit and make a play that could swing the momentum over to their side.
Yep, the goal, I mean, it seems to be the story of the day, other than the match one of the day, where we saw the gold heavily go towards the favor of Team Secret. The past two games have been very knit to knit with that gold. It's just been flittering and flirting with both of these teams. and just going like a pendulum between both the teams. And you'll see it in the gold graph towards the post-game analytics that it's never just sort of like an astute sort of one-sided thing. It just kind of levels out for quite some time in the early game, and then you get to that sort of 8 to 9 minute mark where it's either goes in the complete opposite direction or continues to just go on the trajectory of the winning team. But using the teleport mechanic to get back to the mid lane, Lady Chen is now back and present, so there is no push on this new wave here, trying to catch out Zen in there with a nice knock-up from the Lady Chen, but Jing is nearby, also Kaiser. We could be getting a little bit of a 2v2 action here going on, but again, just using their jungles to clear the wave quicker, and Mai was just a little bit more effective on that one. They're looking to catch out. The Lady Chen gets taken down first blood, but is Jing going to be the answer to take it down as well? Yes, Jing is trading with the Mai Shiranui, but Kaiser was not done. He gets the kill under Abe on the side of Loop Esports, which is a great setup for this Tyrant here. No jungle, no mid lane, free Tyrant, baby.
Yep, exactly, and R8 is super happy with this. This is the R8 I'm expecting for today, and that was a very clean execution, right? She have doing so well to not only just help support the Mai, they get the kill on Kang, but more importantly, they get the kill onto ABH, and that's important. Time lapse going to be dropped as well. And you know, right now you can start to see the swing. Suddenly, we have a 1,000 goal lead going into the advantage of R8.
Oh yes, just all it took was that mid lane interaction there to get that gold lead into your favor, and just as R8 showed. But to be honest, the Loops, they did counter it pretty easily there in the mid lane, but unfortunately it just ended up in a 2-1 trade there, and obviously the Tyrant going as well. So again, it was a fruitful engage for the side of R8 Esports, and an unfortunate one for the side of Loops. But we could still be seeing here that maybe go for the Overlord, but Kaiser is sticking to this mid lane like glue, because again, trying to run this mid lane down, trying to get as much priority in that mid lane is just meaning that Kaiser is going to have an earlier access to Loop's jungle if they're able to get that cleared. But now, because the minion waves are cleared in the mid lane, we could be seeing a massive rotation here as well, with the Byron rotating down to the bot lane with the teleport mechanic. We could be seeing a setup here for a team fight down on the bot side.
Yeah, but as of now, I think R8 not gonna bite onto the bait at this point, because Loops, I think they're kind of ready. But if R8 figure out that, hey, Lady Chen is no longer here, that could be the marker for them to decide to just take a bite out of the flesh of Loops at this point.
Yes, but it seems like Kaiser is wanting to help himself to that sage buff. However, Jing is still tied up in that mid lane. Now they are going to leave it to it, because again, they are all close by on that bottom side of the map. That is not what you want to be caught out in, especially if you've already started on the sage buff and then they end up stealing it from you anyway. So again, that could have been a non-starter for R8 Esports, so I think that was a tactical retreat that they had to take there. Miffy in this bush, waiting patiently, hoping that Ryoshi just overextends a little too much here, but no, there seems to be a 3v2 happening in the farm lane. Nice paracel there from the Arlie, keeping her safe, able to just dish a little bit of damage, trying to sort of wind up the side of Loops Esports right now.
Yeah, that was a good deterrence, to be honest, because it really felt like Loops was going to take that T1 on the bottom. It looked inevitable at that point. So a very good combination of the time times going in with the Maple Dance as well. I think R8 has already shown themselves to be of standard and substance. But now Illidan, he's stuck in no man's land, gonna be taken out with the Mirror Domain as well. It's a 2-on-1, so you can't really blame him at this point.
Yeah, we did allude to the fact about that Clash lane going that 2v1 early game onto the Byron, and unfortunately they are able to take the first tier turret into the Clash lane, because again, Shihab looking a little bit absent from that side of the map. They're a little bit too focused, and Loops has definitely abused that fact, knowing that, okay, Kaiser likes to stick around that bot side of the map. Let's abuse the Byron into the Clash lane, take him down, take the first tier turret, and we could be seeing a potential brawl here in the mid lane between them all. Okay, Ryuchi is going in. The risk from that Arlie play, which is what we just love to see when Arlie gets locked in the draft.
Well, what a play from there. I mean, I honestly wouldn't go for that, because I can't calculate the risk that I'm taking, but what a play. Ryoichi showing everyone why Arlie is so frequent in the ban phases.
Yep, and that was the favorite there. Zenon actually getting picked off again. It seems like the same old Sunga dance. I got a bit of a taste of deja vu there, but Loops with the aggression from Clash Lane. Now the knock-on effect to that mid lane after that engage, but really trying to punish the fact that Ali was able to take out the Lady Chen. However, they did lose that mid lane, so we was kind of hoping for the side of R8 to be the ones that were going to be capitalizing on that early mid-game abuse that we saw there onto the Mai. But unfortunately, it has swapped around and gone into favor for Loop Esports, clearing up that first tier turret in the mid lane. We've got to make sure that R8 just don't underestimate Loops for the rest of this match.
Yep. You know, at this point, R8 actually they're in quite a bad position because they lost the T1s on the mid and the top. So that's a lot of the map that's going to go dark for the side of R8, right? And that's a risk. So you can see Loops, they're already starting to poise themselves on the other side of the map, waiting for any stragglers to show up. And there is burst potential coming out from the Loops lineup. So I'm really concerned about them face checking pushes at this point.
Yeah, again, we saw that R8 was able to take their farm lane turret as well, so it is 2 for 2. There is a equalization in that turret game, but I don't think it's an equal turret takedown because that mid lane is definitely more important than one of these side lanes. You definitely want to be taking down that first tier turret and making a lot more damage and a lot more presence into that mid lane because it opens up your enemy's jungle. But again, we see that Ryoji is just being so confrontational with this Ali pick, and I feel like this is the only way you can really play this hero, because if you're just playing it a little bit too passive and don't take those risky ones, then you are just going to sort of be like any other marksman. You may as well just be playing like a Luban number 7, something that's just so immobile. But with Ali just being so agile and being able to get around the way that most other marksmen would be able to, is definitely the way you want to play it. But we do see some more turret takedowns being gone for in that Clash lane. So second tier turret gone. They are literally at their higher ground turret in the Clash lane, still not being able to take that mid lane turret from the side of Loops.
Yep, and all of a sudden, you can start to see R8 suddenly has a little bit more dominance around the map, right? Now tier 3s are an actual threat on the side of Loops. So they have to be very careful about the fights that they pick. And at this point, you can see she have a lot of confidence. He's going to be able to stand in the front because he's just buying room for Ryoji to really just go in. And, you know, with the skill set, the kit that Ryoji has, he's happy to dive. It doesn't matter because at this point, he has that escape mechanism. And she have, you can see, asserting the dominance of R8 across the map. They want the T2s across the board. Who cares about your mid lane? Let's just take the side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, R8 are currently kind of trying to take that same kind of approach that Team Vitality did, but rather than that mid lane domination, they are looking for those side lanes. But okay, Mai may have got caught out there ever so slightly. Jing as well tried to go in onto the Byron, but just no look at all. But these Vanguards really putting some pressure onto the side of Loop Esports. I feel like if they didn't get this Overlord, they would not be in this privileged situation that they are currently in, R8. Because they have, obviously, the second tier turret gone into the farm lane, the Clash lane. They are pretty much at the higher ground turrets in both of those side lanes. So all they need to really do is just open up that mid lane. We want to see the eyes on the prize and taking that down. But again, it's just trying to get those minions in, and this could be the wave that we were looking for. But Lady Shen drops that ultimate, but I don't think that's just going to be the only bit of engage there. Kaiser taking a lot of the damage, but nobody dies there. Ali's able to take down the first tier turret, but down goes Mai Yi. Tempest is down, but then traded for the Byron pick. Nobody's able to catch the Jing. Jing gets a double kill onto the Sun Bin as well. Oh boy, this is why you don't let a Brazilian team pick the Jing.
That's right. ABH, what a play there. And I think, you know, at this point, R8, they have been picking their fights. But Loops has shown that, hey, it doesn't matter when you're going to pick your fights. We are going to out-skill you, out-mechanically skill you. And at this point, Zenon may be in trouble. Ryoji as well. Oh, Zenon gets caught out. ABH, what is that? It's, instant deletion here. And I think we will be having a pause here, so it is going to be requested by R. Yeah, so,
okay, so
I mean, so far, this game for you, Blam, how is it going?
Yeah, I mean, the rocky start for R8. Obviously, we saw a promising mid lane, that little brawl between Jing, Mai, and Lady Chen, and obviously Kaiser there towards the end of that one. I honestly thought that we was going to be seeing a little bit more of a dominance there from R8, but then the tower pressure definitely came onto the side of Loop Esports, but really kind of awoken something up there within R8 Esports, because then they tried to replicate that same kind of thing. And they did very well with both the side lanes, running them down to the high ground turret. Zenon obviously got caught out there, but whether that was down to the fault of the device or himself is yet to be seen. But again, I think it's going, like, it's very even. I thought that this could have been a lot more one-sided, but I think R8 is definitely just showing that they are a name to be contested here, especially with them always seeming to lose towards their counterpart in the MENA region, which is obviously Team Vulcans. So for them to do this well on Season 2 Invitational stage makes me think that either Team Vulcans is going to be even greater at EWC, or they are going to have something to prove next time they meet R8 in a tournament scene, because again, R8 are doing fantastic. So far, making the Giants bleed on the side of All Gamers Global. Nobody thought that was going to happen. And now they're going neck to neck with Loops Esports, who by far have probably had a lot more Honor of Kings experience than we thought compared to R8.
Yeah, Loops at this point, you can tell they're feeling the pressure, right? Their faces are scrunched up, their eyebrows are furrowed at this point. But more importantly, I just want to point out something that I noticed. And this is specifically for the mid laner on the side of Loops, right? At this point, his itemization, he does have the Splendor and the Mask of Agony, along with the boots, and that's it, right? So I kind of think R8 has spoiled the game for the mid laner of Loops, and that's why they're struggling, right? Because Lady Chen isn't able to offer that much damage. Yes, Mask of Agony deals percentage health damage, but at this point, he's always at risk of being chased down and hunted by Ryoichi, and nobody has been able to stop this aggression from the farm lane of the side of R8.
There we go. We have some of the Osiris players there cheering on Loop Esports. Obviously, both being part of the same region, even though this is an Argentine team, but they have played against each other recently. So it's nice to see that the regions do support each other, and obviously with VKS's closing interview, their winning interview, they said that they are going to be supporting Loop Esports for 80, because when they are abroad, they are brothers in one, which I think is a really nice sentiment between, even in a competitive scene, you want to be supporting everybody in your region, which is a really wholesome thing to come through, even in a competitive game like Honor of Kings.
That's right. I mean, it really is about representation, right? And at this point, we are all about supporting your friends. And, you know, it really is a support system for the entire esports ecosystem as well. So we really hope that you can also do that favor for us and support us in this invitational for Season 2. Now, in the meantime, I'd like to bring the attention back to the Kang, right? So I want to see how he's going to be able to kind of catch up in terms of farm, because he needs to have the damage against Shihab, or else this jungler for the Kaiser will go out of control.
Yeah, I think that's probably the old function of the Lady Shen, obviously with that ultimate, which being able to sort of be like a stop-start for the Kaiser. He has to go in, but he also has to soak a lot of damage. They do manage to get, actually no, the Overlord's still pretty low, but the blue team is taking some L's here. They do manage to take the side of the Overlord on Loop Esports, but that is a 3-1 trade for R8 Esports. I mean, that fight was literally fought in so many different places. You had so many of the team down onto the mid side of the river, and then you had some towards the back of the Overlord. It was kind of just like, where do we keep our little BDIs aimed onto? But this could be a curtain call here, because Lady Shen is still 11 seconds up. We have Kaiser going in very sticky onto the back of the Zhang Fei, and down goes Mayin, so no damage for you. It's just a matter of waiting for those minions to rock up to the crystal, but their little legs aren't fast enough, Kin. Unfortunately for the side of R8, they're not going to be able to finish it there. It seemed a little bit too hopeful, but Mayin served her purpose. She wiped out the wave and stopped the crystal takedown.
Yeah, that was a game-winning play there for Tempest, actually, because he actually saved the life of the team, it would have been over if they didn't clear the minions there. And bear in mind, this is a super minion wave that's going to be marching down into the lanes as well. Let's take a look at the growth of the items so far. It looks like we will be expecting a Glacial Buckler coming out from this Lady Chen. So Kank wants to go for that 20% cooldown reduction. On the flip side, somehow they actually got their hands on Ryoichi here. I think it was the thing, and let's take a look at the itemization there. It is Siege Breaker, one of the most damaging items in the game, along with the Master Sword as well as the Axe of Torment. So there is huge burst potential coming out from ADH. Now the question is, can they get into position? Now this is not really a high kill game. It's 8-7 on the scoreboard here at 16 minutes into the game. And as it stands now, it is advantage going to R8. They have broken and found an entry point into the top lane. Tier 3s are down there. Now the question is, can Loops find the kink in the armor here, the chink in the armor here against R8?
Yeah, I think that's probably like their next point of call, because if they can't find that, I mean, R8 already kind of found their way and what works for them into these team fights, because not only do they have such brawlers like the Byron, we see that Zenon on this Mai is just leaps and bounds ahead in the gold lead against the Lady Shen right now. I think last time we saw that gold difference, Lady Shen was on 6.5k, whereas we saw that Mai and Zenon were both on around about that 10, almost teetering on the edge of 11k, which is a huge difference in a lane alone. So trying to recover that difference in this late game now is going to be near impossible for Lady Shen. She's just got to realize that she is just a utility mage. She's not going to be getting any amazing kills or amazing plays. It's all about just stunting that Kaiser engage from R8. But again, cleaning out that minion wave means that that middle lane is as safe for now.
Yeah, and one more thing to add on is that, you know, Kank, I think he has been consistently chased by Ryoichi, and you know, Ryoichi now has the Sun Chaser, so the extra attack range is going to be quite detrimental to the side of Kank, and that's something I'm really worried about for the side of Loops. But if they can figure a way out to protect Kank, get him and, you know, allow him to stay alive as long as possible, the Destructive Deluge can be the game changer in the team fights as well.
Yeah, we saw that Ava was trying to get some sort of macro play there, trying to push those minions to the high ground turret. However, we see that Illidan does go and to stop that minion wave. But in regards to that, in the response for R8, they was able to get that mid-tier turret in the mid lane. So not quite the high ground turret, but it could have been fruitful for them. They did it very well because they pushed the minions in the clash lane all the way to the potentially the inhibitor. Mayin had to drop away, so did the rest of the team. That meant that they had to give up that mid lane second tier turret, which is going to work wonders for R8 the next time that they get a huge team fight off of the side of Loop Esports, which looks like to be brewing any second now. We've got Mayin at the top side of this team fight. We have Zhang Fei in that brush as well. We may be seeing somewhat of a pincer movement because nobody knows that Mayin is there. She is just waiting for the backline to get a little bit more damage. She is looking for, there is some movement on the minimap there, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe R8 have just realized that she is missing. That is an issue. You don't want to be seeing a missing Mayin.
Yeah, it could be a tunnel vision play as well. They want to go for the split push, and it looks like, yes, they will go for the neutral objective.
Oh, Splendor coming through. The Splendor coming through there from the Mai really just saves Zenon as well. But we do see that Abe was able to get the Shadow Tyrant. They push the minion wave as well into the clash lane. Is this where they're going to go try and get the Overlord? With knowing that Jing is nowhere near that Overlord, this seems like it's going to be a clear one because Miffy could not get into it. Obviously, we see that Zhang Fei did take the smite as well, but unfortunately was just not able to get into that team fight. It was either Miffy go in trying to get a crucial kill theft, or he was going to die, but he just decided to just like, no, we're not going to approach it. We'll leave this for the Tempest Dragon, which is up in 20 seconds. This is the first Tempest Dragon of the day, Kin. The third match in, first Tempest Dragon. People in the chat at home, let that sink in. That's how quick the previous games have been. No Tempest, but this time around, we are seeing the first Tempest Dragon come onto the Gorge.
Yep, the 5-second disruption on the turrets is going to be huge, and at this point, there's one more thing we need to consider. Ryoichi actually has a Sage's Sanctuary, which means he's going to have a double life at this point, and that might be the turning point, which kind of gets Loops to overcommit during fights, because Ryoichi is going to play very dangerously at this point.
Yeah, because he not only obviously has his recall with his Paracel, he's able to just go in, feel like he's going to do a lot of damage onto one of these squishy heroes, like we just maybe saw there with the Jing in the farm lane, but then they think they may have caught him out, but then Sage's Sanctuary comes through, he's able to get back to his Parasol, and then that's it, he's out, he's scot-free, he's able to just go back and do what he needs to do, or re-engage, because we've seen some high-risk, high-reward replays from people and players picking up the Arlie throughout the entire of the Season 2 Invitational. But again, I feel like this is all brewing up around that Tempest Dragon. They're just got to make sure that they don't remain all the focus and that there is any kind of push here on one of the lanes, because if anything goes upset in this Tempest Dragon fight, we have the Zhongfei looking for a rotation in. We know that he has the smite, but he able to get back and use the shield and leap onto one of his compadres on the side of Loop Esports. But Zenon and we see that Zenon and Mayin are taking trades in that mid lane. We see that Miffy is able to close the crucial kill theft onto the Tempest Dragon. That is a 1-1 trade. The Sage's Sanctuary comes through, both on Byron, both on Jing. Down goes Kaiser, but he has the Sage's Sanctuary as well. He's back up. The Jing is down, but then we see that Derenji is just able to rinse Kaiser within that team fight. This is not where RA wants to be, and Derenji is definitely online.
Yep, they had it in the bag. Somehow Miffy got the steal, and it's definitely a crucial steal. Here we go. It is going to be Tempest making the plays for the team as well. Can he burn the life points down? They will get Illidan as well, and this is Kang coming in. Can he get the destructive? The Luz gets it as well. Ocean of Tears to get on the flowing side. This is the map all across for the side of Loops. They have been waiting for this whole chance for the entire game, and this is what we're talking about. The Tempest buff. Look at the disruption, look at the damage from the dragons as well, and this is going to be a tier 3 on the bot lane, with the mid lane being threatened as well as we speak.
Yeah, no, I think this may be a curtain call for R8 in game 1, and it's just where these teams normally struggle is in that late game, but they are all back. This is their last Hail Mary play. They don't want to lose too many high ground turrets, because if they do, then that will definitely be the call of times for them in game 1. But we saw that Ryoshi was able to do a lot of damage onto the Jin, onto the DRNG as well. But again, Mayin is just being used as that human ward and waiting for that close of play engage from the Mayin. It seems to be just all a little bit too much brewing up right now, kid. I'm not too sure what is going to happen. They have the Zhongfei there. Shihab is there as well. They're just going to make sure that this next engage is the best engage they can do.
Yeah, I think we have to keep our eyes on Tempest as well as Kang. They will be the ones that make the game-changing play at this point, right? If they can get the catch with the whatever from Tempest, it might be the game breaker for the side of R8. And here we go, they're just going to chop down the tier 3s. This is essentially a Baron base for the side of R8. The pressure is mounting.
Yes, absolutely. We do see the Tempest is into the base at the Crystal as well. So I think it's only a matter of time if Loops is able to execute a perfect interaction and engage here onto R8. We could be seeing the end of game 1. But again, the second Tempest Dragon is up in 35 seconds. I don't think they're going to need it. If they do need it, it's just pretty much a guaranteed nail in the coffin for R8. But if Loops is able to steal it this time around, this could be their return of victory and return to the position of victory that they needed. But there's just too many super minions coming through. There's just too much pressure on the side of R8 right now. They have waves that have been pushed. They have the loss of the gold lead. It's ever so slight, but again, it is a gold lead for Loops nonetheless. But they've got to be careful, because they can't prioritize that Tempest Dragon, because if they do, they know that one of those heroes on the side of Loop Esports, like Mayin, just able to just crush those lanes very quickly, is going to mean that they are able to open up that Crystal if they put too much of their focus onto the Tempest.
They're on a timer at this point. Tempest going for the potential option of the backdoor play, right? And they're going to pull away Illidan from the fight, which means there's going to be one massive tank gone from the fight if they choose to proceed accordingly. Now, this leaves Xenon with a very important task of not only finding, but just having the lockdown onto the members of Loops to allow Ryoichi to have the freedom to jump in and out, as well as maybe hopefully time the Maple Dance to block out that destructive deluge. That is the one big play that Ryoichi will be able to do, besides getting the kills on the members of Loops.
Yeah, you can kind of see that they're playing this Tempest to the side of its pits. It is definitely used as a bait mechanic, because you can see that Loop Esports are either sitting in the bush or just using themselves as bait. We do see that Shiab is in there. Is he going to be close enough to get the smite? Oh, they do get the Tempest Dragon. Are they able to get some kills here, though? Zhongfei with the Unbridled Rage comes through. We see that Splendor comes through on the side of Jing as well. Jing is not down just yet. Down goes Jing. She has no Sage Sanctuary. Shihab is having the time of his life. However, Ryushi is down, and Mayeen Tempest is in that bot lane. They have to be careful. We do see that Byron is able to go back, though, but Sage's Sanctuary is on that Mayeen. She is just basically posting those minions, hoping that nobody recalled. But again, there is a minion call around here. There's a fresh minion wave at the Crystal. This could be a close call. Kin, I'm not too sure what is going to go on here. Is it going to be R8 taking the victory of game one, or is there going to be a punishment here for R8 if they push a little bit too aggressive? But we see that Byron is going for a bit more of a macro play, just stopping those minions in the mid lane, hopefully trying to get another a higher ground turret from Loop Esports. But we are heading into our 27th minute.
Yeah, for those of you new to the game, there are 3 different waves of the Tempest Dragon. So at this point, RA, they have a lot of time on their hands. They don't mind, taking a less aggressive approach at this point, right? 27 minutes into the game, this is where things get a little bit dicey.
They're wrong.
Because if you get the kills on the respective,
you need to get a big minion wave, then you go up together. If not, you're just wasting your Tempest Dragon.
At the 26-minute mark, the final evolutions of the items are going to be apparent.
Please, no.
So right now,
this is so amateur gameplay.
One of the main win conditions that R8 is trying to depend on, and they will clear up that tier 3 on the bot lane as well. Looks like mid will be safe for the time being, but that's not going to be the case any longer because R8, they are looking for the entry point.
Yeah, no, it just seems like that is the only last bastion stand alive. There is that higher ground turret in the mid lane, but all of Loops are up, all of R8s are up, but this Tempest on Mayeen is just so unpredictable. He is just always looking for those background ganks. There is Byron straight into the back of the queue there. He's in onto the Crystal, but we also see Jing trying to pick out the Sun Bin as well.
Oh
down
my
goes
god,
Ryushi,
they are
down
not
goes
stocking,
Zenon as well.
they are not gathering enough minions before they go for it.
It is currently a 3-0 trade.
No.
There we are, Derenji just doing too
Loop's
much
doing
damage.
this.
And that the Tempest Dragon Vanguard just aren't able to get in there. We still have Shiab and Illidan down, but is that going to be enough to take them and rear them away from that Crystal takedown for Loop Esports? Again, 22 seconds until the next third Tempest Dragon.
I mean, there is the
into this match. So game 3, match 3, game 1, going all the way to
y'all can do the outside. The technique to Jerry. No, don't take the Dragon King. Don't take the Dragon King. You can just end it. You got number advantage. Now they do not have the Sun Bing. Yes, going in. Yes, melting down the first Byron. Following which the next target. The Kaiser, and now no more front line. Situation is very bad for R8. The safer approach is they can actually go for the Tempest Dragon because there's no more jungler coming from the side of R8.
Trade for the side of Loop Esports. All they need is those minions, but fortunately for
okay,
R8,
but
was able to
that was a very nice catch, but I'm seeing my Shinui is down now. It's a 5v2 and they can just take the game.
Keep alive. No, Zenon goes down. It is 2 remaining members alive, and there is a minion rocking up to the Crystal, and it is going to be Loop Esports taking game 1 victory from R8.
But this is definitely a very
beautiful game by Loops. They held
like
on,
tiring mental coming out from the side of R8 because they were so close with the comeback, but in the end they still lost. Both sides was throwing so badly.
Kaiser could not make it work because of a slight miscommunication. And R8, I think they have something to work on as we go into the second game of the day for the series itself. I don't think R8 played bad. They didn't make a lot of mistakes in this particular series itself, but they had just one mistake which cost them the game, and that was a miscommunication between Illidan as well as Nevoch, because Illidan dove right as the
No,
timeline
but
was
every
clocked,
single
and
mistake is
nobody
gonna be
followed up
detrimental.
onto
It's
Illidan,
not about
and
one
they made the
mistake, two
of
mistakes,
trying
or
to
three
get the
mistakes.
kill onto ABH, the jungler for Loops, and in the meantime, nobody was defending Ryoichi, who was the main damage dealer, the farm lane on the side of R8, and it was a huge mistake because that led to the downfall of the team. 3 lanes open, Baron base, Crystal is open for the taking, and Loops do not need a second invitation in this game.
Yep, unfortunately for R8, like you said, that's a huge miscommunication towards that crystal. Could have been the end for Loops there pretty early on, but we almost got towards that 30-minute mark, which I believe we haven't even got to yet within the Season 2 Invitational, and I don't really want to get there because it gets a little bit sticky, it gets a little bit too messy, and it's hard to close out the game. But fortunately for Loop Esports, they was able to navigate around the Sage's Sanctuary, able to pick off the right heroes at the right time towards that last barrage onto the Crystal of Game 1, taking that victory. But it was no easy feat. That's all I'm saying, is that R8 brought some flavor, and they definitely held their own in this Game 1. Like you say, whether it was just down to the miscommunication towards that Crystal play, or something to do with the technical difficulty with on stage, we're not too sure. But again, all these things disrupt the motion of the ocean, and the motion of R8's ocean was definitely disrupted by either the Tempest Dragon or the miscommunication.
Yep, I want to highlight ABH item builds at this point, with the Starbreaker, X Torment, with the Siegebreaker as well, and finally with the Master Sword adding into the jungling kit. He actually bursted out Xenon, and there was nothing much that Xenon could do. This is one of the risks they're taking when you're playing Mai, because it is always, it makes more sense, right, going for the full damage build at this point. And yes, you have the Insatiable Tomb to try and get the lifesteal, but that only works when you get hits. So when you're taken down in an instant for team fights, you literally can't do anything else. There's a lot of damage coming out from Xenon, right? 154,000, but I think if you take a look at the other end, Kank, what a good recovery. I mean, Blam, he did 178,000.
Yeah, no, that is definitely no easy feat. Completely regarding the fact that obviously there was one point in the game where he was like 6.5k, and then obviously Xenon was ahead by that 10k gold, but even though he was able to catch up with it, he did fantastic amounts of damage. But you can kind of tell when a game goes into the very, very, very late game of Honor of Kings, when players start selling their boots. Like, these players are bootless. Yeah. They are literally just like, we need new items, we need another item, whether it be damage, whether it be defense, whether it be splendor. We need something just so we can sustain these fights. And I believe it was 3 out of Loops Esports that managed to sell the boots. I know Durenji did, I know Lady Chen did, and I believe that it was maybe either Jing or either Mayin as well. But that's how you know when you get to a late game, is that boots are sold, items are picked up. Nobody needs that movement speed. It doesn't matter how fast you get there, it's all about how long you can survive.
Yep, and at this point, I mean, the game really changed for R8 the moment they exhausted both charges of the Sage Sanctuary. For those of you that are new to this game, Sage's Sanctuary allows you 2 instances of revival in the game, but that's the maximum amount that you're going to get. And right now, I think I want to just take a look at who the MVP is. It is going to be our Zhang Fei here. Mithy doing so much work. He took 155,000 damage across the entire game. My goodness.
Yep, I believe Mithy is also the captain for this team as well. So shot caller on the Zhang Fei. I can't think of a perfect, more fitting MVP to that one, especially riding out that long game for Loop Esports. Actually, no, it's Abe the jungler that is the captain. But again, Mithy being able to completely navigate that one.
This
have
guy
a fantastic
is
engage potential as well. I feel like it's probably one of the better Zhang Fei performances we've seen in the Season 2 Invitational yet, but you'll surely see him get in this replay at some point.
Yep, yeah, like we mentioned, right? RA had a very strong early game. At this point, they were taking kills left and right, and it was instances of brilliance coming in from the side of Loops where you felt that, hey, maybe they could come back into the game. And as the longer the game goes, you can see the burst potential coming out from ABH. And at this point, there was a huge moment because Mithy stealing away the Tempest Dragon, this crucial kill theft. I can't emphasize how crucial this is. Not only that, because of the unbridled outburst, he was able to deal damage as well, save the team with the Leaping Savior, and this was a huge moment because it allowed Roops to buy time. And time was what they needed because Kank needed itemization, he needed the growth back to be able to go in, deal the damage with the Destructive Deluge as well. Right, so this was a full-on trickle-down effect. It made a lot of sense, and this was the one play that they wanted to try and end the game over, I believe. And this was a huge mistake because they wanted to go for ABH. A lot of emphasis, right? Nihoj couldn't find the kill, and that opened up the doors for for Loops to really find Zenon as well as Ryoichi. And at this point of the game, 27 minutes in, going on 28, this is where burst potentials are huge. ABH, he could melt Zenon and Ryoichi in an instant. And that was the state of the game all the way. Right? If you bring it a late game, Loops always have the formula to end it. And this is, guys, this is just the first game of the best of 3. And we are already at this style of gameplay. So I'm curious to see what we're gonna have in game 2 of this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to see a little bit of a remake on the side of R8. Again, we would be very surprised if Loops allow Zenon to get back on that Mai Shiranui, or if they allow, or if R8 go for picking up the Liam Poe as well, because again, that was a great pick for them in day 1 against All Gamers Global. So I think there's a few things that R8 could do, maybe having a little bit more of an easier early game, I would say. Maybe focus on the rotations, maybe try and get some early game priority in those lanes as well, because we know that they did struggle because there was a lot of focus on that mid lane, rightfully so, but they just didn't execute it quick enough for it to be effective aim on that mid lane. But here we are, the players are now back on the stage, and R8 are going to be on the red side this time.
Yeah, if we take a look at R8's performance yesterday, I think this is similar to what happened the day before, right? So now I'm expecting R8 to come back with a bang, right? They're ready for the return punch, the knockout blow as well. So R8 now, I think they are a team that really plays on momentum. And I think after this 30-minute game, it will be hard to say that there is no adrenaline running through their veins at this point, right? So I think in R8, if you make the mistake of giving them a little bit of momentum paired with adrenaline from game 1, we could be expecting a very different R8 coming into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be very surprised if the Ali does actually make it through to game 2, to be honest, because again, this has been a hero that, like yesterday, I believe has had 100% appearance, whether it's being banned, whether it's being played, it has definitely been considered in some sort of manner or other. But again, I would be very shocked if they allow it, because again, Ryoichi on that one was a complete beast, especially in that the mid game, I would say. Early game was a little bit sort of just like, let's try and farm up, let's just keep our gold going higher and higher and higher, let's kind of just get past that UNG. But towards that mid to late game, with those really high risk, high reward plays, we saw that Ryoichi really shined there, so they have to be careful with what they go here, or if they do ban it, what's going to be the case. But it's not on the first side of bans, but they are going for the blue pick, and it is Dolia that they're going for this time around, which if they try and pair it with the Kaiser again, you're going to get even more amount of time of sustainability. But it is a Loops that do take the Ali.
Yeah, and I would normally just be happy to give away the Ali because I know what to expect. But I like this pick. It's going to be Shangguan coming in for this side of R8. And based on what we know, pair that up with the Celestial Melody from Dolia, we could expect a Shangguan just taking to the skies twice. And it's going to be a sight to see for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, airtime is going to be some kind of... There needs to be a stat in the post-game analytics about the amount of time in the air that Shangguan has spent. But this has made me super excited. R8 know how to get me going there. The Shangguan pick, and then obviously Liam Poe from yesterday is definitely what I need in this game 2, and definitely what they need. Especially Zenon has already proved himself time and time again on the Mai Shiranui. So another flashy mid lane hero like the Shangguan is going to be super interesting to see how Zenon and how R8 play around it, especially paired with that Dolia.
Yeah, it's a very flexible pick, right? Because it can be used offensively, obviously, as everyone likes to do it, but it also can give you the defensive capabilities. Ideally, you will not want to use ultimates in a defensive situation, but you know, for now, I think I prefer R8's drop a little bit more because there is a lot of iframes to play around. At the same time, you have Dharma, right, which is going to be a very useful kit to try and stop the mortar ultimate. So the thing inside the box, sure, you can catch a lot of people, but there's so much disruptions coming in from the side of R8. You have Dolia who has the wave breakers and the first skill as well to kind of disrupt the ultimates. At the same time, you have the heals coming out from wave breakers, right, which will then allow you to extend the fight a little bit more. And I'm not sure if Loops, especially for mortar, whether he can take extended team fights or not. Yes, he does get extra shields from the Peacebringer, he does get extra shields from the Cannon Blast, but how much shielding can you get, and how long can you survive against the likes of a Shangguang and Dama, who are very good at damage over time?
Yeah, I mean, we see that the Motsu is going in the mid lane. This is not something we generally prefer, is it, Kim? We don't really like the Motsu in the mid lane. We definitely prefer him more as a support hero, but it is going to be Zhongfei, and why not? Because, again, Miffy played pretty great on the Zhongfei, and knowing that there is not much of an engage element yet on the side of R8, we could be seeing a Lian Po come through, hopefully. That would be just like a My Day made. And they go for the Dune, so we are going to see Dune today. It's going to be in the jungle for R8, so again, like we saw yesterday, massive soaks of damage. He's able to sort of stay in there, peel a lot of damage, whilst you've got the likes of Console Yu, Shangguan, and obviously Dharma just going around and trying to beat up the rest of Loops' team comp, but they still need to lock in their jungle. Who is it going to be? I mean, Kaiser's off the table, Musashi's off the table, Pei is off the table, Jing is off the table, Luna's off the table. Are they going to go for the Huan, or are they going to go for something a little different here on the side of Loop Esports?
Well, that is a question that we're hoping that Miffy is going to answer for us, as he's going to be responsible for the last pick itself. Now, if we take... Oh, Mankey! It's Mankey! It is the Bubble Boy or the Bubble Pet here with the insane amount of sustain and shield. So they're going to go toe-to-toe in terms of defensive capabilities and put their trust in the farm lanes of their team.
Yeah, the monkey pick coming through there is going to be really interesting for the side of Loop Esports, because again, this used to be a big pick for VKS in Season 1, because again, a lot of the teams did not know how to play against it or even know what it did. So again, the monkey pick on the side of Loop Esports is going to be super interesting. He, like Ali, is able to go around in kind of like a semicircle direction. So again, trying to get the places that would normally be a country mile on the gorge is just going to be a shortcut over the wall thanks to his abilities, and obviously Ali with her parasol as well. But then again, they've also got, I mean, a very mobile team to get over walls, everything like that. They've got obviously Elaine being able to go deaf on Sunset. They have Ali as well, they have Monkey, and then they obviously got Zhongfei that can leap over walls. He can dash onto his allies to give shield. The only person who can't just get around that easily is the Motsu, so you gotta play. Nobody puts Motsu in the corner. He has got to be catered for and looked after.
Yeah, but you know, as the game progresses into the middle stages and in the late game, Kank is going to be quite tanky as well, right? Because Motsu does benefit off of magical attack. He will get a shield every time he uses his skills. So the more magical attack he has, the more armor he has as well. So we could expect this. This is a very huge protection composition coming out, right? They are putting all of their chips into Seer here on this early, and they want to take this game and build the advantage as fast as possible. So they're going to try that with the Firehawk here on the bot lane.
It's going to be really interesting to see if Zia is able to do exactly what Ryochi was able to do with the Ali, which is those just high risk, high reward playmaking potential that that hero is known for. Again, Ryochi going on the console 2 is something very similar, but just not as flashy. Obviously, it has the physical damage immunity from one of her skills. She can snipe with her first ability as well, but then obviously able to CC and jump off of an enemy hero also. So if you try and get stuck in with one of these tankier heroes on the side of Loop Esports, you can know for a fact that Konsoju is going to get out of there with that ultimate.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, this brings me to why the Mortar pick is so good, right? So Kang, yes, he is not going to be able to survive that well in the laning phase, but for the mid lane, he doesn't have the best wave there compared to what is being offered by RA, because the Shangguan is always supported, right? But it's all about the magic damage, and here we go. They're going to try and get the stuns in. Physical immunity going to be put down, but there is all the damage and poke coming out from Loops. They will not get the kill. It's really just to burn out the resources at this point.
Oh, bit of a overstep there, because they're able to get hit by Motsu's first ability. He is now out of a lane, but Shangguan looking for a little bit of a late rotation there to give any sort of backup to her teammates down into the farm lane. I mean, the mid lane needed cleaning out first before she headed down there, but a little bit late regardless, because now she's out of that lane. Mosi can just do what he needs to do, just clean the lane again, try and get some gold. But we are seeing Dharma and Dune looking to contest that mid lane for the Shangguan.
Yeah, so Loops benefiting off of that. At this point, they're going to be able to defend the bot push as well. So it looks like advantage in terms of map control to Loops. And, you know, at this point, they're hitting level 4, they're hitting level 5 as well. She have already at level 6. Now, this first neutral objective is going to be very vital, because it does pair well with the skill sets. Tyrant is going to be the neutral objective of choice.
Yeah, they definitely need that one, especially for the damage for the Shangguan and the Konsoju. I mean, damage overall is going to be great for your team the most you go into these early game fights as well. And obviously having that chain lightning effect from the Tyrant is always going to be super useful for your team. But looking at the gold difference, we are seeing that Loops are ever so slightly ahead, just by a few hundred, which isn't a lot. It's not something to shout home about, but it's still Loops in the lead with that gold. No kills on the board just yet. Like I said, these games are played pretty slow in the early game. Nice stun there from Motsu on the side of Loop Esports. But now we have Pirate and Overlord spawning. Let's see what kind of tomfoolery is going to happen on the Gorge.
She does catches eyes onto two members on the side of Loops, and this is going to be a different decision by Loops. Actually, they're not going to try and contest this. They're going to do the fake out, and oh my goodness, the fake out works because Kang gets the death. Goodness, and in the meantime, Mankey and the lane actually steal off the buffs in the top side of the jungle for R8's jungle camps, and that's a huge one. They didn't do any of the work, but they took all the credit.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that there's no contest, but there comes through Motsu's first ability, gets a stun, but also steals the Tyrant, which was just a little bit like, oh, that's got to really hurt your ego on the side of R8 Esports. Elaine is already doing his slap and dash tactics here, but Zhongfei pushing again. Dolia, after getting stunned by Motsu, can they get this first tier turret? Shangguan not be able to do it. Oh, enough damage, but Ryoshi coming in with a snipe. Getting first blood and first turret for the side of R8 Esports.
Yeah, so very nice skill shots from both ends of the camps, right? RA with a nice old bomb there to get the first blood. Of course, I think Loop still has the better play, right? It is a cannon blast to steal one of the neutral objectives, which really helps them out because of the chain lightning. It also affects Ryoichi very detrimentally, because his physical immunity now is going to be kind of mitigated and nullified because the chain lightning is magical damage.
Yep, no, it's definitely going to have a knock-on effect for the next 4 seconds, but again, it hasn't really served them too well, as we saw that R8 was actually in a better position without the Tyrant there, because they was able to get the first blood and able to get the first turret in the farm lane. However, those mid and flash lane turrets are looking mightily damaged there on the side of R8, so all it's going to take is a little bit of an absence from the R8 team to lose those turrets, and it looks like the same thing into the farm lane as well.
let's take a look at the replay here. They were trying to dive in onto Zier, but there was a nice calculation by Ryoichi to get that Oppo down amidst all of the confusion. And you can see they were very clear about who they're supposed to go for there, the nice kill. And at this point, map control pretty much even, and we are neck and neck in terms of the gold accumulation. Finances, the bank looks good for both teams.
Yep, it has actually flirted over to the side of R8 Esports ever so slightly, only by, if you actually know, just as I said that, it's gone over to Loop. I could be doing this thing for the entire game duration, to be honest. Like, oh, it's over there, it's over there, it's over there. But they do lose their farm lane turret, so again, Loop stacking up some more gold. However, it is going to be a trade for that clash lane turret again. So 2 side turrets taken down on the side of R8. This is the same kind of tactic they did in game 1. But I think they're just going to leave that second tier turret there as well as Illidian takes down Zier, but that is probably going to be his death notice there as Motsu takes that crucial crowd control and takes the kill onto the Mijoj and the Dharma as well. But still, they are not done. A red team are still in the thick of it. That is a 3, almost 4-1 trade. Menki on the rotate there, trying to get the flank onto Ryoichi, and does get a double kill. So Abe with the double kill for Loop Esports. And they have just taken 4 kills from R8 when losing only 1 body. That is the kind of engage that you need in this 7-minute mark.
I think R8's mental is totally affected.
Right? The Cannon Blast doing so much work for the team. Not only do they get the stun, they get the magic damage as well. So it nullifies the protecting winds offered by Ryoichi, and he is rendered useless at that point. I think there was a slight overconfidence from the side of R8, thinking they can turn the fight around at that point, because Illidan was actually successful in getting the kill onto Zier as well. But they failed to calculate the fact that Loops was actually all around the corner, and it really just turned tails for them.
Yes, unfortunately for the side of R8, they have a little bit more catching up to do now. This Team Cup is not looking the greatest just yet. I mean, the Shangguan I was very excited for, but yet to see Zenon really pop off on that hero, where as Loops have pretty much stuck with a tried and tested Team Comp and taken the second Tyrant in the match. And this time around, they haven't had to get a trick shot on it. They were just wide left alone to be able to take that jungle objective from R8 once again. But it just seems to be like there is a little bit lacking here on R8 in terms of the tempo. They just not roaming it as well as Loop Esports, considering they had both of their side lanes pinned down for the first tier turrets. They still wasn't quite confident enough to catch these rotations because they were just catching fists instead.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? It's a difficult position to be in for the set of R8, because when you're below farm and you're trailing the team, as a Shangguan for Xenon, it's really hard to get kills. And at the same time, Ryoichi, yes, he's level 12, he's on par with Zier as well, but there's no efficient protection offered by Illidan and Shihab at this point, right? And even if with the Celestial Melody, sure, you can have the refresh on your ultimates, but what good is that going to do when you can't get kills of the first instance of your ultimate, and then you're out of position? So Loop's actually, yeah, it's a position they love to be in, and RA have to work hard out for them.
Yeah, Loop's really showing that they are why they are the second seed of the Brazilian region right now, because again, like you said, this Team Comp should have had a lot more potential than it did, but again, they just haven't allowed that foot in the door. We did see that it looked like, I think it was even Dolia trying to dash over the wall to take the Tyrant objective there, but was a little bit too unsuccessful, as we saw Loop Esports taking the Shadow Tyrant once again. That is 3 Tyrants to nil point on the side of R8 Esports, but again, we could potentially be seeing a barrage onto the mid lane turret as well. But this is all going to be brewing up, and it all looks like it's confidently a mid-game victory so far for Loop Esports, as they've managed to take, and obviously 3 Shadow Tyrants. They could easily go for this Shadow Overlord, but they do have the Primal Bond, so it will take them a little bit longer. Hence why they're going for the lanes instead. It may just be a little bit more of an easy feat rather than giving it over to the side of R8. But the minions are coming around, and we have Ali and the Motsu there in the Clash lane, taking the second tier Clash lane turret as well. So down that goes. and it's just left wide open that higher ground turret in the clash lane and farm lane.
Yeah, Loop's actually putting out the quarantine order on RA, right? They're not allowed to leave the base without approval from the members of Loops. And it's going to keep being this way because Tank is just going to shoot his cannon blast over and over again. He has sufficient mana regen. So at this point, it really is who is the straggler on the side of RA. And if anyone makes the mistake of standing a little bit too far out, they should be ready for the world of hurt that Loops is going to prepare for them in a short moment.
Yes, I mean, it's not looking like a wall of hurt for the side of R8. There's just been no damage coming from the side of the Shangguan or the... I mean, other than the snipe early game from Roichi on the Consort 2, we're not really getting anything else promising from these two heroes that I was really excited for into this draft, but it seems like Loops have played against the drafts like this time and time again, and they know that the true potential of that Motsu in the mid lane, especially paired with the Zhongfei, because if you pick the Motsu into the support lane, it's then like, okay, so we've now just got like a mage / tank in the farm lane, but there's nothing better than having that Zhongfei open, especially how Mithy got
I don't really see a very good synergy coming out from the side of
Zhongfei. So again, just being able to open up and push apart of the enemy team with Zhongfei and then allow the lane to come through kind of just negates the whole flashiness of Shangguan. As we can see, a lane looking to push that bot lane, but also at the same time they're looking for that higher ground turret in the clash lane, doing a little bit of damage, not quite securing it. They do secure the tier 2 turret in the mid lane, so it's not all just a non-starting push there for the side of Loop Esports. We are still seeing a little bit of an aggression, potentially a calm before the storm here at this high ground turret, and the farm lane. Dunn is just looking to be at the front line to try and soak enough damage from the side of Loop Esports. We are seeing something happening here. The Shadow Vanguards are just putting immense pressure onto that high ground turret as well as the Vanguard in the clash lane. So the only thing that is left standing, I mean, very much left standing, is that mid lane one. The clash lane is just holding on for its dear life on the side of R8. I think that they have this team against the wall right now, which is just a little bit unfortunate for the team.
Yeah, it's a pressure cooker at this point, right? So Loops, they're really cooking at this point. They're waiting for this Tyrant. It is just 14 minutes in the game. Let's take a look at the itemization. Very curious about the Mortis build. He actually goes for the more damaging build. So Master of Agony with the Holy Grail, as well as the Boots of the Arcane, complemented by the Venomous Staff. So what this does, number one, he's going to have an insane amount of mana regen, he's going to have magic penetration, he's going to have percentage health damage as well, and anti-heal properties for every one of his strikes that hit. And if you are R8, right now you're just sitting duck because there's no one else that's able to dive consistently and safely. Yes, you have the Unruly Blade coming out from the Tun, but at this point Shihab is not going to take that risk because once he's gone, there is no frontliner to save the day for R8. Illidan is not technically the best frontliner you can have. Yes, he is kit to try and get the kills, but to survive 5 different members of Onslaught and damage, not going to work out.
Yeah, no, you're definitely correct in that observation, Kin, it seems, because again, we are seeing a very scared Dunn that's not looking for a rotation or even a friendly engage, not even in a hello. Here is some cookies I have baked for you. Please don't kill me and my team and my crystal, which may be potentially happening here in that mid lane. They were able to take the high ground turret in the clash lane. So again, it is a lonely sitting turret there in the higher grounds of that base, but getting caught out potentially was the Shangguan able to dash out of there with her skills. But again, CC Immunity coming through, but it's not going to be enough for Ryuji. Ryuji goes down. Here is the assassin on the side of Loop Esports. Is a lane up in the sky with a death on Sunset as they come through with the minions, looking to take game 2 from R8. This is day 2. But is it a day of 2 zeros?
Yep, what a wonderful day though. Well, in that case, Loops, what a gameplay. I think they were struggling in game 1, but game 2, they really hit their stride. Goes in the series with a 2-0. Very, very clean strategies down here. Kank is my personal MVP of the game, right? The Cannon Blast were making sense throughout the entire game, right? Lockdown, and at this point, it was just moments before disaster struck, because once Shihab is lesser than half his health, once Shihab is dead, there is virtually no entry point back into the game itself. And Illidan did give us a glimpse of brilliance, getting the lockdown as well under them, right under the crystal, but it was just a little too little too late at this point.
R8 faces
Yep, fortunately for R8, it is their last game within their group, but we are going to go over to the stage for the interview now.
Thank you so much, Casters. We're live back on stage here right now. But we're gonna congratulate on this side of Loop first for winning over against R8 just now. What a tug of war between these two teams. What an emotional game as well. Now I have to start off the first with Mithy, the MVP for game number 1. You stolen that Overlord and turned the game around. How do you feel right now?
Bom, primeiro parabéns, né? E pergunta pro Mitch, aí na primeira partida você roubou o Overlord e mudou tudo, né? Como é que você está se sentindo sobre isso?
Pô, não é uma coisa que acontece geralmente, né? É bem difícil acontecer. Acho que eu tô muito feliz e eu espero continuar roubando.
Well, that's something that happens in this game. I am really happy about it, obviously, and I'm looking forward to keep stealing Overlords.
Well, they're pretty good at stealing the Overlord, probably the Tempest Dragon too one day. Second is going to be towards the captain, ABH. ABH? Can we make it clear, how do we pronounce his name first, ABH? Because I know it's not ABH.
Primeiro que eu queria saber, como é que eu vou pronunciar seu nome?
ABH.
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 Yeah. It's ABH. Is it okay for ABH? It's so hard to pronounce, guys. Okay, ABH. You know that after you win this, for your group, you have to fight against AG Globals. How are you ready? Are you ready? And how's the preparation against AG Globals?
Vocês vão ter que jogar contra o AG Globals, né? Como é que vocês estão preparados? Como é que estão se preparando para essa partida?
Eu acho que a gente está muito preparado. Eu acho que a partida que eles jogaram contra a R8 mostrou muito sobre eles. Eu acho que eles têm umas fraquezas que a gente consegue explorar muito bem. Então acho que vai ser interessante jogar contra os caras e a gente vai sair vitorioso, com certeza.
We are really ready. We have been preparing for a while now, and I think it showed during the match against R8 just now. So I think we can all look forward to an exciting game ahead.
Anything that we can know for the strategy next against AG? Any strategy that we can know against AG?
Quer compartilhar aí alguma estratégia que vai utilizar?
Negativo, negativo. É surpresa.
Gonna be a surprise.
So you guys have to watch that one out. Last but not least, ABH, you're the captain, right? But you played Jing so well in game number 1. Now, do you have any tips you can share with us, especially new players like me or the players that love to play Jing out there? Do you have any tips for them?
Você jogou tão bem com o Jane na primeira partida, né? Ela quer saber se tem qualquer dica para os jogadores que querem começar a jogar com esse personagem.
A Jing com certeza é um dos bonecos mais difíceis do jogo. Então acho que muitas horas no modo de treino, treinando contra a Fantoche, vai ser muito bom para as pessoas aprenderem.
To get the feel of the game, the answer is always the same. You have to spend lots of hours in the training, and then you'll get there. Anyone can get there.
And don't die, yes? No feed. Then don't feed and no die, yes?
Morre, né? Não morre.
Okay, but thank you so much for Loops coming out from the Brazilian team, and they will advance to the knockout stage, and they confirmed to go to the knockout stage alongside with the AG, but we're back to the casters.
And there we have it, Kin. The R8 did smash. Loops. I was getting a bit copium there. Sorry. Loops is smashing R8 with a 2-0. So that already puts them ahead of AG Global. Because AG Global won with a 2-1 victory, meaning they got 1 point, whereas Loops was like, hold my beer. I've got to get a 2-0 now, and I'm going to be first of our group. But but obviously the conclusion to that one isn't until 2 days' time. So that's when Loops go against AG Global to see who is going to take that top spot. But if they can't beat Loops with a 2-0, AG Global is going to stay below them, baby. So at least we know that Loops and AG Global are going to make it into the knockouts at the end of this tournament, well, in a few days' time. So again, props to Loops, showing the Brazilian region proud and definitely smashing it. That was a clean game.
Yeah, a lot of potential coming out from Loops. Very interested to see how they're going to do against their other Brazilian counterparts as we move on further down the days. Now, of course, with that being said, I think we take a look at the game itself. I think there were a lot of moments that kind of showcased the brilliance on the side of Loops. First thing first, I really like the draft that came into it, right? So we will take a look at the post-game stats. I'm going to be able to run through the story a little bit better at this point. Now, there's a couple of things you need to take a look at. The first thing first is Kank, right? I really love this pick on the mortar. It provided so much room for the likes of Zia to really just get the farm down as well. At the same time, we didn't really mention Tempest this entire game, but he was a silent assistant throughout the entire time of the match itself, where he was making things work. The map control was really clean. He was getting the wave clears. At the same time, he was also providing pressure against Illidan. So he was always locking Illidan in place, not allowing Illidan to come into the team fights and make life difficult for both Zia and Kank as well. So that only happened at the last moment where Illidan came in to use his ultimates, the knockback as well, lock them under the crystal. But at that point of time, Shihab was already dead. Xanon on and Ryoichi didn't have enough hit points or wasn't alive to even try and contest for the kills as well.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, even we didn't give Tempest the time of day in that game, and that's just showing how silent his success was in that entire match. I mean, towards the end, when we saw the close of Game 2, that's when we really saw Tempest. He was like, oh, they have a fifth player. He's been in the Clash lane all this time, but now he's made his way down to the farm lane. Who would have known? But yeah, Tempest actually did a really good silent job in that entire match, just making sure he didn't die, putting the pressure on Dharma, and then just being that silent assassin that he needed to be in those team fights. But as you can see, Kanka with the 109k damage, that's just long range, obnoxious stun, just really put R8 into a pit stop, and even showed that the Shangguan pick was a non-starter. It was just a little bit unfortunate. I got really excited to see Zenon on another flashy mid lane, and it just wasn't given the air. We were saying the post-analytical game needs to have airtime, and I feel like she had very little.
Yep, exactly. Probably didn't buy the tickets in time, you know, late for the flight, missed the flight, wrong gate, stuff like that. Many reasons why she didn't take flight and take to the skies. But nonetheless, I think this is testament to how strong Loops is, because they really just put them in a pressure cooker, right? They did so many things to slow down the farm. They did so many things to leash the growth potential on the side of R8. And it all started with Kank, right? Because of the consistent bombardment of the cannon blast, it really stifled the growth, because at every single instance, they were concerned, do we save Ryoichi? Do we go for more in team fights? And this is testament. I'm pretty sure it is going to be Kank. It is going to be 109,000 damage dealt. It's going to be the MVP of game number 2 as they close off the series for Loops. Kank, what a play. I mean, I show true appreciation for Mortar, because I personally play Mortar in the roam and mid as well. So when I saw his performance, it was chef's kiss.
Yeah, we've seen your TikTok videos, kid. We know you like Monsu. So it's definitely a well-known fact that you do like this pickup in the mid lane. But again, definitely well props to Kanka getting that 109k damage, and 109% is surely going to be the MVP for being the shot caller of that game. Just being able to set up those easy engages. Like, I feel like Miffy didn't have to have much of a hard job in game 2 that like he did in game 1. There was no real need for him to keep jumping in, making the team fights himself. It was all literally like, Kanka, you just drop that first skill, we'll follow the suit, baby. And that's exactly what happens. The Loops were in suit with those engages. But again, to only be R8 and take a round from AGG, but then lose 2-0 from Loop Esports is a little bit of a blow for the team, because as they are now not officially be able to get into the knockouts or to EWC because they are in the bottom 3 of their respective groups. But as you can see there, look, Loops at the top, right at the top, creme de la creme of Group B. We have obviously Vivo Keystars in Group A as well, so they are currently sitting at the 2nd seed because Team Vitality taking that clean 2-0 from Foot Esports, but AG Global's not where I expected them to be, in that 2nd place after losing a round from R8 Esports.
That's right, and of course, with that being said, we will be looking at the next group. This is the, I think, final game of the day, right? We have the next game. Yeah, the final game of the day. It's going to be RRQ going up against LGD Gaming. Another introductory showcase of their skills. RRQ, we have not seen them in the group stages yet. This will be their debut, right, on the 2nd day of our Order of Kings Invitationals for Season 2. So, kind of curious what RRQ have in store for us. Now, I have been watching a couple of the games for their, showcase matches and stuff like that. So I do have some level of expectation. Like, I expect RRQ to really bring the fire against LGD. Now, LGD in day 1, we've already seen how strong they are. I'm not going to be able to say in a very nice way, right? LGD are monsters. And the question is RRQ a monster themselves? Can they match up to the standard that LGD has shown to the rest of the world so far?
We'd like to hope so. We'd like to see this last game be a banger like the previous day 1, game 4, well, match 4, shall I say, was at the end of game 1, day 1. So hopefully we get to see just a massive banger like we did yesterday. But speaking of bangers, we are going to be showing you that Yao is going to be released on the 2nd of July, with being the next jungle hero onto the scene of Honor of Kings. So once again, Yao is going to be your potential next main if you are a jungle main player. So don't forget to jump in the game, buy him, play him, and have fun, because he looks flashy, and I believe in the lore he is related to Jing. I believe he's Jing's brother. So if you think that Jing's flashy, let's see what a brother can do.
So if you can't play Jing, you can try Yao, and maybe your tides will change, right? Your fortunes will change as well. But hey, like they said, it takes time, it takes effort, it takes practice as well, right? You don't expect to go into the game and suddenly be a superstar in terms of execution. It takes a bit of work, right? And talking about work, this is what everyone else has been putting in for the side of the teams that have attended this Honor of Kings Invitationals for Season 2. So I'm really happy to take a look at the games. Yes, we have one of the longest games so far from our first 2 days itself. And I think we can kind of expect similar tendencies from the last game of the day, RRQ against LGD. Do you have any thoughts about RRQ going into the last series of the day?
Well, I mean, we had such a clean, very short first game of the day of day 1, with LGD being involved in that one, going against, I believe it was Impunity. So again, this was a organization, Impunity, that have been on the scene for quite some time, and LGD just made sure work of them. But RRQ, as we know, did win their show match against Kagendra, who just recently lost against Team Secret. So again, I feel like there is going to be a, hopefully an equal footing going into this match, because again, it'd be nice to see more flavor of RRQ before they either unfortunately exit the competition or don't, or get to 2nd place, and then obviously we see them in the knockouts and EWC. But again, I really have high hopes for the team itself, but to them, this is their first day. So if they don't win this match, they've then got to take a match against Impunity, which I feel like if they can beat Kagendra, I feel like they can beat Immunity. So if they don't win today, they've still got tomorrow to still try and get that 2nd place within the Group D. But I think LGD will more than likely win this one, whether it be 2-1 or 2-0, we'll yet to see, to be honest. But after yesterday's performance of LGD, I think it's going to be a banger regardless.
Yep, LGD already setting the standards. They have raised the bar pretty high, to be honest. So amongst the teams that we have seen so far in day 1 and day 2. Now the question is for RRQ, can they match up to this standard? Right now, of course, with that being said, there are nerves. It is very difficult playing in front of a live audience as well. So we do have to take that into consideration. Now it is time for us to take a little break. When we're back, we'll bring you the final game of the day. We'll see you.
Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2. Let's go!
Saya sangat berhati-hati dengan tim Secret karena mereka memiliki player-player yang sangat kuat dan juga teammate yang sangat kompak kan.
加油吧，毕竟都是老朋友。我们会给每个对手 respect， 全力以赴。
在 S213个队伍里面，我敢说，除了马来西亚和菲律宾队伍以外，我都有一战之力。
Talk about the vitality. One is Shanks, and the other one is City Boy. That I prefer to call him Laji.
那他就等着被垃圾打败吧。我觉得他们可能在我对面连8分钟都撑不过去，就被平推了，没有丝毫还手之力。
FUT 在我眼里可能连只蚂蚁都不如。
Just I'm really hustling for the top 3.
Everybody knows that loops are easier to beat.
Eu acho que o sonho de todo mundo que tá na Loops é ser o melhor. E se a gente tiver que mandar vocês pra casa pra isso, é isso que a gente vai fazer.
Loops, don't talk too much.
遇强则强，实力不详。
Inshallah ربنا يوفقنا في الماتش.
我们小组其实是很强的，有一个 LGD Impunity， 都是2个非常强劲的对手。
Yang sangat-sangat ingin saya lawan adalah LGD karena mereka adalah salah satu tim terkuat di Asia.
RRQ 你们应该比 Impunity 更简单。
我估计比较困难吧，但是我们会尽我们全力的。
RRQ 等下的比赛能撑过10分钟就好了，别逞强。Kalau mereka terlalu meremehkan, kami dari RRQ bisa mengalahkan.
RRQ 家，我不会让你活着吃水晶的。
We are RRQ, King of Kings. We are coming for you.
If you know the enemy, you can plan what you can do in the game before you start the game.
Buat tim-tim lain, siap aja kita kalahin.
Through the ages, two opposing sides have fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliche. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one?
be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead.
Well, hunted by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well, taking that win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Karena mereka memiliki player-player yang sangat kuat dan juga
Welcome back to the Honor Kings Season 2 Invitational with myself, Blam, and with me for today is Kin, and we are already on the last match of the day, Kin. What is going on? Day 2? Day of 2 zeros? Please, can we break this curse?
Well, it's very clinical. We are at the clinic right now. I think the teams are really aware of what's at stake here, and that is the top 8 position, right? This is a guaranteed entry into the EWC.
Well,
Cup.
I don't think
So
there
I
will
think,
be
the
any
teams
2-1. It's just going to be a 2-0.
They want to make a statement, right? Which is, sure, we are all going to get there, but we're going to weed out.
I'm looking forward to how LGD might end the game fast, because they are known for
So I
fast
think
paced
that's why we're
game.
having 2-0s all across the board, and at the same time, it's also about the ability to adapt, right? I think from my personal POV, is the mark of a champion is the ability to adapt to ever-changing situations, and I think we have seen a lot of these teams display this particular behavior and this learning capabilities. So I'm expecting a lot more from RRQ and LGD as well.
Absolutely, and here is the first team of the last match of the day. It is RRQ. We have Nightmare in the Clash lane, Bay in the jungle, 663 in the mid lane, Gia in the farm, and Jester F in the roam support lane. So again, this is, unless you have caught the show match of the Season 2 Invitational, you have not seen these guys play yet. So again, this could be a treat for you, a first-time treat, but they are going to be going against LGD, which is a team from Malaysia, and here are their players.
All right, LGD Malaysia, this is going to be Xiang, Musan King, Zhihong Jr., JR, and Zhe. And now, for those of you that have already seen their gameplay in day one, you know what to expect today. They have set the standards for the competition so far, and I think that they will put RRQ to the test today. It is a best of 3, but so far today has been a game of 2 O's. So we'll see if this trend continues for the side of LGD Gaming, or will it be RRQ to break this curse today?
Yes, I mean, I really hope that RRQ are able to bring LGD down to at least a 1-point victory, or not just another solid 2-0. We could do with some more matches today. We love a best of 3 being casters. We can't wait to watch more and cast more, so we really want to see a full best of 3 at least. Going into day 2, but RRQ again, like I said in the introduction, if you haven't watched the show match, you haven't seen them play yet. And in the show match, for you, spoilers, because you're not going to go and watch it within this time before the draft happens, so snooze you lose. RRQ bet Kagendra 4-2 in the show match, so it kind of shows you that we've already seen Kagendra. Kagendra had a little bit of potential, but not enough potential to take down RRQ.
Yeah, let's see if they can bring the Titans down to their knees, right? Let's take a look at the draft, the ban and pick at this point. RRQ gonna take away the Zhangfei, so there's no beast mode and big ulti burst coming out from the Zhangfei. They will take out the Lady Chen as well. So there's quite a bit of CC and sustain taken out from the side of the RRQ hero pool. Now LGD Malaysia on the other hand will take out the Arlie as well as the Da Qiao, which means there is quite a big damage source being taken out. Arlie, of course, with the huge mobility with the parasols and as well as the maple dance, one of the favorite things we like to see, you know, just cancelling out all of the different projectiles coming in. That's not going to be a show for you to see currently.
RRQ locking in the Dahlia,
Yep, so interlocking with that Dahlia
yep,
first pick on the side
answer
of
coming out from
RRQ, and like
LGD
you said,
will be the
Ali has
mine
been banned. That still makes her 100% appearance through the entire of the Season 2 Invitational thus far. But then we have a look over to what LGD are cooking, and it looks like that Mai is going over to Xiong in the mid lane, and then JR is getting that Lady Sun, which we know he is a macro king on that Lady Sun.
Yep, and of course we will be having a little bit of a technical pause here. I think there's some issues for the players, but not to worry, right? This gives us a little bit more time to discuss about what RRQ can bring to the table so far. Not sure whether it's going to be a redraft, but as it stands now, let's talk about it with the fact that the lineup they have drafted for themselves, right? So playing up against a Lady Sun and playing up against Mai, those are heroes that have very huge burst pool. But more than that, it is also about the position themselves, right? With the passive of Mai Shiranui, as well as the rolling raid coming out from the Lady Sun. It is quite scary to play against them, especially when you're out of position.
Yeah, I mean, if the Mai is definitely going to get locked in again, it would be something that we haven't seen yet on LGD. So yesterday, the mid lane of LGD played both the Lady Chen and Haino as well. So again, this would be a new string on the bow of this player. So, and again, we've seen some really promising Mai plays in this entire tournament so far. It's only 2 days in. So again, lots and lots of potential for this hero, but I feel like she has been 100% appearance as well now going into well, it seems like 100% appearance going into day 2. She's either been banned or picked within these games. But just a little bit of a rundown for the team comps yesterday that LGD actually did go for. So they had the likes of Elaine, Pei, Haino, Ali, and Lian Po for their first game. Then going into game 2, they had Mayin, Monkey, Lady Jen, and Lady Sun and Zhangfei. So we saw that Zhangfei did get banned, so there won't be an appearance of Zhangfei in game 1 at least. So already going to be a little bit of a mix-up and change for the side of LGD.
Yeah, we might see the Tun make it out of the ban pool as well. Like you mentioned, you know, you guys mentioned about it in day 1. LGD has a very scary tendency, which is they like to go hyper aggressive right from the get-go. And I think that's something with that, you know, RRQ needs to be really concerned about, and they need to kind of prep themselves defensively. Can they outlast this Malaysian LGD aggression that's gonna inevitably spoil the game if they allow them to get away with what they want.
It may not, but again, like you said, LGD have an aggressive tendency. It's not just the fact that they have 5 fingers like everybody else. Their 5 fingers seem to be loaded with something else other than love. It is definitely aggression towards their opponents, it seems, because yesterday there was no love on that gorge for Impunity at all. If there was, it's a strange kind of love and affection that I've never seen before. But I think RRQ going 4-2 against Kagendra, I think there is a glimmer of hope there for this team. So let's see what they do draft, whether that Dolia is actually going to make it into the draft of RRQ. But again, if I just check the stat sheet, if they have any of their draft going through already for RRQ, or if they did take the draft for the show match that RRQ did. Let's have a look. It doesn't seem like it, no. So again, we could be up for a complete treat here. We could be seeing some new picks come onto the gorge. Again, that is probably one of my favorite things of a Season 2 Invitational, is just seeing these new picks come through. Obviously, if they do go for the Shangguan, then they want to play a lot better than RA did in the last game, because just the sheer amount of skill that this hero can display, but also the amount of damage and outskilling that Shangguan can do. It's already shown in like solo queue when you see some of the streamers play Honor of Kings as well, some of the content creators who pick up this hero and realize the potential. It's just crazy. That's why I really just want to see somebody just grab a hold of this hero in the mid lane and just go ham.
Yep, and you know, it's really dangerous because the finishing stroke, the name of her ultimate, if it is going to be paired up with the Celestial Melody from Idolia, depending on how well they farm up in the early stages of the game, it could be the one thing that brings LGD Malaysia down to their knees. Like I said, it really comes down to the aggression. If they're able to stave off the initial aggression coming in from the Malaysia LGD lineup, then perhaps we could see that turnaround, that counter move, that counter punch that will allow this Shangguan to shine
to drag
as
time
brightly as we expect her to be.
Yep, but obviously we are just still looking to iron out those technical issues here. We have no other sort of history for either of these teams, I believe. I mean, I think that, let me just try and get what I was preparing for them on there, but same RRQ, obviously they have the coach from what was Stalwart Esports. So before that organization disbanded their team, the coach for RRQ was actually coaching that team. So seeing him go over to RRQ and seeing how he affected and how he was able to get Stalwart Esports online and on the stage ready in such a short amount of time really shows and pays dividends to this coach and his skill to get these players to where he needs to be. And obviously RRQ being able to go for that show match against Kagendra and go 4-2, I feel like that it's not only a show of the player's skill, but also the coach themselves.
Yeah, so at this point we will just wait for a little bit before we get the game started. I think whoever that is still on their way, right, to Sunway Velocity Mall, you still have time. We do have the match. This is the last match of the day. Try not to miss it. If you're around the area, please do come down as well. Now, it's been a while since I've been to Sunway Velocity Mall, but the last time I was there, I had a very good experience taking it. It's a very huge space, right? Now, this begs the question, do you think the teams are stressed? Okay? LGD Malaysia, I don't think they are stressed at all. This is home ground for them. But for the RRQ boys, they're coming from another country. They're coming from
no, there's two Malaysian.
Right? And you're sitting in a foreign land, on a foreign stage, in front of foreign people. How, you know, does that stress get to you? I think that's the main question, because we've really seen teams like AG, right? They talked about it during their interview. They said that, hey, we were feeling anxious. We didn't perform as per how we wanted to because we were very nervous. And, you know, nerves do matter. And at this point, I'm just wondering whether the RRQ boys have steeled themselves for this experience to try and take down a titan such as LGD Malaysia.
I mean, if nerves were the problem for RRQ, I feel like they wouldn't have done as well against Kagendra in the show match. So I think for certain teams, certain players, obviously nerves do affect everybody a little bit differently. These are players, they aren't sort of meant to be on stage talents, so not all of them can be extroverted. Some of them can be quite introverted and just want to do their best for their team and for themselves. So, but I don't think that is the issue here for RRQ, and obviously LGD being in home territory are not too bothered. They seem pretty chill. They're just all sat back in their chairs, just waiting for the pause to be over and waiting for that draft to begin once again. So it's going to be really interesting once we get back into it. Thanks for those at home that have sat through this technical fault, and we are back into the draft. So Dolia does make it through for RRQ. That is one of the legit picks, and we may see what they are cooking for us in pick 2, which is the Renji. So Dolia paired with the Renji, that means you get that multiple stun on your ultimate as well. So trying to pick off the Mai Shiranui. If you miss once, you get twice, and we spoke about it so much, and we cosmically ordered the Shangguan. It is coming hot, steamy on a plate for us two casters here, Kin. We will be, hopefully, I don't want to like big up this pick again and it go horrible like it did at R8, but I really hope that RRQ can bring the flavor on this hero.
Yeah, these are two big ultimates that will be extremely flashy, but not only flashy, right? It's not just about the aesthetics, it's about the effectiveness. The mirror domain will be effective in getting the huge burst, the kills as well, similar to Shangguan's finishing stroke. So it really is who is going to be able to pull the trigger and get the kill first. And this all comes down to the start of the game.
Oh, the
Managing
Jing.
and pushing their will onto the opponent's
LGD has so much damage. Most likely they are going for like Zhang Fei has been banned, Lian Po has been banned. Most likely Dun, like Xiang Yu that kind. They need something that is more tanky and frontline as the support
picks have already been
and
taken off the
the
cards that we've been
slayer.
seeing
I mean,
majoritively
clash.
throughout the Season 2 Invitational
So,
from day 1 to
expecting
day
more
2.
tanky
Obviously, Lian Po, Mosu,
picks coming up
Zhang
here
Fei,
so that they can help
Dun
back off.
obviously can be flexed down to the support
Okay,
lane, so we
Iron
could be
is a
seeing
decent
something
pick
maybe
and
like
he can
a
dominate
little
on his
Lute or a
lane. Let's see what's
Taiyan, or we could
later
be
on. Let's
seeing
guess what's their
Lucian.
support.
We do know that some of these
Oh, Dun they
Southeast
ban it
Asian
themselves,
teams
so
do like to
there's only
pick
like
Lucian
Xiang Yu
in
that is
the
left that is
support
tanky kind
role,
of
but
frontline.
again, it could be
If
something
not, they will be
completely
going like
unconventional.
Liu Shan or
But it's definitely not
even.
going to be the Chao because that was banned at first. But the thing
Do
I'm
they
really
even
excited
have
for
that
for this
hero
Shangguan this time is
where
the
they
fact
can
that it's going to be
revive? I
two
can't think.
assassins
I
in the
can't
mid lane
remember it.
and not an assassin against a utility
maybe
mage
not. So
or
now
the
left
likes of
wing
Angela,
left with
which we are used to within
jungle and
Season
top.
2. This is going to be
Guan Yu? Oh, Charlotte
potentially
and
a
Kaiser.
non-stop brawling lane. And speaking of brawling, they have the likes of the
So,
Charlotte
Byron and Charlotte
paired
is a
with the
50-50.
Kaiser and the Dolia. You are going to get that 16 seconds of just pure sponginess from the Kaiser.
Yeah, it's really insane because if you take a look at the
Oh, Sun Tzu?
mobility that is offered by the
Seems
RRQ
like there's
lineup,
something come
it's
up
crazy.
LGD
And
sleeve.
here we go. It's going to be, I believe, the first Sun Tzu of today, right? Sun Tzu going to be
Yes.
played by Tzu. I'm not sure if this is going to be the final. Is there going to be a role swap for any of these heroes at this point? But I like the idea behind LGD Malaysia's draft so far. They have good stuns, they have good sustain, but more importantly, they have excellent burst coming out. And I think it fits the bill of LGD Malaysia's aggression that they're known for.
Yeah, it's nice to see that since he actually comes onto the gorge. This is something I pretty much thought that would have been a day one pick because we see it so much within Chuck BR, and VKS didn't want to pick it up and the Loops didn't pick it up, even though they are known to play this hero in that support role rather than it being in the Clash lane. Because when I was doing my little figures over the Chuck BR 24 tournament, this hero played and got a better win rate when it was as the support pick, and we already know how aggressive LGD can be, and this sits in nicely because you get that huge boat, you get that CC knock up onto the enemy team. That is just as crucial as a Zhang Fei initiation or anything of the likes like a Lian Po engage as well. So not only do we have the potential brawl of the mid lane, which is already being changed up here because the mid lanes have swapped down to the farm lane because they don't want to see an assassin going against an assassin from the word go. They just aren't prepared for that amount of tip for tat.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, I want to build on the point that you're talking about the Sun Tzu. Right now, the moment he hits level 4, with the set sail, he's able to increase the speed of rotation. He's able to take one
so
member
accurate
along with
with
him as
his
well.
fan.
It looks like Tia is in a little bit of trouble. Zihong looking for his food. Will not get the last hit there, but he's still looking for more.
Oh, what a bully in between the turrets.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, first blood onto Jia. So Xiang getting the first blood for LGD. We are 1 minute 17 seconds in. This is really showing that there's a different region playing right now, Kin, as we've just been used to two of the more Western teams playing in the past 2 games, and now we are seeing the Southeast Asian team, and it's really showing in this tempo of match 1 between RRQ and LGD. Already taking 2 hits to the vitals of the kills there for LGD.
Yep, and this is the LGD Malaysia that we're all waiting for, right? So this is exactly what we had in mind for LGD's lineup. Very big aggression in the early game, and you know, one of the things that is going to be really important is the fact that the kills are going into the hands of Zihong as well as Musan King, which means they're going to have the huge amount of burst, and they do have the escape mechanisms as well.
Yeah, nothing excites me more than seeing these teams play. I mean, this region as a whole are just always bringing new flavors to whatever game they play, and it's no different in Honor of Kings. It just seems to be just so aggressive, just so showmanship as well. It's just really nice to watch, and you just don't know what to expect. You think you're gonna get like, oh, okay, these are 2 teams from the same region. They may be a little bit hesitant at first, but then in true LGD fashion, the Malaysian team are just sort of like, we're not putting the brakes on for nobody. We want to be top of our group.
Yep, and if you take a look at their aggression, how they're translating it into the map control, you can see the rotations already on the top lane, and this is going to be easy for the side of LGD to kind of make a play because Sun Tzu actually in the mid lane, ready with the bolt if I'm not wrong. He does have his ultimate available, so it really is a speedy rotation once it's required for the side of LGD Malaysia.
And obviously the beautiful Legend of the Dragon skin on the Sunseer as well, just really showing the true talent of the devs of Honor of Kings, really showing those really nice, pretty, beautiful skin lines that are currently out at Honor of Kings as well. But again, we are seeing a little bit of a stalemate here right now. We saw that early game aggression. Was that a little bit of a psych phase for the LGD? Just to be like, yeah, we're not going to take it easy on you. We're just going to show you that this early game may be a little bit slower than what we showed in Community yesterday, but don't get it twisted. We are still here, and we're still going to be hyper aggressive, like we saw the Mai Shiranui get the first blood between Tier 1 turret and Tier 2 turret. I mean, we haven't even seen anything like that just as yet within Season 2, and LGD, once again, just bringing unlimited flavor for their team.
Yep. While LGD have, you know, been very aggressive thus far, I think RRQ is matching up to their aggression quite well, right? And right off the bat, they will get the knockdown as well. It's going to get 2 kills from nothing at the side of LGD Malaysia's hands, and this is going to be free reign for the map. Mid T1 being threatened at the same time, structural damage imminent.
I feel like they were waiting for you to say that, Kim, because, I mean, that was definitely not matched by the side of RRQ. I think they were caught red-handed. Those I'm like, oh, yeah, big up Kim for letting us to thinking we're holding our own, and they've just lost the second-tier turret in the mid lane, and the down 4 kills as well. LGD are definitely not holding any punches, and they're definitely not looking for a 4 best of 3. That is another takedown for Nightmare in the Clash lane, and there is a fresh minion wave up there into the Clash lane's first tier turret as well. We could see LGD go for the 3rd turret. 6 minutes. This is absolute cinema.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, you know what, this is a very Asian thing, right? The moment you praise someone, they kind of mess up the entire situation. So hey, it's not my fault. I'm just trying to build them up, right? So at this point, let's take a look at the itemizations they have. right now for the Irons here, already having the Sparkforge Dagger.
She has
Gets a little
the
bit
burst
of
already.
lifesteal with the Vampiric Scythe, and at this point, that's all he can offer, right? JR a little bit more ahead, and here we go, set sail.
Set sail for the course of another kill onto Nightmare, unfortunately for the side of RRQ, and they do lose another first tier turret, so that is 4 turrets to none on the side of RRQ. The only thing that's closest to being taken down is their farm lane turret, and that's just because Gia has been sitting nicely all this time for the 6 minutes in that farm lane. So this is LGD just punishing the fact that they have just been sat in their lane, thinking that they're comfortable, thinking that they are safe from this team.
Yep, and now just to highlight the main difference between the farm lanes, we see a Meteor into an Eternity Blade on JR, and that's a very scary itemization because he's not even considering about the attack speed, he's considering about the burst. Set sail going to be landed down onto Xia at this point, right? And as it stands now, it's just full on map control for the side of LGD Malaysia. I don't see how RRQ will be able to make a stance at this point because Nightmare might be caught.
Third time in a row,
it's a delete.
Nightmare.
Yep, delete button.
Yeah. Unfortunately there for RRQ, they do lose their clash lane for the 3rd time in a row. It seems like that is a consistent, that is a targeted painted on Charlotte's back, but Jing is going straight in. It's Xiang that gets the kill onto Jester effort as well, so Dolia going down. The only thing keeping Shangguan alive is that airtime, but down goes Gia. Down goes 663. Bay is down. That is an ace. 7 minutes in, what is going on with this LGD? They are at the higher ground turret as well with some minions. Someone better call the Amber Lamps because I think that RRQ are going to need it. No shot they can finish this at 7 minutes 30. If they do, this is a new set time. The minions are coming around. They are going to finish. They're going to finish 7 minutes and 39 seconds. What was that?
I don't know. Someone called a doctor because LGD Malaysia is too sick at this point. Oh, that was an ill performance, man. That was out of this world because RRQ, they're shell shocked at this point. You can tell it from the eyes and voice. First game of a best of 3 series, the last game of the day, and it ended in 7.5 minutes. I have experienced a 7.5 minutes game before. But this is different class. Like this is entirely a different realm altogether from LGD Malaysia.
I'm just checking my temperature to make sure that I'm not just seeing things, and that was a 7 minute and 39 second match, but that was just absolutely brutal on the side of LGD. The fact that I feel like the technical difficulty was probably longer than that match is just absolutely a nut statement to be made. But to be honest, the way we saw LGD play and play against Impunity yesterday, I don't think this is much as a surprise for me. Yes, we haven't seen much of RRQ. Impunity, we had a little bit of a lead up to knowing what was in store for them, but for RRQ, there was a little bit of a man with a mystery, a little bit of a cowl, and into a dark night city that there was a bit of mystery for RRQ, but unfortunately the light has been shined. They have been interrogated and completely just finished in 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Let's see what they can do for game 2, but first up is the post-game analytics.
Yep, it's difficult because at this point JR, like I said, he skipped the Crimson Reaper, actually going for that build right across the board there. Completed the Meteor into the Eternity Blade, so he does have armor penetration, he does have the increased creep rate and creep damage as well. And to put into perspective how much difference there is, we only have the Sparkforge Dagger onto Xia along with one Vampiric Scythe. He wasn't even close, okay, maybe a little bit close to completing the Doomsday, but what good would that have been? Because at this point, if you take a look at the difference between the supports, Zed doesn't need to have too much aggression, right? He is already tanky by nature, he does have damage, and with the set sail, he's able to get a lot of CC down onto the majority of RRQ. On the flip side, Jester F he's not naturally tanky on the Dolia. He's gonna have to need itemization before he's able to provide the heals from the Wave Breaker, HP regen, and mana regen as well. So just right off the bat, early game there is a very stark difference already, and you will see right here in the damage dealt. Xia, Musa King, and Zhihong and JR. Look at the damage they have offered as a team.
Yeah, it's definitely nothing to frown or look down upon on the side of LGD Malaysia. They have 39k on the Jing, they have 32k on the Byron, and then pretty close between the Mai and the Lady Sun, both over the 20k mark. But all that damage was being soaked onto the Byron more so than the Sun Sea. We were seeing that Byron was able to go in, tank the damage, and then go out, and then Sun Sea was just like, yo bro, just leave the fight now, just get a little bit of damage around the outsides, and I will just sponge the rest of this for you, homie, and we'll be great. We'll go through, we will barely lose anybody in that whole fight, and you can kind of see what was actually the overall deal for LGD there, because you see that Sun Sea and Jing both have 83% team fight rate, so being the part of that team fight participation for the support and the jungle really showed it. And again, even though that's just like a graph, that shows a pretty picture, surely.
Well, I thought the graph was going to be even steeper than what we're seeing here, because at this point, the last one of the stats that we see is that there was a 0 team fight participation from the jungler, the mid laner, and the farm lane on the side of RRQ, and it was exactly because they were just elated of the game. And MVP, is it Musan King? Yes, it is going to be Musan King, dealing 39.2k damage in the span of 7 minutes and 39 seconds. I need you to understand how big of a damage output that is in 7.5 minutes. The games we have watched here today, majority of the time, has been at the 17 to 30 minute mark. This guy did a fifth of that damage in less than 1/4 of the time.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just absolutely a amazing feat for LGD, because I mean they have now officially taken the quickest match in Season 2 Invitational. Will anybody else top that? I'm not too sure, but just look at these hasty engages. If it's not Sun Sea going in first, it's then Byron, but here it is, set sail, just showing how great of a turret dive potential this hero has, and why it's taken so long into day 2 for
yo,
teams to start
Mr. Lonely.
I honestly think after today that we're going to be seeing this hero a lot more, because damn,
you talking to who, yeah?
It's kind of like
just 自言自语 lah, what the heck, if not the Shield guy, man.
But at the same time, he's
got no one.
If you're looking for a tank,
yeah, my check got no one, bro. Because I'm gone like half the time, dude. No one joke.
But why I call you in, right? Because this one got a lot to learn this game.
Oh, I mean, really, man? Like 7 minutes 30 a second, eh?
Malaysia has
have what? Like how?
Oh, like I mean from LGD side, yeah, got a lot of turn. I mean,
like,
not the other side.
How they plan out the game, how they do their rotations.
LGD Malaysia didn't.
You get what I mean?
They support each other. They
and
stand
how
in a group of 5 and say,
they
let's spread the damage.
They know like who, like even like how they end off fast, right? Byron was full HP, so he go in with his ulti.
He tank the tower and then he just
to protect the minion wave. All these are the things that our team is not doing.
Yeah.
I will do it if I'm the roamer, but yeah, but if I don't do it, there is lesser people who are going to do it. Wen Tao doesn't really do this kind of thing.
I mean, you need to learn more, I guess.
Yeah, so like there's a lot of pointers to learn from this game, and we can just learn it, jot it down, and go on. And it's same like what LGD taunted them. RRQ, I think it will be a clear than impunity.
I mean, it was.
It clearly showed.
Bro, 7 minutes. Yeah, I think that's a record, right, so far?
Yeah, that's the record. And Blum was roasting Infinity yesterday for losing to LGD.
Who?
The caster.
Oh, the Amon.
Yeah, he was roasting us yesterday, and now after he see, he's like,
we are gonna be there.
Never mind.
He taking back his words.
Yeah, shut up, bro. He doesn't even know how to say the fucking name correctly, bro.
but duper quick.
honestly,
but I didn't
Kenny
realize
is
it was going to be
Kinova is
7
slightly
minutes and
better
40
in terms of
seconds
casting
quick.
compared
lah.
to the rest of
Our
the
longest
casters.
game
Yeah lah,
There's
no.
still,
has been
there's
on
still
the
a lot
same
of
day.
errors
I
that
think
they are
that's
mentioning.
LGD sending
Like
the
let's say
message to the
Kin
rest of the
said,
teams. It's like,
Uh-huh.
29
RRQ
minutes
side,
and 15 seconds.
they are
Uh-huh.
playing in a foreign land.
beat you
No,
by 20.
their
No.
marksman and jungle are from Malaysia.
To say that is crazy.
Yeah. Maybe I guess just not enough research, lor. I guess.
Yeah, there's a lack of research as compared to the China side. You know, yesterday when I went back home, right, I will go watch the China restream.
Uh-huh.
The China side, they did in-depth research on all the teams. So
Really?
I'm thinking like how China does. Oh, this is what I know about how China side does it. It's like the casters group up.
Even in this tournament or what?
Yeah, all the tournaments, if they are going to cast because they are professional, so they will have a call together to search up on all the things and share all the notes, or even getting it from the organizer themselves, which is Tencent, the data. And they really go in depth. They even say, oh, this person is from where, this person is from where, all this. Like,
What is their main hero or that one?
yeah, and they were like saying like example, oh, for Impunity side you can see X hero going back to the mid lane because Arsing is now in the game. All this. They literally research everything on every single player.
Damn, respects, really respects.
It's on a different tier they are casting. When I hear it, I'm like, this is the cast I want. And like they bring the meme over. Like let's say right,
Bring the meme. What meme?
yeah, they, like example the team secret. Having the intimidate on the
intimidate on the jungle.
They even bring it forward, and even they were like talking about they were shocked because the Yatiana Athena roam is a very old meta, and to them their knowledge it shouldn't be working, but somehow it worked all these.
Oh.
Yeah, so a lot of things they are like they go forward on a lot of things, like even they are like saying, hey, RA, you use the Athena, right? This is how you should be using Athena. They have reference here and there instead of just like plain going. They do remember what happened before, and they do use whatever that happened before on to the later part of the stages.
God damn, that's insane.
Yeah, I was like listening to Xiao Lu and I forget the male caster's name lah, but yeah, you know lah, guys' attention of course is on the female.
Of course on the girl lah. Of course you forget the girl.
No.
Of course you forget the guy one.
Okay, but in the China side, the top 4 prettiest casters.
Top 4.
No, they got the 4 beauty. They got the 4 beauties. They call it
Guys,
4 beauties.
chat. My co-streamer is now ranking the beauties in China. It's over.
No. They have the 4 beauties in China. For the casters. They call it 4 beauties. They don't rank them.
But you are ranking them.
No. I say wrongly. Okay. So
okay.
They call it the 4 beauties. 4大系美女啦 in China. Is Xiao Lu, Ling Er, Qi and Tian Yun.
Okay, guys. Chat, let us research those people. Okay, wait. Xiao Lu, caster.
No. You go from Tian Yun. Tian Yun is the one that she can speak Chinese and English fluently.
Wow. HOK caster.
Yeah, and her English cast won't give you that awkwardness.
Wow. Wow. Oh my god, wait, them Joes are okay, then the rest?
Xiao Lu. No, you can go to the current S2. She's S2? I think that's the one that you are looking at.
What Tianyi, yeah?
No, Xiao Lu just now.
I don't know where it was.
Never mind. You go to S2.
Zan? Voice actor in SG?
At the top. First one.
Oh, this one. No picture though.
Oh, then you need to go see the China side. I can send you the picture.
Wait, S2 I just go S2.
Yeah, S2 they got the list of casters in the
I go SG, I'm done. Nice. Yeah, this one.
Yep.
List of casters. Chinese commentators
there's Xiao Lu, then Gao Tian.
Don't have walao. No picture.
No picture, but the other one, there's only 2 female casters in this.
Sky, Tianyi.
No. The other one...
Here what, no?
No, it's not. Tianyu is not part of the list.
Jeez.
No, but in the China side, it's not. The
But
Chile is the other one.
Liu also no picture set.
Yeah.
Are they casting now? Did they cast yesterday or no?
Xiaolu was the one yesterday. Today's one I never watched.
If you could see my face, it was
Guys, suddenly I'm gonna turn China, yeah? Chat, watch me go to the China stream, chat.
You want a link?
No, I will find myself.
You need to watch on Bilibili if I'm not wrong.
Chat, I can't find it. I'm so sorry, Tian. Oh my god, my queen.
You need a link or not?
Queen.
I have it.
Yes, I did the link.
I like the fact that they've gone for the Dong Huang. I was really
Oh, the game started already. Oh shit.
was actually going to come through, and I think when they go for the butterfly, when they go
I'm not sure today got
Oh.
female caster or not.
Okay, I'll see yesterday.
like they've done on the side of LGD, I feel like the
I sent to chat
where
already.
he is meant to be.
My
when it
Twitch?
comes to that,
No.
especially- They've not only just got the
Of
butterfly,
course,
they've
your
got
PM.
the Li Xin, they've also got the Fusu as well, so plenty. Oh, first blood going over to RRQ by.
Alright, chat.
So paying back a little bit dividends
Chat,
there.
this
little
is it.
Revenge. Hello.
Wow, there's no, I can't play back.
Still in it to win it.
Oh,
Why, is she?
She is at Tianyu is inside. Yi also inside.
Looking to go for the 1v1, 1v2.
I sent you the image of the casters.
Everyone fears the
Oh.
butterfly. He's standing.
I thought you said you're casting now, like them.
And he doesn't care.
I'm not sure whether are they casting now, but
That
yeah.
is crazy. The fact that Dom
I
was
sent you
able
the
to
photo.
save the Jin, but then also get out itself. But here is
Damn!
Polo combo sequences that
4 girls, 6
Damn.
guys. So most likely there's a one guy, one girl in each cast.
to add stacks to the
Yes,
enemy.
sir. Oh my god. Wow. Nice. Very nice.
Damage, and then use skill 2 to disengage from the fights. And you'll more than likely see by RRQ see him spinning around, dealing a lot of damage to LGD before he has to escape and retreat out of that team fight. But that is a Marco Polo for those who are farm lane mains.
Yeah, Marco Polo at this point, yeah, I think it's a tough game for him to
Oh wow. RQ got killed.
mobility coming up from LGD.
Yeah, but yeah, they are going to suffer now.
He gets caught by the stage.
Oh, Musan King having fun with the butterfly. This is what they call it. They say before.
Oh no. Oh no.
When Musan King is having the butterfly, he's not playing serious. He's just in for the fun. They did say before. This is like a bonus game for them.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look at their draft, dude. It's Da Qiao meet Lao Fu Rome.
Yep.
Lee Sin go lane. Huh?
Yep.
And they're winning. GG, guys.
Onto the likes of Z taking down Fusi, but it is not enough.
Only Xiang is actually playing his role, yeah. No, he's just trolling.
No,
bro.
Butterfly is also. And okay, Da Qiao is
Xiang
not.
what?
Musan King.
I say Xiang.
As in you said Xiang only, but Musan King is also playing his role.
No, I mean properly.
Butterfly
You
is
know,
also a proper pick, bro.
But you say he play for fun, right? If you want to play butterfly.
as in is his bonus enjoying game.
Oh!
Butterfly because
I play for fun. Only play serious, basically.
yeah, because he feel like it's damn easy to execute.
Oh.
And indeed, what if you see a butterfly execution as compared to a Jing's execution?
Yeah. But yeah, basically Musang King and Xiang is the one that's only playing real hero for their role.
No,
The rest,
really.
I mean, I guess not really, but
Da
like, you know.
Qiao in the other server is
Yeah.
actually is actually valid for mid lane.
But he's not, but like, it's preferred. They're playing the preferred ones basically.
No, but
The other three, not really. Like.
no, Da Qiao is actually a mid laner in the other server.
But
But
if
because
you
they got the
compare-
signature item.
Yeah, but if you
It's
compare
just-
to here,
Yeah, he showcased international. There's no signature item. That's why.
We like the
Yeah.
draft, there is potential for it, but once
No,
again,
I
Yeah.
think they will be introducing.
and it's going to be
Oh.
the Eye of the Whirlpool. The whole team is here.
oh boy, oh my god, Musang King is just gonna kill everyone now.
Whirlpool Express on the side of LGD. Are they going to be able to claim some kills here up into the clash lane? We are yet to be seen. The Chow has the teleport down, but it's not going to be enough There is no need for that recall back now. We see the Li Xin is able to take the kill onto the Dong Guang.
Dude, they're actually just smurfing, no?
Yeah, that's why I say they're smurfing in this tournament.
In this game specifically, it's very bad. It just shows in this game. You think Team Secret LGD Grand Finals?
No.
Then what? Who do you think is for Grand Final? LGD Boom?
Need to see bracket.
Not sure.
But in terms of top 2, I did mention before.
Yeah.
Top 2 is AG and
LGD. But after that, you show AG. After yesterday.
You need to know. Maybe AG is still trying to hide track.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Known for it.
But if they are not, then it's kind of bad, no?
If they are not, then
it's quite bad, no, for them.
Yeah, but at the same time,
Jesus Christ, Musang King is just going in, bro. He does not give a fuck. He does not give a fuck, bro. Look at this guy.
Wait. You know what I saw on another chat?
What?
LGD is experimenting while playing in tournament.
You know what? That's actually kind of valid. That's quite valid, no? That is very valid. I swear to God, this is like they're playing rank, but it's like low rank. This is like low rank as well, like silver.
There's another one is typing. Oh, this is what happened when Grandmaster versus Diamond.
Yeah, I saw that also. Sadly, it's not RQ, it's weak, it's just LDG. LGD is just too good.
Yeah, they're insane. I said that result that cannot be mentioned.
Yeah. The result is insane, the fact that you can go like that against that team.
Yeah.
But have they won international before? Have, right?
LGD? No.
Huh? Really?
They same as us in terms of ranking.
Oh.
When they were BSC.
Oh. So this is gonna be their first international win, no?
Yeah, overall. Because like if you are saying KW, they join in the season 2. They are the tournament's favorite for getting champion.
Understandable.
But he upset everyone by getting a champion.
Oh.
Because they had like almost a near perfect run.
Is it the same lineup or no?
Yes, it's the same lineup.
It is.
For them lah,
So,
but not for us.
Yeah, obviously lah. But but goddamn. Imagine trolling and still winning.
I don't think they are trolling.
Look at their pick.
It does make sense.
Really?
Yes.
The Lafu to Tatiao, yeah, but like no, you have no magic damage, no?
Huh? Bro, you don't know that Da Qiao has very high magic damage.
But it's not a lot, no? It's how much is that?
You go build mage Da Qiao, I tell you, you will love it.
Really?
Yes. And you know what's the thing about Da Qiao mid or not?
What?
Your burst is very high and
your rotation also.
No, yeah, your rotation you can just summon your whole team to help you break the mid tower very fast.
Yeah, basically.
And once you break the mid tower, the whole map is being opened up. That's the logic behind.
But the Lee Sin, bro, he's playing range Lee Sin, I just saw. He's using his range so much, bro. That is their range physical damage, guys.
No, but he can do the charge, the 3 wave come up, that is insane damage burst.
Yeah, I know, but normally, in normal games, you don't see that a lot. You normally see the melee one.
The dark mode lah.
Yeah.
Dark mode is for...
Is he just permanent? Wait, is he just permanent light mode?
So far I see yes.
He is, right?
Yes.
Guys, Lee Sin ADC, don't try this at home. Like, you never switch modes, right?
Yeah, I didn't see him switch mode. That's
I also never see it. Unless he did that, I never see it, but... Yeah, this game should be GG, no? Like, GG? No way RRQ win. It's pretty hard.
RRQ
You need your Dongwang to get like a miracle catch, and your Lama to get 5-man out, and then you pray you kill them. But I think that's impossible, bro.
Actually be able to escape. That is really good for the side of RRQ.
Oh, will they catch butterfly? Nope.
Once again, Xiang
They do not
probably
catch
with a bit of
butterfly.
taste in his mouth, not knowing that he could get
Not
that
easy,
kill.
bro.
Futsu and Dao.
Oh my god, oh my god, Marco Polo already brought down to 1 HP, but LG gonna be taking the bottom lane. Unfortunately.
So that's down 1. There is no more minion waves for now in the other respective lanes that still have a high ground
That's
turret.
the
So
worst
now
massacre I've seen in the
have
tournament so
small amount of
far.
time to breathe.
What's Berserker? What do you mean?
Massacre.
What? Oh, Massacre. Oh, I thought you said Berserker. I'm like, huh? Oh,
The
sure.
disrespect.
Oh boy. Oh boy, and Alfonso will be back. And now, at least he got one. At least Pai got 1 kill. That's something.
Oh, that Lao Fuzi know the tag, bro.
Why?
Okay, Lao Fuzi has a tag where you can tank the core without.
Oh, wait, I wasn't at that part yet, bro. I wasn't at that part, no wonder.
Oh.
Wait, what's the tag, bro? Tank the tower without what?
Getting any damage.
Wait, how do you do that?
With your second skill, non-stop refresh.
Oh, you just S2 spam, ah?
Yeah, because the more attack speed you reach that attack speed threshold, right? Basically each basic attack reduce your second skill's cooldown.
Cooldown. Yeah, I know that, but the second skill can block tower damage?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, you can only do it for a while, no? Or you can do it infinite.
You can do it infinite.
This is LGD with their vast
Provided there's no extra damage from any other opponent.
Yeah lah, basically.
The rest of the region seem to think, but they are popping off with what they got cooking here. Yes, it's not as clean as game 1, but it's definitely working for LGD as they take the Shadow Overlord.
Now, I think you're missing something here, Blem. They do have a secondary long-range hero, and that's Musang King. When he uses his ultimate, he is long-range.
Musang King range hero. Nice try, bro.
No, JI is the range one. What are they talking about?
They say Musang King as a range hero. I'm dead.
Yeah, that's
I'm done. That's fucking hilarious. just traded. I'm done. He just traded and then he just wins. That's fucking funny, bro. GG. Oh my god, they're not even basing it. They're not even going for base. That's fucked.
They don't need to base. They got Tachia.
Yeah, I know. No. They're not even attacking the base.
There's no minions.
There was one inside.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Finishing day 2. Day 2 now recrowned as a day 2-0 because that is it, guys.
It's a free game, boys.
All day.
Honestly, when I saw Team Secret win, I saw the Choo-Choo's interview is so biased. Let's see, will they do another biased interview towards Malaysia, another Malaysia team?
The Malaysian representatives.
I mean, they should, right? No?
It's so biased.
Oh, biased. Okay, let's see.
And there is no doubt that there's going to be high expectations for our Malaysian team going into the knockout stages as well as the Esports World Cup Masterclass.
GGRRQ. Nice try. Unfortunate.
King of
Tough group. Tough group, bro.
King of Kings.
Yep.
Whatever the coach was saying, that don't fear us, we have 10 fingers. Hopefully
Thank you
have
so
some
much,
more
Casa.
wisdom
We're
here.
live back on Grania with me, Team LGD of Malaysia.
So LGD first seed, right?
Congratulations for the
Oh, he don't know how to hold his flag.
LGD will
Gone.
advance to the knockout stage and
You saw that?
their slot
Yep.
for EWC in the future. Now, but I'm starting off the question with Xiang.
Xiang?
Okay, you come here.
Are you here?
That's easy. Xiang, 现在哦, I'm going to use Chinese first. Okay. Xiang, and right now I think a lot of the audience agree with me. LGD seems to
I thought you said you could use Chinese, it's not English.
No, she need to say in English before she translate.
I thought it's the other way around.
You can actually pick a team that might challenge you, might be a bit stronger for you. Which team will it be? Now, 我感觉到观众们还有我自己会同意，你们现在 LGD 应该是最强、最厉害的团队。在现场比赛的时候，对你来说有没有别的团队？如果给你选的话， 哪一个团队对你来说可以影响到你们的比赛或者你们的成绩？
哎，
讲一个，谁玩？
讲一个，
冠军造成威胁了？没有，
没有，一个团队都没有。
哇哦！
很有信心，很有信心。I like it. They're so confident. I asked them which team, any team. They said no. For now, no. 如果 EWC 呢会有吗
？EWC
也是没有，
也没有
F 啦，
也是没有。
没有啊！哦
They're confident that they're out
Wow.
against the dream team, bro.
I thought they would say at least the KPL team, right?
KPL team,
Damn.
yeah.
Yeah, I thought at least they'll say that. But guess what?
Kita cakap Melayu pula boleh?
Okay, come.
Kita cakap Melayu pula.
Boleh. Aduh.
Ini kan student lagi.
Ya.
Awak university student. And then macam mana awak nak bahagi masa nak jadi pro player, nak jadi study lagi macam mana?
Oh my god. How do you balance being a university student and
Yeah,
as a pro player?
Pro player.
Tak jejas pun. Then bila nak tidur?
Just do it. Wow.
You don't need to sleep. What?
Time dia tidur pukul 12.
She's like, you don't need to sleep?
Kalau you study,
Can
you study sampai pukul berapa, then you tidur pukul berapa?
you understand what they are talking, right?
Yeah, I understand.
study.
Last minute Kalau tak exam tak study.
Sounds like every student ever.
Yep.
Sounds like every student. Yep.
Boleh perform So basically what I asked Jimmy just now, how do you balance
Oh, she
out
translate.
when you're still a university
Jimmy is a
student
sub, what?
and you being a pro player at the same time? So he said
Yeah, Jimmy is a sub.
every
He's not the
time
main.
there's exam, he's
Oh no,
like,
they study, bro.
no exam, we play game.
No need study.
He sleeps. So that's I think the majority of his schedule. But yeah, audience, study first. Study first, Jimmy. Okay.
Study first.
I'm gonna talk to
Chat, study first.
Okay, now switch over to Joker. Joker, you
Why you never ask the player one?
for the team, yes?
Yes.
Have what? Siang what? Siang was the first one.
Bahasa
What?
English dulu atau bahasa Melayu ya?
Oh, yeah lah, I mean,
Tapi
I don't know.
kan, memandangkan kita ada student juga, ada yang full time, ada yang macam full time juga, tapi dia kena balance kan. Macam mana sebagai seorang coach dengan manager, you nak make sure semua orang boleh training sama-sama tu, macam mana proses dia?
Kita akan minta itu schedule every semester, and then with the student who study, so minta dengan dia orang lah. So kita akan plan kita punya training according to their schedule. So dia bila dia udah belajar kan, so kita akan ada training. So sebab saya pun seorang master degree holder, so saya memang paham belajar ialah memang important punya. So study come first loh. So I know student.
That's also how Im does it also.
Because
Yep.
if you want to become a pro player, you cannot leave your parents support. So parents must consider about study first. You cannot conflict with the study. So if let's say parents support, so the player will pay no.
You know he's a degree holder. I mean he's a
coach?
Is he a degree or is he a master? I can't remember already.
The coach,
Yeah.
Damn.
Key talent.
He talent. Oh, Hamdan, in no way lah.
Work around the talents or work around the players where they still have to study at the same time to balance out their pro player capability. So basically they will pull out the schedule of their academy to make sure that it will not affect study, because he himself is a master degree holder.
Yep.
So I think it's pretty straightforward. Education is always going to be the first option, and make sure don't forget about your parents. You know, their support of your parents is everything in the world. But I think it's going to be good luck, all the best. The number one team of Malaysia here right now is going to be LGD. You'll be representing Malaysia, and give it up to LGD once more, ladies and gents. We're back to the casters.
Kau weekend.
And there we have the game-winning interview with LGD Malaysia. So again, such a quick game of match 4 of game 2, and like I said, into the post-game analytics, that day 2 is day 2-0. What do we feel about that, Ken?
I feel great. I mean, the fact that the games are really clean, it also shows the teams are leveling up, right? So we
Let's
looking
go.
at more clinical gameplay,
I think that's all for the
especially one that
day
was
for
showcased by
us.
us by LGD Malaysia.
Let me
So I
definitely
think
that.
we're talking about the world stage, and I think for us to be at the world stage, certain standards need to be met. And I think the coach embodies this for the side of LGD
Thank you anyone
Malaysia
who
very well, right? Not only
watch
is
the
he
live
high
stream
in education,
and the watch
he's
party.
also
We will
very
be ending off
open
here.
about the support
Bye
from his coach as
bye.
well. The important things matter, and that comes in the form of familial support and of course educational support. You can't just play games and not expect to not study, right? Similarly for the pro players itself, if you're planning to be one, you have to study the game as well, right? So this time, let us allow you to study the game a little bit more as we take a look at the post